All right, we are live on the Alabama Weather Network. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday morning. This is James Spann, and we're going to be here for a while working through this winter weather situation over the northern third of the state. And you are watching live now over here to the top. That is Kevin Henderson, who has a drone up. And let's bring up Kevin's audio. Kevin, if you can, just tell us what we're seeing.
We're seeing the bridge over here in Killen.
Right.
Looks like we have a lot of ice accumulating on it.
Right. And this is U.S. Highway 72, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
And what we want to do on this during our coverage today is to show you what conditions are like through drones, through our folks in the field, on the ground. But our drones can't fly for a long time today because of icing conditions. They ice up really quickly, but I just wanted to show through Kevin Henderson's drone video what US 72 looks like. This is near Killen, not too far from Brooks High School, a little to the east of the Shoals. But again, that is the current situation. And you can see there's some traffic moving, but that is very, very icy. I mean, you tap your brakes and before you know it, you're going to spin out. We've had multiple spin outs all across the Tennessee Valley this morning, and that's the result of sleet and freezing rain that started early this morning. It's been relatively light. We do think precipitation rates will likely be increasing over the next couple of hours, and we have an ice storm warning in effect for the northwestern corner of the state. This would include the three counties up there. We've got Franklin, Colbert, and Lauderdale. And again, you can see here that we've got that wintry mix. And remember, the radar, this is an algorithm. It's not exactly like this, but typically where you see the shades of pink, that's freezing rain. And that's what's caused the ice you see there in US 72. Freezing rain, it's liquid. You walk outside, you get wet, but temperatures are below 32. In fact, we've got 20s up here in the Tennessee Valley. We have icing conditions in Huntsville, in Madison County. We have icing conditions in Limestone and Jackson counties. And of course, mainly it's the bridges. Typically, that's what goes first when you've got a freezing rain situation like this. And again, that's a really good look from Kevin's drone shot of US Highway 72. This is what we are looking like at this point on Highway 72, and many roads across the Tennessee Valley are like this. And again, we're going to see conditions will not improve this morning. Temperatures will likely stay in the 20s. And again, we're seeing evidence in the high-resolution modeling that we could see temperatures easing above freezing in the Tennessee Valley by mid to late afternoon. Other runs yesterday suggested it might be late tonight before temperatures go above freezing. That warm sector will be moving north. And understand, with time, everybody should be above freezing up here tonight. But it's going to be a slow process. And I should mention we've got Kevin's live video coming from US 72. We also have John Olshoe in the field. We'll be hearing from John later this morning. John is also in the Tennessee Valley. In the lower box you see down here, we've got that one right there. That is coming from our Skycam network. We've got Skycams all across the state, and we're working with the Barron Institute. Our friend Bob Barron, he has a series of cameras across the state, and all of these Skycams are live views from areas that are in either the ice storm warning or the winter weather advisory. So again, we're going to just, the object of this, and again, this is not like us working a tornado outbreak where there's immediate urgency. No, this is a long duration type event, and the goal here is for us to show you what the road conditions look like so that you will not have to get out there yourself and see it. The best advice, if you can, just don't get on these roads up here because, again, we've had so many incidents with spinouts. A lot of people have had pretty serious motor vehicle accidents this morning, and you don't want to ruin your weekend by getting involved in an MVA early this morning on an icy bridge up here in the Tennessee Valley. But again, to the north, it's been mostly snow across parts of Tennessee. That will probably change to freezing rain. And again, we have ice storm warnings. Pop up the watches and warnings real quick. Let's kind of talk about who is under what. And the big questions we have, it's the southern extent of this, okay? So this is a good look right here. Let me just say right up front that if you are in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, it's just going to be a rain event for you. The winter storm watch was canceled for Calhoun and Cleburne counties. There was a winter storm watch here in effect yesterday. because there could have been a situation where cold air damming brings in cold air from the east, and there was some concern temperatures might drop below freezing here for a brief time, but it looks like based on the latest modeling that will not happen for Anniston and Heflin and Ranburne, places like this. So again, Interstate 20 and points south, you should have no problems. Again, the southernmost counties where there could be bridge icing this morning would be Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Cullman, Blount, Etowah, and Cherokee counties. That's the southern extent of this winter weather advisory. All the counties in the shades of blue here. This is basically the northern third of Alabama. In the northwestern corner of the state, that's the ice storm warning. That's where the ice accumulation will likely be highest. Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties, the northwestern corner of the state up and through here. And we're seeing evidence, especially around the shoals back over toward Waterloo in Lauderdale County, we might see ice accumulation in excess of a quarter inch. And you think, well, that doesn't sound like much, but listen, if we get ice accumulation of a quarter inch, that's a big deal. That's enough to bring down, think about a pine tree, all those pine needles, and the ice accretion on those pine needles. A quarter inch of ice, that's going to bring down some trees. In turn, that will bring down some power lines, and that could create some power outages. We know of no power outages directly related to weather at this point, but keep in mind precipitation rates have been very light, and the heavier rates will likely come in later this morning. So again, we'll be focusing on this northwestern corner of the state, but there is no doubt we have icy bridges all across the Tennessee Valley. We've had issues in Limestone, Madison, Jackson counties with spinouts and folks getting on ice and they go sideways. And we've had icing down into parts of Marion, Winston, Cullman, northern Blount, Marshall, and DeKalb counties. So far, I've not heard of any reports of specific icing in Cherokee, Etowah, Walker, Fayette, or Lamar, but there certainly could be some. And again, if you're just joining us, this is the Alabama Weather Network, and we are going to be live here for a while. The plan is to stay with you live, nonstop, until temperatures go above freezing in the Tennessee Valley, which should be mid to late afternoon. And again, tonight we think it's simply going to be all rain. And what we want to do here is to make this visually interesting to you. We're going to have live streams from the field. Again, Kevin Henderson's live shot you see to the top there, that's along U.S. Highway 72. And down below, that's our Skycam system. These are live views coming from all across the Tennessee Valley where we have either a winter weather advisory or an ice storm warning. And we've tried to get some of the cameras focused in on roads, but in some cases we have ice over the lens. I noticed on the Cherokee Skycam it was pretty icy, and some of the other ones are very icy, but again, some still have pretty good visibility here. So let's see, Kevin, if you can hear me, tell us quickly where you are. We're seeing some, is that a barricaded road?
That's actually John. That's not me.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. We were looking at John. So now we're seeing you. So again, you're us on US 72, Kevin. Tell us about conditions so far. And again, for those that are asking, you know, Kevin is nothing new to winter weather. He is an amazing drone photographer. He has been out in this stuff before. But Kevin, you're in the field. You're out in it. We're in a safe, dry studio here. Tell us what conditions are like.
It's definitely slick. The roads are icy. The DOT has treated this, so there is some sand on it, but it's still very slick. So.
And you are, I would assume, between Killen and Rogersville now, and you are headed east, correct?
Yep. Correct. I am headed east on 72, just a little past Killen.
Okay. So
coming up
again,
on mile marker right now.
All right.
Let's see.
We're going to get Kevin over toward Athens and
42.
Interstate 65. We've got, of course, a lot of people are asking about Interstate 65, which is obviously a major north-south corridor in the state. And we've had some issues along Interstate 65 this morning with a couple of jackknife vehicles. In fact, if we can take WEX 05 full real quick, Ryan, this is along Interstate 65. This is near the Buc-ee's exit in Athens. And this is just an example of what folks are dealing with along Interstate 65. Traffic is moving slowly, but again, we did get one note here from ALDOT. This was an alert that was pushed out earlier this morning. that Interstate 65 northbound on the bridge, the Tennessee River Bridge, is closed. And goodness, the last thing I would want to do is drive across that Tennessee River Bridge during an icing situation like this. And again, that's the object of the game here, is just to consider not traveling. So again, Interstate 65 is pretty much a mess. This is, let's go back to the WEX 05 real quick, Ryan. That's a vehicle that was driving along Memorial Parkway in Huntsville, and notice the ice that was collected on that vehicle. And let me just say, for those of you that are looking for snow, Chattanooga's had some snow this morning. This video is coming from Chattanooga. This was taken a little earlier this morning. You can see some snow on the rooftops there. The better chance of any snow is going to be over Tennessee. Again, this is a look at some of the, that was a note from Brad Panovich. We'll talk about Brad's note a little bit later, but again, that's freezing rain that is falling, and that's 24 degrees. You can see there in that car thermometer there. So let's go back to the main system here at 812. And Drew, if you would, I'd like for you to just kind of talk us through what's to come, because we know what's happening now. We've got video from John and from Kevin, and we got the sky cams. We have the icing up here, but just kind of walk us through maybe what's going to happen over the next 24 hours, because before the weekend is over, we could be working a tornado situation in South Alabama tomorrow. So you take it, Drew. Let's talk about what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely, James. So taking a look at it, obviously right now, like we talked about, we've got winter precipitation that's already moved into the state. And I just want to mention, you're seeing some of the blue right here showing up in parts of northern Jackson County and parts of Madison County. So far, I haven't really heard of any reports of actual snow falling. Everything that we've been seeing generally has been sleet and freezing rain. So, this is a computer algorithm that's basically trying to determine what precipitation type is falling at the ground. And so it doesn't always get it perfectly right, but at least we know that it's cold enough for a freezing precipitation in those areas. But as you look further towards the south, you can see that we really don't have much rain falling or anything like that further towards the south. And it's basically just cloudy across most of the rest of the state, but you see some showers starting to move in from the west, and obviously a lot of freezing rain in North Mississippi. Now, looking forward, let's go ahead and I'll flip it back over and take a look at one of our models here. We'll probably look through several different models over the course of time here, but right now we're looking at the latest Barron model, our friends at Barron in Huntsville, where they're currently getting slick roads and getting some of this freezing precipitation right now. So again, as we look at the future cast here, we'll put it through the next couple of hours here. So we expect to continue to see freezing rain and potentially some sleet through the next several hours. So continuing in places like Huntsville and Florence, Hamilton possibly, also over towards Lawrence County, Morgan County, places that we're getting reports right now. We expect to continue to see that. And again, could start to get it in parts of Jackson County as well. And then as we move in the afternoon, you start to see, we still got some of this pink here, which is forecasting freezing rain, but it starts to mix in a little bit with some rain, even in northwestern Alabama. And so you can see that Florence at this point is being forecast by the model to be right around freezing, but Hamilton at 34, Huntsville at 35. So instead of being in the 20s like they are right now, you'll be seeing temperatures getting up to above near freezing or above, and starting to change the freezing rain and sleet over towards rain. So that's a good thing, where we expect by this afternoon we could see enough rain to start mitigating any impacts that you might be feeling in those northwestern counties with the freezing rain that's falling now, helping the roads a little bit, and hopefully keeping us from having as much issues with power lines or trees trying to come down as ice accretes on those surfaces. So that's this afternoon where we expect to start warming up. And then as we move through later on this evening, so you can see that the temperatures in these areas that are now currently in the 20s will still be above freezing, is what we're expecting as you move further towards the south. You can see it's going to be 40s, places like Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Clanton, 50s further to the south, 60s in South Alabama. I mean, really this weekend for much of South Alabama is going to be kind of warm. And again, we'll talk about the severe storm possibility for tomorrow here in a second, but it's going to be kind of a mild weekend until late Sunday night into Monday morning, before that really cold air gets into South Alabama. Now, as we look again tonight, some models are not showing this. The HRRR model is not showing this. This model is showing a little bit more freezing rain trying to fall in the northeastern area, which of course is under winter weather advisory. And we've talked about the possibility of, is there cold air damming moving in from the east, which is why you're seeing freezing rain in North Georgia at this point. Is enough of that cold air going to make it further enough to the west to try to change over some of the precipitation in the northeastern counties, Jackson, DeKalb, Cherokee primarily, over to freezing rain? This model is trying to indicate that. Also, of course, you've got some higher terrain in those areas too, which would contribute to that. So I think places like Lookout Mountain, Sand Mountain, some of those places, and some of the mountains in Jackson County obviously will definitely get a little bit dicier compared to the lower elevations in those areas at this point. But again, some models are trying to kind of back away from that solution, so we'll hope for that, but just know that that's at least a possibility. Now again, as we get into Sunday morning, we still stay warm in places like Florence and Huntsville and Hamilton and Coleman, still staying above freezing. So at this point, we're just expecting a lot of rain, cold rain, still going to be temperatures in the 30s and 40s, but just mainly rain in those areas, which would help us with any of our potential impacts there. Now we move into tomorrow right around noon. So, this model again, still trying to hang on to some cold enough temperatures at the higher elevations along the mountains and ridges I mentioned earlier to still maybe have some freezing rainfall in there. So keep that in mind, that there is that possibility. But again, we're still warmer across the rest of the state. And then look at these temperatures towards the south. We're approaching 70 degrees in Greenville. It is 70 degrees in Monroeville, according to the model. And so that's going to help fuel the potential for some severe weather. So heavy rain through a good portion of the central part of the state, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, Clanton, Selma. And then out ahead of this, we could have some of those isolated cells, which could be severe, could have some damaging winds possibly. And we can't rule out an isolated or tornado or two with this. And that's what we're going to be watching. So really, we'll be shifting a lot of our focus for tomorrow to the southern part of the state where we have the possibility of severe weather versus the winter side of things that we're kind of talking about today in the northern part of the state. And then again, we get into the afternoon, the heavier rain starting to shift towards the southeast. Still some rain left over in the northern part of the state, but you can see the temperatures at this point, we're looking at Sunday afternoon, still expecting to be above freezing across most of North Alabama. Now this model does not show much changeover back to freezing precipitation, either freezing rain, sleet, or snow in the northern part of the state as the cold air starts to move in. Some models have shown some of that, but there's still that chance. It's still there, but it's possible we don't get a lot of it at least, and it shouldn't be significant either way if it happens as far as any additional accumulation. But look at the temperature starting to drop into the 20s and 30s there as we get into Sunday evening, and then we'll keep on moving that there. And again, that showed maybe a few light snow showers trying to move through, and then it'll get very cold. It kind of went on through Monday morning, but it'll get very cold Monday morning. So again, we've got extreme cold watch in effect for Monday morning across most of the state for potential wind chills down into the teens and single digits. And then and this is showing Tuesday morning, which will be very cold as well. Even these numbers here are probably a little high. We expect to be even a little bit lower than this, lower in the teens, probably Tuesday morning. And so yeah, that's kind of a look at the big picture, I guess, of what we're expecting for the rest of this weekend, James. But yeah, right now it's kind of, definitely seems like it's kind of at least fairly neatly set up where, today's kind of our mostly focused on the winter weather. And then we're going to have a lot more focus tomorrow on the southern part of the state with that stormy weather possibility.
Never a dull moment in the weather office. So again, we are live on the Alabama Weather Network here as we have icing conditions across the Tennessee Valley. Bridges are very icy. Let me just say, I would advise staying off Interstate 65 in Morgan and Limestone counties. We keep getting notices from AlDOT and ALEA about crashes. We have a crash on the Tennessee River Bridge that apparently has the basically one side totally shut down. And the concept is just, if you can, just stay home here. There's nothing good going to come out of driving on these roads up here in the Tennessee Valley. And what I want to do, Ryan, let's go to WEX 05. And again, these are some of the images that you have sent us. And this is what it looks like on roads across parts of southern Tennessee and North Alabama. I think these photographs are, well, that's right on the Alabama-Tennessee state line. So that is about 15 miles north of Florence. And that would be U.S. Highway 43. And that's a slab of ice. I mean, I don't care if you grew up in Anchorage, driving on a slab of ice ain't easy. It's a whole different set of circumstances than snow. And again, it's been a mix of sleet and freezing rain. And people kind of get that confused, which is understandable. But sleet, that's the little ice pellets. Freezing rain, it's liquid. That's the bad stuff. You walk outside, it's raining, but we're in the 20s. The last time I checked, it was 22 up at our Skycam at Florence. This is one of the county roads near Cloverdale. This is in Lauderdale County, and this is why there's an ice storm warning in effect up here. All of these images are coming in from Lauderdale County, again, not too far from the Shoals. and that's all ice and sleet, and that's just a big mess. Nobody would want to be on that road. Nothing good will come out of that. This is a look at that mix, that wintry mix of sleet and freezing rain that's coming through the shoals. And again, the ice accretion process just continues. We've had icing as far south as Hamilton, Haleyville, Coleman's had a little bit of ice. But the really big ice accumulations will likely be in the northwestern corner of the state. I mean, look at that. You don't want to get on that road. That's just not good. And again, we've got our two field correspondents, John Olshew and Kevin Henderson, will be going back to their shots in a minute. But again, you can see that we've actually got some AlDOT crews out working this morning. That looks like, goodness, Minneapolis, Minnesota. No, that's Lauderdale County, Alabama this morning. Again, this was a shot. This would be from around Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, in southern Tennessee, and of course they're dealing with the same type mess. But let's go back to the triple box here, and again, I think we've got one of our folks in the field.
That's John.
Okay, let's see. By chance, Olshew, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. So, John, tell us where you are and what you've got.
This is going to be Veterans and Connor Drive.
And let's take John's
Florence, and you can see we still have some traffic out there, but a lot of ice here.
Yeah, and again, I'm sorry, John, tell us exactly what street that is in Florence.
So this is Veterans Drive. It's Veterans Parkway. I think it's 133 that heads up and then goes across the bridge.
Okay.
Connects.
So again, this is live from Florence, and this is what roads are looking like. And the heavier precipitation rates really have not started yet. We're a little concerned there's going to be a band of heavier freezing rain coming through the northwest corner of the state over the next 3 or 4 hours, and that's only going to compound the problems. And as we get the heavier precipitation rates, the other potential problem is trees gathering ice and power lines gathering ice and potential for power outages. The good news, we're in good shape with power. Statewide, we only have 567 people without power, and we get that on a normal day. That's a very low number, insignificant. And almost all those outages are in Mobile County, not related to weather. So we have no power outages in Lauderdale, Colbert County, or Franklin County. But if we do see those heavier precipitation rates, as we think might be the case here in the next 3-4 hours, that could result in enough ice on trees to bring some down. The limbs begin to come down, and power lines can have all kind of issues, and before you know it, you got problems. Again, Drew's got the latest power outage count. And again, no icing problems in Mobile. That's not weather related. That could be just a single substation that's gone down. Again, that's the kind of stuff you see in a typical day, which is good. Let's pop temperatures up, Drew, if we can. I wanted to show what the numbers look like very quickly, just to see the actual air temperatures here. And we've got mid-20s basically. Cullman, Moulton, Hamilton, Russellville, Florence, Huntsville. But you can see that temperatures are well above average. If you're in Gadsden, Anniston, you got no problems here. Birmingham, no problems. Tuscaloosa, no problems. It's cold, but you will have no ice accretion at those levels. And again, parts of Jackson County, it's kind of variable, but again, we've got temperatures near freezing, but the really cold air that seeped in here, it's basically Madison, Morgan, Cullman, Winston, Marion counties, and the counties north and west, Lawrence, Lauderdale, and Colbert. That's where these mid-20s are in place. And when you've got rain falling in mid-20s, nothing good comes out of that. That's a bad situation. You can see our Skycam at Cullman, and traffic is moving along. They've got 26 degrees, and again, that's one of our Skycams that is in downtown Cullman. That's our Skycam at Florence. Look at that, 20 degrees, Drew. Mm-hmm. In fact, tell you what, let's pop that Florence Skycam up behind me, and what I want to do is we'll take kind of a closer look at that one. Yeah, Ryan, if we can take that link's full screen, the one behind me, just full screen, take me out of the picture like magic. Boom, I'm gone. All right. This is pretty much what we're concerned about. It's a steady rain, freezing rain. There could be some sleet involved, but that's mainly liquid. And the temperature's 20, and one of the processes involved here, it's evaporative cooling. Notice the dew point is 16. All of this started this morning in relatively dry air. And evaporation is a cooling process. When you walk out of the shower, that's the reason it feels so cool. And that's going to bring the temperature down. In fact, the temperature might even drop into 18, 19 degree range here in the next hour or so before it begins to go back up. And it's going to take a time for us to get up into the mid-30s. And again, some of the models are optimistic. It might be mid to late afternoon. Worst case scenario, stays below freezing in Florence until maybe midnight tonight. And you wind up with 10, 12, 15 hours of freezing rain. That's a bad situation right there. But again, we're overlooking the campus of the University of North Alabama here. And on the positive side, I don't see anybody on those roads down there. And if you're in a warm, safe place, my advice is to, well, there's one guy. There's always one guy.
He's moving pretty good.
Yeah, that guy's trucking. I mean, a little red car has no fear. But you tap your brakes one time and you're going to be off in a ditch. I mean, that's, if you're driving, you got to be really, really careful. If we can, let's go to the Renaissance, the Shoals Renaissance camera, Drew. We're going to take these full screen for just a minute, Ryan, and leave these full. And then I want people to see the full experience of this thing here. We've got a camera that overlooks the Tennessee River at the beautiful Renaissance complex up there in Muscle Shoals. And again, we're looking at one of the Tennessee River bridges, and I just don't see anybody. And again, that would be the worst possible place to be, is driving on one of the bridges that's across the river. You just like the O'Neill Bridge. I would not want to be on the, well, there's always one guy. There's always one guy out there, maybe two guys there. But just good luck with that. While we've got these, and again, it's 22 at the Renaissance. Over at the UNA site, we had 20 degrees. If we can, I want to go down to the Russellville camera. That's interesting to me. This is in Franklin County, which is a little farther to the south. And they're at 20. I mean, it's goodness, 20 degrees and with a dew point of 17. And so way below freezing. And this is why we've got Franklin County, in addition to Colbert and Lauderdale, under an ice storm warning. Let's go to Montesano Mountain in Huntsville. Let's just quickly look at that one, Drew. This is the camera that's on the Alabama Public Television Tower, and see what numbers we're looking at here. Wow, 19. Goodness gracious. And the precipitation will be much lighter over Madison County, but it doesn't take a lot. In the weather business, we have a little abbreviation for freezing drizzle. It's called FISDIZ. And I have seen FISDIZ create major problems over the years. So at 19 degrees, any little drizzle that comes down, that's going to be a big problem. And let's go to Section over in Jackson County. And this is at Wethington Park, and it gives us an amazing view of the Tennessee River. If you've ever been to that spot, it is so peaceful. But I've kind of focused in on that deck down there. I would imagine that thing is icy. But notice it's not as cold in Jackson County. It's 27 degrees in Section. Still below freezing, and obviously we've got icing problems in Jackson County. And one of the questions we'll have to address, could we see cold air damming impacting Jackson County late tonight? That's when cold air comes in, not from the northwest, but from the east, draining down the Appalachian Mountains. It's going to be a very interesting battle between the warm sector of the storm moving north and temperatures rising all night, and the possibility of maybe a cold air damming effect where temperatures in Jackson and DeKalb and Cherokee counties could actually drop some tonight. Again, it's a very, 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 very close call. Let's check Marshall County really quickly, Drew. This is going to be our sky cam at Albertville. And again, we're just looking for these observations. And again, this is what makes this network special, is having these resources. I've never had this many resources before. 30 at Albertville, so up on Sand Mountain. You're a little below freezing, but again, obviously not as cold as what we're seeing over in Madison and Limestone counties like that. And let's quickly look at Coleman. I'll do one more stop. And again, you'll see these sky cams on the screen constantly in a smaller box, but I just wanted to show it full screen. Coleman sitting at 26 degrees. And again, the precipitation has been very light, but anything that falls, you're going to see icing. And traffic's moving along fine. The blacktop roads in Cullman County seem to be okay. It's the bridges. That's the main concern. And again, Cullman should be above freezing by mid-afternoon, maybe early to mid-afternoon. So, but again, until we get above freezing, let's be very careful on those bridges. So let's go back to the triple box here. And again, is that John or Kevin's live shot, Drew? Let's see who.
That is Kevin, yeah.
Kevin, if you can hear us, tell us what you got there. That road looks horrible.
Yeah, we're on 72 over here by Joe Wheeler. Is this Joe Wheeler Park?
Yeah. Yep.
And it is a solid sheet of ice.
Yeah, that. Let me again. I'll just say this: you get on that slab of ice, and if you're moving along, and this is obviously drone video here, if you're moving along without having to tap on your brakes or make any sudden maneuvers, you can get through that. But you tap on your brake a time or two quickly or have an issue, we got a problem here. And they're basically following the little tracks you see there where cars have been going down. But that is a rough ride. Again, this is a live look exclusively on the Alabama Weather Network of US 72 around Wheeler State Park, which is between Florence and Athens, just north of the Tennessee River. And I will say those are three bold souls out there. Listen, Drew, it's not working for me. I'm not going down that road.
I don't like messing with that stuff either. And honestly, I don't think I saw any back there, but I was a little worried about it.
Yeah, let's leave that video up, Ryan. We're going to leave that full screen the whole time.
Were there some horses in the back of that? Looked like a horse trailer there on that last truck. I'm a little concerned about, but yeah, hopefully it was empty because I bet you they'd be a little bit worried in there. But yeah, it looks like, I don't know if that car that was just there on the side of the road, I don't know if they'd just pulled off or if that was already there, but I just noticed that. Kevin. Oh, that's you. That's the whole thing with the drone thing. You forget about that. Okay, well, good. Glad you're all right.
Kevin, have you noticed any wrecks so far along your journey on 72 there?
I haven't seen any wrecks, so that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. But I honestly think in a situation like this, most people have been listening to the weather in the last few days. They know that we have icing conditions, and they know that this is going to happen. And I think most people have planned on not being on the roads this morning. And as long as traffic stays extremely light like that, I think we'll be okay. But you can imagine if we had a massive amount of traffic and a flash freeze in this kind of a freezing rain situation, it would be a total nightmare, which we've all experienced before. But and I had one report from a lady. Her son got out in a really nice four-wheel drive vehicle, and they crashed. It did not end well. So even if you've got four-wheel drive, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to make it safely on these icy roads. And if you're just joining us, it's 8:34. This is live coverage. I'm James Spann. We have Drew McCombs here in the studio. We have Kevin Henderson and John Oldshoe in the field. This is coming from Kevin Henderson, a drone over U.S. Highway 72, which is near Wheeler State Park, which is east of Florence, east of Killen, and a little west of Rogersville. And we just wanted to show you what it looks like. And that's the advantage of what we're going to do here, whether it's an ice storm, whether it's a tornado outbreak. People need to see the weather, not just look at radar. And again, those roads are basically just a sheet of ice, and we've got a few cars, brave souls, coming down those roads. But again, this is just not the kind of situation where you want to be out in it for long. And Kevin's going to land the drone here, looks like. So again, in the other box that you see here, we've got the lower box. Those are our sky cams. And again, these are real-time views across the Tennessee Valley where there's a winter weather advisory in effect, and you'll be able to see everything in real time. We'll have all these boxes up for the entire coverage. And the plan here is that we are going to stay on the air as long as you're below freezing in the Tennessee Valley. Whether it's mid-afternoon, late afternoon, this evening, we'll be here. And again, in theory, overnight tonight, temperatures will rise. In fact, we've seen a couple of high-resolution models suggesting the shoals might even reach 40 tonight. And normally, of course, at night, temperatures fall, but we have a big warm sector coming up ahead of a surface low. And that warm sector should bring rising temperatures overnight tonight, which will ease the icing conditions to some degree. Not completely, but to some degree. Is that Oshu, Drew?
Yeah, that's him in the top right.
Okay, John, can you hear us? If so, where are you and what you got?
I can. I don't know if you can hear me, but I am about to go
Let's take
across
John
the
full.
Mobile Bridge. The trooper told me it was still open, so let's go take a look at the conditions. Yeah, so we're coming up, and past that light, we should go over the O'Neill Bridge. The hospital is on my left, and this is, I believe, Veterans Drive that's up ahead.
All right, again, John's audio is a little low, but I want to say John's on Veterans Drive in Florence, and that, again, road is obviously extremely, extremely icy. And again, we're watching this in real time. What you see here is what you get. It's kind of like a car chase in Los Angeles on television. You never know what you're going to see coming around the curve here. But again, John is on the ground in Florence. We have Kevin Henderson on the ground approaching Rogersville. He's moving over toward that Interstate 65 corridor, and both John and Kevin have drones. They're not able to fly the drones for an extended period of time today because of quick icing that occurs. But John, that bridge looks pretty icy.
Yeah, it is. It is. And there's still people out here. I mean, I know I'm out here, but the guys, just driving around looking, and just normal cars. We've got four-wheel drive. I've got some chains on. But yeah, it is an icy, icy bridge here.
All right. Again, we watched this live video. I just had a report, and I'll show you a picture here in a second, that we've got an 18-wheeler that is flipped over on the Flint River Bridge by Madison County High School. Again, I will tell you, I'm afraid if we get any increase in traffic, we're going to see more reports like that. And again, we're here at 8:38, and we're going to stay with this as we're watching John Olshue's live stream. And again, we thank John and Kevin for being out in this. Drew and I and Ryan here, we got the easiest job in the building, in the house. We're in a warm, dry studio. I mean, where it's we're not having to encounter this stuff. Again, we thank you for watching, and again, we're going to stay with you throughout this event. And we appreciate all the images that you're sending us. We can't show them all, but we see them in real time, and it is very helpful in a situation like this. It is a case where ground truth is critical. And again, John's going to pull off to the side of the road there. So I tell you what, let's do this. We are going to go to WEX 05 full screen. And again, most of these images were taken up around Florence and the Shoals. And again, that's a good look at what the roads are looking like. That's what John's been driving on up in Lauderdale County. So this is that incident that I had talked about. That is, and that is not a good situation. This is the Flint River Bridge near Madison County High School in Huntsville. Drew, you lived in Huntsville for a while. You
done that drive a lot. I got family in Scottsboro, so we did a lot of back and forth and going to Chattanooga and all that kind of stuff too. So yeah, that's heavily frequented through that area. So yeah, multiple bridges right there, like you said, across the Flint on 72 there. So definitely not surprised that there would be some issues through there.
Yeah, that whole US 72 corridor is just a mess. You've been watching Kevin Henderson in his live stream on 72 out around Rogersville and Wheeler State Park. And again, that is an example of the problems that we are seeing here this morning. And again, roll some of the video here again. It's this kind of a wintry mix. I know that's a canned weather term, but that's basically what that is. That's freezing rain and some sleet that's falling up in the Shoals area. And again, the parking lots are beginning to look like that, and that's basically all ice. And it looks like nobody's shopping at the TJ Maxx, which is a good thing. Or Party Wow. Drew, you ever been to Party Wow?
I don't think I've been.
I bet you Ryan has over here. No? I have not.
Try to avoid party stores usually.
Yeah, most old people like me, we're the guys at the H&R Block worrying about taxes over there. Again, all of these images were taken from the northwestern corner of the state where there's an ice storm warning in effect. So let's go back to our triple box configuration. Again, we have John Olshoe over here. John is in the top box. He is live on Alabama 133 near Florence. Down below, those are our sky cams. You can see current conditions. Those are real time and live. And having that Skycam network and these folks in the field, this is giving us tremendous ability to show you what's happening here in addition to the radar. And remember, the radar is using an algorithm that's trying to determine what is freezing rain and maybe snow. And again, we're seeing blue here. I've really seen no snow reports from our state today. It's all been freezing rain and sleet. And I think that's basically what we have. The better chance of the snow north of here. Again, we've had some pretty decent snow falling in parts of Nashville this morning. Memphis, they've seen some really good snow rates. So again, if you're looking for snow, the advice is to head north. In fact, had some video from Interstate 65. In fact, let's take WEXO 5 real quick. This is Interstate 65 south of Franklin, Tennessee. Ryan, you've been on that road before, have you? And again, that's what it looks like just south of Nashville, south of Franklin, going south toward Alabama. And again, so if you're looking for snow, head up to Tennessee. And the better snow totals will be north of Interstate 40. North of Memphis, north of Nashville, up into Kentucky, where some folks there could see maybe 6, 7, 8 inches or more. Down this way in North Alabama, it's just a mess. So back to our triple box configuration. Again, we've got John Olshoe, who is live. And again, we'll go back to Kevin's shot here shortly. And down below the sky cams, and again, we've got temperatures that are in the 20s up here. In fact, again, Jackson County, Madison County, Morgan, Lawrence, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, down to Cullman in the 20s. Albertville sitting at 30. We checked our Skycam there earlier. They're sitting at 30 degrees. But again, the greatest concern here for the really, really bad travel is along and north of US 278. That's Hamilton to Cullman to really maybe north of Gadsden's above freezing. That's the good thing about Gadsden. They're in the mid-30s right now, so it's just a cold, miserable rain falling. The big problem's up in through here, and it's going to take a while to get these temperatures up. So again, Drew, a lot of people are just, I'm watching the questions, and I hate to keep, and by the way, for those that are watching this on a continuous basis, we're going to be a bit repetitive because with situations like this, people come and they go. We're being inundated with questions about what's to come. And let me just say one thing off the top of this. We don't do road conditions. We have no way of knowing future road conditions. We could guess at it, but that's not what we do. We do the atmosphere. We can tell you the weather. So we can't tell you specific routes and specific times. ALDOT has a really good mobile app you can download, the Alabama Department of Transportation, ALDOT, and you can go to their website, get that app, and they can give you traffic. Of course, the Google, Apple Maps, Waze, that's traffic in real time. But in the weather business, we just can't, we don't know future road conditions. But people are asking what's going to happen today, tonight, and tomorrow. So, Drew, I hate to ask you to do it, but if you could, give us an update on what's going to happen over the next 24 hours. This is a wild weekend here.
Yeah, that's for sure, James. One thing I just wanted to mention before I do that, I just got a couple of reports as far as talking about roads, at least what currently is happening with the roads. My buddy Zach Pierce, who's a meteorologist who lives in Hartsville, but he's got a report of that they shut down US 231 on Brindley Mountain in Morgan County due to ice. Seen some other reports of roads and overpasses icing over in Madison, and looks like Green Mountain Road closed in Huntsville. Bankhead Parkway closed. I believe I even saw that maybe that the main parkway through Huntsville, they might have started to shut down as well. So, but yeah, as far as what's going to be happening here for the next 24 hours, again, right now we're looking at, again, like James said, you've got blue showing up here, but we're really just seeing the freezing rain and sleet falling there in parts of Madison, Limestone, Lauderdale, Lawrence, into parts of Colbert County and parts of northern Morgan County as well. And then further towards the south, we're not seeing as much right now. We'll just go ahead and zoom back out just to kind of show you the current look before we look into the future here. So again, as you look further towards the southern part of the state, nothing really going on right now. You've got just a few showers there, just rain showers, starting to move into kind of the western part of the state there, into parts of Sumter and Greene counties. And again, we're seeing, the radar is showing some pink there, and I'm just looking back at the temperatures. So Tuscaloosa, and I'll show you the temperature here on the map, is sitting at 36 degrees. It's showing pink right here, but again, that's just going to be rain that's moving into Tuscaloosa County at that point. So let me just pull that up just so you can just see that real quick. So yeah, in between Tuscaloosa and Hamilton, yes, you end up getting to freezing eventually. So some of those echoes that are further towards the north would be eventually probably freezing rain and sleet. But at least down Tuscaloosa County, if you see that showing up on the radar, just know that right now you're above freezing. We expect it to stay that way. And obviously Birmingham's at 37. Gadsden still is at 36. But yeah, we're still hanging in the low to mid 20s there in the northern part of the state. But let's go ahead. We'll switch over and take a look at the future again here. And what I might do real quick is we looked at the Barron model earlier. I'm going to pull up the HRRR, and let's take a look at that real quick. Let's see. Oh, that's not it. Whoops, sorry about that. Get the 12Z in there. Okay, so we're looking at the HRRR run instead of the previous model we looked at, which is the Barron model. So again, looking at right now, you can see that, again, showing the possibility or showing the fact that you'll have freezing rain and some sleet there in the northern part of the state with temperatures in the 20s with some scattered showers further towards the south. As we move later on into the morning, continuing, and even as we get to around noon, continuing to show freezing rain in the northwestern part of the state. So still in Florence and the Shoals, down into towards Russellville, Red Bay, Cherokee, places like that. And then maybe not seeing as much precipitation falling up in parts of around Huntsville and Madison County and places over towards the South Morgan County, Marshall County, still showing fairly dry there. Not to say it couldn't have some there, but that showing most of the moisture being back off towards the northwest at that point, but still cold enough to produce freezing precipitation. Now, as we move into the afternoon here, we start to see that we warm up. Now, it's maybe keeping us cold enough in Florence and places right there in that far northwestern corner through 3 or 4 o'clock where you still could see some freezing rain there. But as you continue to move through the afternoon, you can see that we eventually go above freezing in Florence, and you basically can see all green there in Lauderdale County. Everything looks green, all rain in Huntsville, Coleman, Hamilton. And so we're pretty much free of the freezing rain potential in the state at that point. Now, this is also, as we move this a little bit further into this evening, this is the point in time where we were looking earlier that it was showing, or the previous model we're looking at, the Barron model, was showing potential of more icing in the eastern and northeastern part of the state. The HRRR really isn't buying that at this point. You do see some pink there in northwestern Georgia and then some of the mountains there near Chattanooga, but it's not really pulling that into Alabama. So it's showing that even at the higher elevations in Alabama, that it's staying warm enough to mainly stay as rain. Now, again, that's not a guarantee. I think probably the truth is somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't be surprised if in this time frame that you're seeing some back and forth changeover, some mix of both rain, freezing rain, maybe some sleet mixed in there as well. But generally, again, as you move further to the south, again, we're in the 40s. We're well above freezing and just seeing cold rain in central Alabama and then points to the south. I mean, you're going to have some heavy showers moving through tonight, it looks like, in South Alabama. So Greenville, Monroeville, Andalusia, Troy, we'll be seeing rounds of heavy showers moving through as we get into tonight with temperatures in the 50s and the 60s. Might even see a few rumbles of thunder tonight. But as we move on into overnight period into tomorrow morning, again, we still are staying warm enough in basically the entire state by early tomorrow morning that we're still all rain. So, at this point, it becomes a heavy rain situation basically in North Alabama. We do have the WPC's got the northern part of the state underneath and kind of the central part of the state in a marginal risk for for basically heavy rain or flooding rains potentially. So if we continue to train this heavy rain through the northern part of the state, we could see there could even be a few flash flooding issues potentially in some of those spots. So, but the good thing again would be in those areas that do see some freezing rain and right now that start to see issues, this should help to kind of wash that away and alleviate that and get above as we get above freezing. And then looking down towards the south, it's going to be in the 50s and the 60s early tomorrow morning. Then we'll kind of push this into the late morning and afternoon, and we'll just do it right around noon. Now it does show around noon in the HRRR model here that you start to change back over to some freezing rain here. And so, we'll be watching that, and then we're kind of expecting that to be a possibility. But as you look further to the south, temperatures are in the 60s and 70s. And again, this is where we would expect problems potentially for strong or severe thunderstorms. So that'll be when we'll be watching South Alabama with interest for the potential for, again, could see some straight line winds. There is the possibility of an isolated tornado or two, but not expecting a widespread issues with that, but something we'll certainly be watching. And then those continue to move through southeast Alabama. So basically, late morning tomorrow into early afternoon will be when we expect the main strong to severe thunderstorms in the southern and southeastern part of the state where there is a marginal risk right now. And then things begin to move out and you see much colder air moving in by Sunday night. And so, looking at Sunday night, of course, the precipitation has cleared out Sunday, 8 or 9 o'clock at night, but you see temperatures are getting down into the low 20s already in the northwestern corner of the state. We're getting to freezing already at Birmingham, Gadsden, Tuscaloosa. And so this would be that time frame where we start to worry a little bit about so much rain, so much liquid has fallen over the previous day that we could see some flash freezing. Now, the good thing would also be that obviously as this cold air mass moves in, you've got wind, you've got dry air moving in. That'll help to dry the roads to some extent. But there's certainly very possible, given how cold it's going to be getting, that you start to see some black ice forming. And so I think, and even trying to show a few additional flurries on, but that wouldn't actually do any real accumulation. But you can see getting down into, as we get into Monday morning, around the time that you'd be trying to go to work and go to school, we're down into the teens, maybe lower than that, 20s across basically the entire state. And again, this would be that time frame where we'd be a little worried about patchy ice, black ice on some of the roadways, especially bridges and things like that. And any place, if you've got places that typically have standing water after rain, those are the kind of places that you'll want to kind of think about that could have patches of ice. Also, shady areas as well tend to be the same kind of thing. So that's kind of what we're looking like here, James, just kind of taking another perspective, a slightly different perspective, but basically the story is the same looking at this model versus the other one we were looking at, James.
Yeah, great, thank you. That was a good summary of what's going to happen. Let's take the live stream full screen, Ryan. This is, I think, John Olshoe, his live stream up in Florence. John, at some point, was going to give us an effort to drive across the O'Neill Bridge. And Drew, you can confirm if I think that is John.
Yeah, this is John.
Right, that's John. We'll go back to Kevin's stream here in just a second. But John, if you by chance can hear us, tell us where you are.
Yeah, James, I am in downtown Florence. I came across the bridge and I'm going to go up here through downtown. You can see, the interesting thing here, James, is a lot of this has fallen as sleet and not freezing rain. And so you don't have as much on the wires, but you've got a lot of sleet down here on the road. So that's why everything looks so white.
How was the O'Neill Bridge,
we're going to
John?
see if we can navigate in. I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
How was the O'Neill Bridge when you came across that bridge?
Just like you see these roads, a lot of sleet, a lot of ice on them. I'm going to go back down there once I come through downtown.
Okay, and again, we're watching John's live stream from Florence, and let me just go through some of the road closures as we're watching this live. We'll leave that up full screen for just a second. First off, from Huntsville, police, they did this a little earlier this morning. They have closed all Memorial Parkway overpasses, northbound and southbound, because of icy conditions. The bridges are slick and dangerous. This is coming straight from the Huntsville Police Department. Concerning I-565, it is considered passable at this time. Crews are actively salting, but drive with extreme caution and reduce speed. Green Mountain Road is closed. Bankhead Parkway is closed. There is a weather-related incident on Brock Road in Gurley involving 2 commercial semi-trucks, one of which is overturned. And again, one resulted in significant damage to the bridge and an active diesel fuel leak. We've got hazmat crews on the scene there. The road obviously is shut down at this time. More reports. This is coming from Morgan County Sheriff. U.S. Highway 231 on Brindley Mountain is currently shut down. U.S. 231 shut down Brindley Mountain. Highway 31, Hartselle Mountain between Flint and Hartselle is extremely slick and dangerous. Interstate 65, northbound, south of Falkville, the right lane is closed. I-65 is just boogered up, all right? Let's just get real. I would not want to be on I-65 through Morgan or Limestone counties at all here. And again, from Morgan County Sheriff, they're telling us that many area roadways and bridges are slick due to the wintry mix that's in progress now. Temperatures in the 20s, and ice is a major problem there. So again, just obviously you know the deal. Let's go to WEX 05 real quick. Some bonehead plowed through a barricade. So Huntsville police, they barricaded Memorial Parkway, the parkway, and they've got barricades up. So some knucklehead thinks he's smarter than everybody else, and it doesn't apply to him, and this guy plows through the barricade, and obviously that's not going to end well for that guy. But please, if you see a barricade, don't plow through it. Don't drive around it. They're there for a reason. And again, all of the overpasses on the parkway in Huntsville, they are closed right now. That is coming from Huntsville police. And they're watching you like a hawk. They will seek you down, all right? So don't do that. So let's go back to the full screen to the, there we go. Yeah. Stay here, right here where we are. So we've got, again, John Olshu, who is live in Florence. We have our sky cams that you see right over here. This is coming from Hatton. That's in Lawrence County. And we're trying to get the sky cams down looking at roads. That's the sky cam at Montesano Mountain, 19 degrees. Nothing good's going to come out of a 19-degree morning with any precipitation falling. I will tell you, we have learned that the ice accretion process on roads is radically different at 19 degrees as opposed to 30 degrees. We all learned that in 2014. We had the great flash freeze of 2014 that most folks know as Snowmageddon. And that was a very light snow we had, but snow came down, the snow melted. It was 18 degrees, flash freeze. We missed it. Everybody left, stuck, stranded. Some people were stranded for 10 hours. The good thing about this day, number one, it's a Saturday. A lot of folks are just off school, no school today. That takes a lot of pressure off a day like this. And number two, it's been a well-forecast event. This has been forecast for days. This is not sneaking up on us, which can happen sometimes here. So again, all of the problems, again, are focused north of Interstate 20. And again, I stress, if you are in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, point south, you're good. The only issue you'll have to worry about is the chance of a few isolated tornadoes down here in South Alabama tomorrow. And again, we'll be back on the air tomorrow covering severe storms in South Alabama. But today it's the icing up here in the Tennessee Valley. And Drew, if Kevin's shot is up, I think we might flip over to Kevin for just a minute. We're going to kind of bounce back between John and Kevin. And Kevin Henderson, if you can hear me, tell us where you are. We've got your shot up now.
Hey, James. Yeah, I'm just east of Rogersville, maybe about 2 miles on 72.
All right, good, thank you. So if you're wondering what US 72 looks like, there you go. This is live in real time. And again, this is between Rogersville and Athens. And this is, it's just, it's not good. But Kevin, if you can, just kind of describe, looks like traffic is light. Have you seen any accidents? What's it like on the highway now?
I haven't seen any accidents. It's really slick. All this that you see, none of it is snow. This is all ice on the road.
Yeah.
So it's extremely slick.
Yeah, and that's the greatest concern. And again, you know, it's nice to have a nice winter storm, snowy day. It's so much fun. Ice storms are no fun. Just nothing good happens here. You walk outside, it's raining. It's in the 20s. Ice accumulates on roads and bridges and exposed surfaces, trees. Trees can get heavy. Trees can come down. Power lines can come down. Before you know it, you have no power. You can't make a snowman because there's no snow. These are just no good. Over the years, we've had some really rough ice storms, 94, 96. For me, the biggest ice storm I've worked in my career was 1982, and that was catastrophic. We had at one point nearly 1 million people with no power in the state, and some people had no power for over 2 weeks. This is not in that league, but it's still very, 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 very impactful in terms of travel, potential for power outages. And again, the good news, I'm watching the power outages, and we only have 46 out in the whole state. We're good. And if we can maintain that, that's a good thing. And let me just say in advance, we really need to give a shout out to these linemen. They are lined up and ready to go if we do have power outages. Those with Alabama Power, those with the TVA, those with the co-ops, they're very critical, as you know, and they work under very challenging conditions, and we're so thankful for their service and their willingness to serve and their being on standby today. But again, if you're watching us, we're at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock. The one cool thing about this, Drew, no more top of the hour IDs. You know, for years, you look at the top of the hour FCC rules, this is blah, 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 blah. We don't have to do that here. You're just watching the Alabama Weather Network. All right. We're digital. We're not over the air, but we thank you. And listen, remember, we have apps for your television. If you're watching on your phone, maybe on Facebook Live, you can watch us on X, Facebook, all this stuff. We're live on all the socials. But to have a good experience, we just watch us on the big screen TV that you've got. Just get the app. It's like watching Netflix or Hulu, same thing. Just download the app, Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, all those platforms, and you can just watch us. It's a one-button press, and it comes up. No rigmarole. It's very easy. And again, we've got Kevin Henderson, who is on US 72, driving in the direction of I-65. We're going to position Kevin around I-65 and US 72 at Athens, just to see what I-65 looks like. And again, I-65 is a mess. We've got John Olshoe, who is in Florence, again, in the core where the heavier precipitation will be falling. And we've got the sky cams, of course, that you're watching that are scrolling or that are rotating through that box down here, the lower box that you see here. So we want to give you a visual presentation of what's happening with the weather, so you can not have to worry about what does it look like. We'll show you with our folks out in the field. And again, we're thankful for John and Kevin. So Drew, you're focusing in on Limestone County, I see. What you got over there?
Yeah, James, just talking about since we had Kevin out there driving along 72, just figured we'd kind of just go through and just talk about, where we've got the sleet and freezing rain falling right now, just looking at the radar. So again, this is obviously a corridor we're seeing a lot of it right now. So along the 72 corridor, extending from, even downtown Huntsville, maybe still seeing some light freezing rain right now as well. But as you move into kind of the southern part of Madison County and back over towards Jackson County, over towards Marshall County, you're not really seeing as much right now. But yeah, 72 basically from western Madison County, near Capshaw, near kind of northern parts of Madison, heading over towards Athens, and then over towards Coxey, Rogersville, Elgin, Killen, and back over towards Florence, continuing all the way over into further parts of Lauderdale County. And then, that corridor basically is seeing just heavy freezing rain and sleet at this point, or at least moderate, I would say. But also you can see some of the other roads in the area here. You've got, in addition, again, you've got 65. We talked about Kevin's on the way there right now. So we had quite a bit of reports of issues along 65 and parts of especially Limestone and also Morgan counties as well. Did hear, and although you're not seeing active precipitation falling on the radar right now, sometimes you can't always pick it up. Just to be clear on that, there may be times where it's actually falling in winter situations. The returns may be too light to actually see it, or the radar beam may be overshooting it in some cases too. But again, we had reports of basically Memorial Parkway, it's closed, and then we had reports of issues going up 231 up onto Brindley Mountain there as well. And so we're seeing all of that, and we're seeing more precipitation in the area. Again, Decatur, Priceville, seeing the sleet and freezing rain falling at this point as well. Moulton, seeing it a little bit lighter, it looks like, over towards Russellville over towards Franklin counties. Phil Campbell, you might be getting some light returns to this point. We'll go ahead and kind of put it into motion here. So yeah, it looks like Russellville kind of had a little bit heavier freezing rain and sleet earlier and has since kind of moved off towards the east. Now here just in the last scan, and again, this is just kind of how this goes with the radar. It all of a sudden shows everything as snow up here. Again, we won't really go with that until we start to see actual ground truth of snow and seeing some reports of any sort of snow. But that we're really not expecting that. What's happening here is you've got this really cold air at the surface, and then you've got some warmer air above it. In fact, I might even show you a quick graphic on that real quick, just as I'm talking about it. So let's see here. Yeah, let's pull this up real quick. Just while I'm talking about it. So what's happening here in that northern and northwestern part of the state is we're seeing sleet and freezing rain. If it was all snow, you would have a large column of the cold air basically all the way through the atmosphere. So it's cold, it's below freezing at the surface, and it's cold above the surface as well, enough so that the snow makes it all the way down. And again, we really haven't seen reports of that, at least so far today. But what we have been seeing is a lot of the freezing rain and sleet. And so you can see here what happens. You get what you hear referred to as a warm nose. You have some warmer air above freezing above the surface. Now at the surface it's still below freezing, but you've got this warm layer. Now with freezing rain, the warm layer is usually maybe a little bit warmer and a little bit larger. And so you end up with the snow melting even more so that there's really nothing left but liquid. And then it doesn't freeze again until it hits the ground or hits trees or whatever object on the surface is when it freezes. Now with sleet, you have a little bit of a shallower layer of warm air, might not be quite as warm either. And so the snow melts, but maybe not all the way, so that there's still a little piece of ice, tiny little microscopic piece of ice in the middle of that liquid as it's coming down. And then as it hits that colder layer of air below, which might be a little bit deeper in some cases too, it refreezes into like a pellet basically before it hits the ground, and that's how you get that. So that's, this situation here, freezing rain and sleet is what we're seeing. And if you were to look at a profile of the atmosphere, which is what we do a lot of times when we're doing these forecasts, you would see that little warm nose of warmer air that's above the surface that's warmer than it is actually at the ground. So it's cool to see that. And of course, what we're expecting for most of the state is what you see here. It might be snowing up several thousand feet up off the ground, but you've got warm air all the way down to the surface that's warmer than freezing. And so all of the snow melts completely into rain, and it just is normal rain, even though it may be snowing up at the upper level. So it's just kind of a little look at kind of what's happening out there, James.
All right, thank you, Drew. It's 9:08, and we are live on the Alabama Weather Network. And tell you what, Drew, I'm going to let you flip over to Old Shoe, and John's going to go over the Singing River Bridge. That's 157. All right, so now this is John. And I just want to, we want to show you what it's like crossing one of the Tennessee River bridges up in the Florence Shoals area. And obviously it's not good. We strongly advise against any type of travel. And we've got so many different reports coming in from the various EMAs and the sheriffs, and it's almost getting a little overwhelming here, but we've got so many accidents up here. Crashes that have occurred, and you don't want to be in one of those. You do not want to be in one of those. And so the object of the game is just to stay, and I promise that we will let you know what's going on here. You can just watch us. That'll make it much easier. And again, this is John Oldshoe's live stream. We're going to get John crossing the Singing River Bridge in Florence. And we'll go back to Kevin's live video here just a little bit. We're going to wait on John to cross the bridge here, and we'll see what that looks like. Temperatures are in the low 20s. We've not seen much of a rise, and of course, one of the big questions is, when will we get above the freezing mark? And that's a tough call. Models often don't handle shallow layers of cold air very well. They don't. And again, some of the good high-resolution models we have in the shop here, they're showing mid-30s in Florence as early as mid to late afternoon. Could be later than that. But as long as you're in the 20s and you got that mess falling, it's not going to get any better. It's only going to deteriorate. And obviously some traffic is getting through. The bridge is open for traffic. And again, we stress in Huntsville, all of the Memorial Parkway bridges are closed. Huntsville Police, they've closed them. U.S. Highway 231, Brindley Mountain in Morgan County, closed. And again, if you see the barricades up, that means the road is closed. And if you get into an accident, you got a problem because there's a good chance your insurance company won't help you driving on a closed highway like that or getting around a barricade. So again, this is one of those long Tennessee River bridges. This is the Singing River Bridge. That's Alabama 157, which is kind of one of the easternmost bridges that you've got. And again, that's all ice. And through the last several hours, it has been mostly sleet and freezing rain. Where you see all the white down there, that's from the sleet. With freezing rain, it's often just clear, and that's why it's often called black ice. You just can't see it. And that's why that's especially dangerous. But again, with all the sleet down like that, you can clearly see that that is a very icy situation. Oshu, can you hear us by chance? Let's see if John's got his mic turned on here.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. 5x9. What you got? Talk to us.
Great. Yeah, this is continues to get ice. It's 23 on my car thermometer. We're across the bridge now. I'm going to go up here, turn, go down, and come back across the O'Neill Bridge so we can see what's happening there. I see an Army vehicle up ahead of us. I've also seen a couple of snowplows. So they are out trying to keep this open.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of snowplows in Alabama, but we've got a few. And I will say that Governor Kay Ivey did activate some National Guard troops yesterday to come in and assist. So the National Guard is involved in working this winter storm today. And of course, they are obviously of great assistance because sometimes, quite frankly, with so many pileups and issues, it overwhelms the local law enforcement agencies, making it hard for them to do their job. And having the National Guard available is certainly a good thing. And again, the governor also declared a state of emergency for the Tennessee Valley for this, which is more of a logistical thing. It enables certain things to kick in where folks can get some help. But again, we're watching John's live stream, and again, John is going to come back and cross the O'Neill Bridge here, which of course is that's the scenic bridge that most people are familiar with coming from Florence back over to Tuscumbia. And again, we're watching also the sky cams rotating through down here. You can see Huntsville at 19 degrees. It has not warmed up a degree as of 9:13. We should celebrate when we get up above freezing today. That doesn't mean the ice just goes away. We all know that, but it certainly is good. Check that out. That's Nakalula Falls. We have a new sky cam, and again, they're at 35. Gadsden, Etowah County are above freezing, but that camera is amazing. And Russellville, 20. Franklin County, 20 degrees. So again, we've got temperatures that cold down into Franklin County as well. And again, the winter weather advisory is for the northern third of the state. That's our section camera that you see there, 27 degrees. That's at Wethington Park, that beautiful view that overlooks the Tennessee River. So Jackson County is below freezing. Many issues reported there. And again, we've got John, and we'll go back to Kevin here shortly. I want to watch John until he crosses the O'Neill Bridge. That's the one everybody is really familiar with. And we'll see what that looks like. But John, so far, if you can hear me, looks like have you seen any crashes there in Florence this morning?
I have not. There are a lot of folks out, and as you can see, all the traffic in the lane next to me coming up the road here. So surprisingly, well, I think what happened here, James, is a lot of this fell as sleet and stayed frozen, and it actually provides a little bit of traction. I'm not saying get out here and drive, but it is not on the trees. It didn't come down as rain. It came down as frozen sleet.
And that's a very good thing. We talk about it a lot. People, they hear the little ice pellets bouncing off the back deck and on their roof. That's really a good thing, like John talked about. The worst precipitation, it's liquid, freezing rain. You walk out, it's raining, it's 20 degrees. That's an ice storm. Sleet, that's much better. Again, you can have obviously slick roads and accidents with sleet, but it is better, and it can give a little traction. We still don't advise driving, but I do think John made a very good point there in the fact that we had a period of sleet earlier today, but I'm afraid looking at the thermal profiles, the modeling, what we're going to see really for the next few hours is going to be mainly freezing rain. And if the precipitation rates increase, again, that could be enough to get some trees down. Trees, especially these pine trees we have in the state, become so heavy. And with all the pine needles, they're basically like ice collectors, and they can come down quickly and come down on power lines, and before you know it, your power is out. And again, we're going to stick with John here for just a little bit while he is on the road. What's interesting, at this time tomorrow morning, we could be on the air working a tornado situation in South Alabama. You talk about a crazy weekend of weather, but it happens. This is not the first time we've had situations like this. But and again, we'll go to WEXO 5, not now, but here in just a few minutes. And a lot of the images coming in north of Florence. I'm seeing some images up around Wilson School. I mean, 43, you can't even see the road. It's nasty. Some of the icing north of Florence up toward Lexington, the northern part of Lauderdale County, it's just not good. And of course, it's not good there either. And again, that's right in Florence. But again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send in the images to us. We can't show them all, but we see them all. And it gives us in real time a really good look at what's happening. And we are so thankful for that. Again, clearly we've got some pretty significant ice accumulation all across that northwestern part of the state. Understand the ice storm warning is in effect for just 3 counties in the state. That's Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin. That's where the ice accumulation could be very significant, enough to create very meaningful power outages. For the rest of the Tennessee Valley, it's a winter weather advisory for bridge icing, which is what we have in Huntsville and Decatur and places like that. And so far, most of the travel issues have been kind of along and north of US 278. Once you get south of Cullman, south of Hamilton, we've just heard of no big problems there. The big issues are north of Cullman, north of Haleyville, north of Hamilton, up into the Tennessee Valley. And again, we are watching this live all together, and that's one of the goals of what we do here. It's to provide live images for you. We have the Region Skycam network, and we got the spotters and the chasers out in the field. And social science studies have taught us this for years, that people are wanting to see the weather in order for them to take the right action to protect their family or to keep their family safe. And that's our goal. It's to be able to show you the weather, not only during ice events like this, but during severe thunderstorm, tornado, flood events, tropical events, all of the high impact events we have here. And again, one of the concerns we have too, if you're farther south of this ice zone today, it's for Monday morning. And Drew's talked about that earlier. We're concerned about the possibility of black ice forming on roads. We could see rain amounts in the 2-inch range here. I mean, like Drew said, we might have some flash flood warnings tomorrow morning. And when you get 2 inches of rain, it just doesn't go away. It just doesn't. It's going to take a while to evaporate that. And with temperatures coming down so quickly tomorrow evening, we could easily see the flash freeze or black ice type conditions. And that could create some issues Monday morning. And some school systems have already made the decision to delay their opening or to be closed on Monday. And of course, the nice thing about the communication now, your school system, of course, gives you that direct text message, and you'll get that from your school officials about what they're going to do about school on Monday. But again, that's for the entire northern half of the state. And again, the encouraging thing, I think, Drew, people have listened to this. They know this coming. This is not a surprise. And accordingly, you don't see a lot of traffic out there. And I think that's keeping us out of trouble.
Yeah, no, I think obviously we've been talking about this for I guess it's been almost a week. I mean, I think it was, what was it, Sunday of last weekend, maybe the models really started to lock onto that. Of course, we were just in the middle of trying to get through, just seeing the southeastern counties getting some snow down there. But it is, but yeah, there was lots of warning on this and lots of talk about it the entire week. And so, yeah, I think everybody had a good feel for what to expect. And, of course, there was fluctuations in
I don't mean to interrupt, Drew, but that's the O'Neill Bridge.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yep.
I thought we'll just kind of focus on John. John, you're on it, so tell us what you got.
Yeah, it's icy, James. It has got at least a half inch of sleet and frozen ice on it. I saw a snowplow just a few minutes ago, so they're trying to keep everything open. I just saw somebody fishtail up there. Those guys with the lights. So yeah, it is just a kind of a mess, but it is still open.
All right, and again, that truck, I saw that fishtail move, and again, you tap on your brakes one time, and you're going to be in a spin. But at the moment, that is a live look at the O'Neill Bridge in Florence, 9:21 on Saturday morning, and thankfully there's hardly any traffic there. But that's basically just a slab of ice that John is driving on. You would not want to be on that bridge. And earlier, AlDOT sent out a message indicating they had multiple crashes on the Tennessee River Bridge on I-65, which probably looks just like that to the east of there. But again, we wanted to be able to show you that O'Neill Bridge in real time. So what we're going to do now, Ryan, let's go back to a double box, and we're going to flip that over and go to Kevin's stream if we can, Drew, and get his stream up. And Kevin Henderson is working US 72. So Kevin, you are now up, and your road looks a lot better than John's road. Tell us what you got there.
Yeah, the accumulation is a lot less in this area. And it's kind of interesting. Like, this stretch of road has nothing, but then there's a line right up here that is covered. It's I'll have to revert to you on that one, James.
Yeah, it's all a matter of soil temps. That's the key there. When you've got a warm ground, it takes a while for the ice accretion to kick in. But again, for those that are wondering about Kevin's position, he is between Rogersville and Athens. He's approaching Athens on US 72. And Kevin, I assume you're headed over toward I-65. Is that right?
Yeah, we're just maybe a mile from I-65 or less.
Okay. And so once we get Kevin over to I-65, we might be able to get a look at perhaps what's happening around the Buc-ee's exit there. We've had reports of jackknife 18-wheelers. We've had reports of major issues on the Tennessee River Bridge. And let me just pass along one note, too. This is from one of our viewers. If you're in the Madison area, and if you think you need to get out, rethink. Quoting the note here, Highway 72 is terrible. Had to make a quick Walmart run, and vehicles, trucks included, had gone off the road and were fishtailing all around us. And again, that's in Madison, which is just west of Huntsville in Madison County. And again, that's just one example of some of the reports that we are seeing here. And again, we're watching US 72 in Athens, Limestone County. Kevin Henderson, John Olshew, our folks out in the field today. And again, we've got the easiest job in the house, and that we're in the house here in a safe, dry studio. We thank John and Kevin for being out in this. So let's go back to a triple box real quick, Ryan. So if you let's kind of do a reset here. It's 9:24. I'm James Spann, and this is the Alabama Weather Network, and we are in live mode here. We're going to be live throughout the day today, as long as temperatures are below freezing. The question is, how long will that be? We don't really know. It could be late afternoon, maybe sometime tonight. And again, the concern is up here in the northern quarter of the state, where we got the icing problems. The Shoals, Athens, Decatur, Huntsville, Scottsboro. This is where we have all of this bridge icing, and the blacktop roads are all ice in the northwestern corner of the state. There's an ice storm warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties, these three northwestern counties here. a winter weather advisory for the rest of North Alabama. This will not impact Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, or Anniston. And quite frankly, Gadsden's looking pretty good. Gadsden's above freezing, and I think Gadsden's okay today. So again, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, South, just rain today, periods of rain, and a soaking rain comes in here tonight and tomorrow morning. And tomorrow there might be a few severe thunderstorms down here in South Alabama with a chance of a few isolated brief tornadoes. How's that for a wild weekend of weather? And after it's all over, some spots could wind up with 2 inches of rain, and as temperatures drop like a rock tomorrow night, there could be some black ice problems and flash freeze problems over the entire northern half of the state for Monday morning. So that's a quick synopsis. We'll get Drew to go into more depth here in just a little bit. But again, just to get your bearings straight here, this is Kevin Henderson, who is live on US 72 in Athens. He's approaching I-65. Down below that, that's a rotating view of our live Skycam network. And for most of them, they've got real-time observations. You can see temperature, dew point, wind. Some of the cameras are coming from Bob Barron's Barron Institute, for example, that Skycam in Fort Payne. But again, those are simply to give you some different views where the winter weather advisory is in effect. We know that you want to seek confirmation. You want to look out the window and see if you hear things happening, and we hope to be able to provide that confirmation for you, and that you don't need to be on the roads if you're up here in the Tennessee Valley. And again, the radar sometimes has a hard time with this algorithm. You see a lot of blue here. Drew, what you got?
Well, I was going to mention related to that, actually, my friend meteorologist Zach Pierce noticed that the Haleyville observation was actually had a false report of light snow, and so that's why it has switched over to snow in the algorithm here in the last 30 or so minutes. So if that and that's again, that's how a lot of it are derived. There is some model data that goes into it, but also a lot of it's just the actual reports from the ground, from the reporting stations. So hopefully if that corrects itself sometime soon, it'll help our radar look a little bit more like it should, because we're definitely not seeing any snow that we've heard of so far, James.
Yeah, if you're looking for snow, this is not the place to be. And what the algorithm does here, it looks at those surface observations, and if by chance there's an erroneous report of snow like at Haleyville, it kicks in and affects what you see here. It's all sleet and freezing rain. Sleet, little ice pellets. It bounces off the ground. Freezing rain, it's liquid. You walk outside, you get wet, but it's below 32, and that's all we have here. If you're looking for snow, head north, especially north of Interstate 40. Nashville's got snow now. We've got snow at Memphis, but again, this is not an Alabama snowstorm. This is an Alabama ice event, which is just not fun. You can't make a snowman. Your power can go out. Travel is horrible. It's just not good. Again, there's Florence, 20 degrees coming from the campus of the University of North Alabama. You see in the lower box down here. Again, that's real time, and the roads look horrible. And again, we watched John Olshoe drive over the O'Neill Bridge a few minutes ago live, and it looks bad. We saw one guy fishtailing on the bridge, but again, conditions look a little better in Limestone County. Again, we've got Kevin Henderson, who is in Limestone County near Athens, and the road conditions, they're still troublesome, but they're not as severe as what you're seeing over in the Shoals. And that's the reason we have an ice storm warning for the Shoals and a winter weather advisory from Limestone and Madison counties. But again, roads are obviously not good anywhere across the Tennessee Valley today. And the last thing you want to do is to just, law enforcement struggling to keep up. I'll tell you, on a day like today, they get so many wreck calls, accident calls. It can be a real problem for them when they're trying to get other things done that are critical. And it's just, you don't want to have your weekend ruined by getting involved in an accident, especially, of course, if somebody's hurt. So 9:29 on Saturday morning. And I tell you what, we're going to go through some of your photos and images. Let me pull up some here, and we'll take a look at it all together. Now let's go to WEX 05. This is Wilson School, north of Florence. That's US 43. I mean, where's the road? I mean, you can't even see where the road starts. And again, that's sleet. That's not snow, that is sleet, ice pellets. But as John Olshoe told us earlier, I think he's right. It's a good thing. You want more sleet than freezing rain, because with sleet, that's not going to accumulate on trees, and that's not going to lead to an ice storm. Sure, it makes for horribly icy roads. The roads are horrible. But the more sleet you have involved in this, the better off you'll be. But again, it's still a wintry mix. But again, that's Wilson School. Been there many times. Love seeing the kids there. North of Florence, but not that far. This is Lexington. Did a men's retreat up at Lexington Methodist Church not that long ago. Love visiting that community in the far eastern part of Lauderdale County. And obviously, roads are very icy there. I don't think they care. I honestly don't think these cows really care sometimes. They just kind of give you that deer in the headlights look when it's snowing. Again, that's an example of what the roads are looking like over the Tennessee Valley. And again, you've got some traffic out there. And by the way, some kids are having fun. You got to make it. There's no snow to make a snow angel, but we can confirm that, make a snow angel in the sleet, okay? That's the best you can do with sleet. But hey, that's not bad. We'll take that. That is a sleet angel, if you will. Again, more views of roads up in Lauderdale County, northwest Alabama. These are some drone shots from around Muscle Shoals. And again, with freezing rain, sleet, it's just not that pretty. The roads are basically covered in sleet. You can see that they're white. And that's from the sleet. When you got freezing rain, you don't see anything. That's why it's very misleading, and we call it black ice. But again, those are some great drone shots coming in from the shoals earlier this morning. There's a pretty good shot of that parking lot. And again, that's just all ice, freezing rain, and sleet. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send these images in. That's that knucklehead that drove through a barricade on the Parkway in Huntsville, which is no good. And by the way, that never ends well, okay? It never ends well. Our advice is not to do that. That was a vehicle up in Cullman County around Battleground. And again, that's just an icy mess. But again, thanks to everybody for these images. But let's go back to the triple box at 9:32. Let's see. Kevin, looks like...
That's John.
Oh, this is John. Okay, John, tell us where you are.
James, I'm coming through downtown Florence. I think I'm pointed at UNA. Let's go see what's up here.
Okay, yeah, you're just a couple of blocks away
across, yeah,
from the campus of the University of North Alabama.
So we're going to go up here and take a look, and then I'll turn around and come back down and walk through downtown.
Okay, again, this is live in Florence. Had a chance to speak on the campus of the University of North Alabama back in the fall of last year. Had a marvelous time. What a great day that was. We spoke before one of the football games on campus, and love visiting the UNA campus. It is just a beautiful campus. It was such a great experience, and love being there. And John is obviously coming into the campus of UNA. A lot of you watching maybe have students, sons or daughters that are students at the UNA campus. You're asking, what's it like? Well, we'll show you. There you go. You're looking at it live. And I think everybody seems to be hunkered down. I wonder where'd that term come from, Drew? Hunkered down. I've used that all my life, and I really don't know where that came from.
I don't really know. Is hunker in the dictionary? I mean,
we'll work on that next week. It's like, listen, all of us. My first major in college was electrical engineering. Okay, and then we all finished in meteorology. We do physical science. We're not vocabulary people, or at least I'm not. I am from Butler County, Alabama, and sometimes I use words all my life, and it dawns on me, you don't even know what that really means. So anyway, this is a live look around the campus of the University of North Alabama in Florence. They are under an ice storm warning this morning, and they will be throughout the day today. It's only about 20 degrees. I've been watching the observations up there, and again, you can actually see in that box our sky cams, and we do have a sky cam that overlooks the UNA campus. And again, from time to time, you'll see that. Now, John's going to, I worry about it when John gets out. He's going to get out. We know this is when it gets good, okay? This is when it gets really good. They should, yeah.
I'm going to go see if the Lions over here.
Hopefully they've got him put up something.
Yeah, we don't believe the lion is roaming the streets on an ice storm day, but so again, it looks like, John, everybody is just off the streets and off campus. It looks pretty quiet up there.
Yeah, it is. I got one guy over here. He's cleaning the walk.
Well, there you go. Let's take John's camera full, Ryan.
Go see what this is about.
Yeah, what you got there? We had a tour of Dothan, by the way, in
All
the
right,
snow,
there's the
last week.
right. Yeah, so for people that don't know, the mascot is a lion, and they had a pretty famous lion named Leo, but it passed away a couple of years ago. You can see the lion clubs playing there. And so here is the other the enclosure for the lion. I don't know if they've replaced Leo yet or not. So let's go find out.
Only on the Alabama Weather Network do you get content like this. Not on, channel 48 or 31 or 6 or 13. Only here do you get this stuff. All right, this is the good stuff. On an ice storm day.
Right, so we're walking up here. This is, it's a great shot, a great kind of trip if you can. They've got this enclosure, beautiful enclosure that they have for the live lion, and so sometimes they come out in the cold weather. You know what though? They've taken down all of the gate that used to be here, so I guess there's not a lion, or he's about to come out and get me. But yeah, there used to be a big gate all the way around this, and this is where the lion lived.
Wow. All right. Well, there you go.
So, anyway.
That would probably be better video than the ice storm
if
that lion would have come out of there.
All right, we're going back to the car now. We'll go to downtown.
Okay. All right, so we'll take John down quickly and flip it back over to Kevin, who's going to be in Athens. So we'll go back to a single box on the side, Drew, and if we can flip over to Kevin Henderson's live video, we'll do that. All right, Kevin, tell us where you are and what you got. Go.
We're in Athens here at I-65 and 72, right here at the bridge. I-65 looks pretty good. I'm sure there's some slick spots on it, but it looks a lot better than 72.
And by the way, Kevin, while we're,
Trev.
and again, that's a live look at Interstate 65 at Athens. This is very helpful. This is tremendous. That's live drone video. You're 2 miles from the Buc-ee's exit. And we've had reports of some 18-wheelers that are hydroplaned, and but that, Kevin, that doesn't look that bad at this point.
No, it looks pretty good. People are moving slow.
All right. And by the way, Drew, I knew right away we'd get 20 message about this. Hunker down comes from the Scottish verb hunker, meaning to squat on one's heels, likely from roots like for squatting, with the phrase gaining popularity in the United States in the early 20th century to mean taking shelter or preparing for something difficult, often associated with storms or intense focus. Once again, you'll learn a lot on this network. Now, is that US 72 we're seeing, Kevin, the US 72 overpass?
Yeah, that's the 72 overpass, correct.
All right. And obviously it's icy, but again, this is why we love our folks out here with drones, because you can see in real time what's happening. We're not relying on secondhand or third-hand reports, and traffic is moving. Interstate 65 is open. It's not closed. We've had accidents. We do know that from ALDOT and law enforcement, but at this point, traffic is moving along. And remember, Limestone County is not in the winter storm, or I'm sorry, the ice storm warning. Limestone County is in the winter weather advisory, which is kind of a lower level advisory. The higher ice accumulations are expected to be around the shoals, the northwestern corner of the state. But again, this is a live look by drone at US 72 and I-65 in Athens, Limestone County, extreme North Alabama, not too far from the Tennessee state line. Traffic very limited, which is a good thing. I think if we had a typical traffic flow on Saturday, that's when we could see some big problems. But I think people have heard the messages. They've decided to stay home today. And accordingly, with the lighter traffic, things are looking good. And people, of course, are getting on I-65. Those folks are headed on I-65 South. Looks like the shoppers have pretty much stayed home for the day. And if we can maintain it like this, we'll be okay. The road conditions are obviously much more severe in Lauderdale and Colbert, well to the west of there. But that's a good look at I-65 right there. And again,
let's see if we can look down 72, the opposite direction.
Okay.
Looking west. Hey, Kevin, just a quick question, just trying to confirm the radar. Are you actively getting some freezing rain or sleet right now? It's kind of hard to tell just looking at the camera if it's
very minimal.
okay. Is it, if you look at the radar, it looks like you got plenty of it there, but just looking at your view here, it didn't look like it's falling heavily.
No, just barely a mist.
Because the temperatures are still, in the mid-20s there, so anything that does fall, even if it's minimal, helps to continue to kind of accrete. But yeah, it definitely looks like it's not falling fast enough to, so you've got some of those grooves that have started to kind of form in the roadways where people are kind of following along there, and I guess that's allowing them to get through without too much trouble so far, at least in this area.
All right, so it's 9:41, and again, we're watching live drone video coming from US 72 and I-65 in Limestone County at Athens. And again, we are so thankful for these resources. I've been doing this 47 years. I've never had this many people and resources like we have now. The Region Skycam network. We have the drones up in the field, thanks to Kevin and John today. It is incredible what we can do during high-impact events like this. And just wait until we have tornadoes flying. We'll be able to cover them like never before, from top to bottom. This network handles all 67 Alabama counties. Doesn't matter where you live. We're here. And that's the reason we're here today, and we'll stay here as long as temperatures are below the freezing mark. And again, we've got light precipitation falling over Limestone County. This is very light freezing rain, maybe a few ice pellets mixed in. I-65 is moving, okay. It is moving okay at that point. But again, earlier we did have a report from MalDOT that there was a crash on the Tennessee River Bridge on I-65 that resulted in a partial closure. We've not heard if it's been reopened or what the status is. In fact, I'll kind of check the real-time traffic and see what that looks like on 65. And oh, really? Okay. Yeah, let's take that full screen, Ryan. Take the drone video. Yeah.
We'll drive down there and check it out.
Okay. Yeah, that's
that looks like that's the Buc-ee's exit right there. I think, isn't it?
That is Buc-ee's. Yep. That's the Buc-ee's exit, and boy, those drones. Understand, that's a long way away from where that drone is flying. It's incredible what these things can do. Wow. So again. I'm looking at the real-time traffic along I-65, and I'm not seeing any place where it's totally stopped or shut down. The traffic is moving all across the Tennessee Valley through Limestone and Morgan counties. And once you get down to Cullman County, it looks just fine. It's green as could be. We see no issues in Cullman County along I-65. It starts to slow down in Morgan County, and again, it's very slow, but moving fine, like you see here in Limestone County. I-65 does not look good in Madison County. Again, we've had many reports of crashes and spinouts on I-565 in Madison. Memorial Parkway, the bridges are shut down in Huntsville. Many roads are shut down in Huntsville, especially over the mountains. I'm seeing so many big old minus arrows here on the real-time maps that I'm just saying Huntsville's not looking good for driving. But again, that's Kevin Henderson with the live look at what could be an accident there at the Buc-ee's exit on I-65 in Limestone County at Athens here at 9:44 this morning. Temperatures are in the 20s, where we got light freezing precipitation falling. The one good thing we've had is that we've had several days with highs in the 40s and 50s. For the classic, really, really severe ice storms, they typically happen after a period of single-digit cold. And that's obviously not the case. The infrastructure is relatively warm, but still, having said that, it's still messy. I don't want to take away from any of the impacts we have up here. Many crashes and spinouts in Madison, Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert counties, Morgan counties had issues. Again, US 231 is shut down over Brindley Mountain. In Huntsville, the Parkway is closed, all the overpasses, and of course, through Huntsville, the Parkway is mostly overpasses. So again, very messy, and it's a situation that if you're home, be thankful for that. Let me just kind of read off a report from Lauderdale County EMA. All roads in Lauderdale County are ice covered. Travel should be limited. Use extreme caution on all area roadways. Temperatures around 20 degrees. The road departments are working hard to keep the roads clear. Again, temperatures should slowly rise with time, but again, that's the update from Lauderdale County EMA. Go down here and check the Morgan County Sheriff. Again, US 231 is still shut down on Brindley Mountain. US 31, Hartselle Mountain between Flint and Hartselle, extremely slick. I-65 northbound south of Falkville, the right lane is closed. From Madison County Sheriff, Gurley, US 72 is not in good shape. Again, I-565 passable, considered passable in Huntsville, Madison County. Crews are actively salting, but drive with extreme caution, reduce speed. Green Mountain Road closed. Bankhead Parkway closed. Again, Memorial Parkway overpasses are closed because of icy conditions. That's coming from Huntsville Police. And again, we certainly thank law enforcement for all of their work this morning. All right, let's change it. We have a change here. So here's an update. I-565 is now closed. I-565 through Madison County, eastbound and westbound, closed. Oakwood Road, closed. Greenbrier Road, closed. Capshaw Road, closed. Wall Triana Highway, closed. Green Mountain Road, closed. Memorial Parkway overpass is closed. Chapman Mountain, US 72, just past Moores Mill Road, closed. So again, what knucklehead's going fishing? Who is this guy? This guy's going fishing in a stinking ice storm. Kevin, it's not you, is it?
Nope.
Wow.
I've lost track of I wonder which direction he's going. Maybe he's at least going south. Maybe he just finds some good fishing down there.
Well, maybe he's going to go ice fishing. Who knows? I mean, but it's Saturday, and I guess whatever turns you crank, that's great. Wow. And again, this is a live look, by the way, at I-65 with Kevin Henderson's drone shot coming from Limestone County. But again, just to re-emphasize what I just passed along here to be sure that you got that, this was the latest update coming from Huntsville Police. We've got I-565 eastbound and westbound closed. We've got Oakwood Road closed. Greenbrier Road closed. Capshaw Road closed. Wall Triana Highway closed. Bankhead Parkway closed. US 72 Chapman Mountain closed. Memorial Parkway, the overpasses are closed. And so that's and I would imagine there might be more. Those were updates issued within the hour from Huntsville Police. And so just best thing to do is just stay home and watch us. We promise we'll keep you up to date. What'd you say, Kevin? I'm sorry.
We're going to swap cameras if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go to John Olshoe. So we're going to swap over to Olshoe for just a minute, and then we'll come back to Kevin. We've got John in Florence, and we've got Kevin in Athens with our folks. And again, the sky cams you see here in that lower box, those are just constantly rotating. Those are real-time views across the Tennessee Valley where icing is in progress. And the most severe icing is in the Shoals area. Obviously, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, that's the ice storm warning. All right. But now we've got John shot up. John, if you can hear us, tell us where you are. What you got?
think I don't know if he's currently in there, James. I know he's mentioned he's going to try to get his drone up here pretty soon, so he might be working on that. I don't know
He's in
if
there getting a sausage biscuit. Let's
Or,
get.
I mean,
We know what the guy's doing. Or maybe a bacon biscuit. Bacon is the candy of meats, by the way. That would be a better choice.
you may be right.
And listen, these guys they've been up pretty much all night with not much sleep. They got up very early as this initiated early this morning. And we are very thankful for their service. And again, we're going to be here with you throughout the day today. We're going to stay with this throughout the day as long as temperatures are below freezing. In fact, if we can puck up a temperature map, Drew, let's look at the numbers. Numbers become kind of critical, obviously, in an icing situation. We'll check the statewide temperatures, and, well, they might be creeping up, but, man, it's a slow process. We've got 24 for the Shoals and Huntsville. 25 in Coleman, 27 for Hamilton. But on the positive side, Interstate 59 and south, you're fine. Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, Anniston. Mid to upper 30s, no ice. Everything's okay. We've got 50s down here in South Alabama. South Alabama will probably see 70s tomorrow morning. And that's where there could be a few isolated tornadoes tomorrow. And so tomorrow we're going to be shifting the focus from ice to the chance of severe storms in South Alabama. And again, we have really good confidence in this warm sector surging northward tonight. Temperatures, instead of falling tonight, they should be rising with a strong southerly flow out ahead of a surface low. And that should get our friends in the Tennessee Valley above the freezing mark. And again, some of the good, really high-resolution models are showing readings near 40 in Florence by midnight tonight. But remember, all models are
Wrong.
Some are
Useful.
yes. I'm trying to drill that in everybody's mind here. Models are just a tool. They're always wrong, but they're very useful. Some are not, especially the long-range deterministic models. And there's already all this buzz about next weekend. I mean, people have their underwear flapping up and down their legs, seeing these, guys on social media. Storm of the century next weekend, worse than 1993. There's no skill. There's none. Deterministic model output. Could there be a storm? Sure, yes. But, these guys, these jabronis are just in it to monetize their social media accounts, and they don't care about passing along credible, reliable information. But that horse is out of the barn. It's never going to come back in the barn. But it's like, let's say your doctor hands out your x-ray to everybody at Bryant-Denny Stadium or Jordan-Hare Stadium. 100,000 people have your x-rays, and 100,000 people are going to get on there screaming, you got cancer, you got this. They don't know what they're looking at. They don't understand it. And it's the same thing with the modeling. I sometimes almost wish the model output was not as easily available as it is, but that's my sermon for today, and we'll move on here. So let's, again, that's where we are now. And what I want to do at this point is let's look at Skycam's full screen on Links 2 on this box that I've got behind me. And I want to look at the observations. Let's go to the UNA, Florence, the UNA camera at Florence. And we're going to look at these things full screen. We'll get back to John in just a second. So that's a live look at the UNA campus. We saw John down there below earlier. That's what it looks like above. And you can see that messy, nasty, wintry mix. But you know what? Let's celebrate, Drew. It's gone up 1 degree.
Hey, yeah, there we go.
We've gone up 1 degree. We were at 20 at 9 o'clock. We've got 21.
Well, looking at it, I do wonder if that actually is a little bit of snow trying to fall now. At least you can actually see it on the camera, so I don't know if, and it looks a little lighter, So I wonder if that is a little bit of snow starting to fall there.
Yeah. So again, 21 degrees. Let's go to the Shoals Renaissance, which is just down the street. And again, we're trying to focus on the various roads and bridges. Whoa, 25. Hey, that's moving in the right direction.
You got the river right there. Maybe getting a little bit of influence there.
Yeah, that is true. The water is warmer, and that can influence temperatures right by the river like that. So let's go down to Russellville, which is in Franklin County. I want to check the camera we've got there. 21. They've gone up 1. It was 20 degrees last time we looked. How about Cherokee in Colbert County? Again, Cherokee obviously with a lot of ice, and what you see is what you get. That is ice on the camera lens, and they're at 21 degrees. Let's go over to Huntsville. Let's check the Montesano Mountain sky cam, see what it looks like. 21. It's a very slow process, very, very slow process, and trying to see what kind of vehicles we have down there. Those might be utility vehicles. Again, utility crews have staged in many areas, getting set to go in and work restoration efforts if needed. But so far, let me just tell you something good. Right now, 9:55, 51 people statewide have no power. 51. That's it. And that's lower than a sunny day. That's remarkable. So far, so good. We've got 2.6 million customers, 51 without power. That's good. And of course, we're looking west here, way off in the distance. You can see the Saturn V of the Space and Rocket Center. Let's go to section, or a sky cam that is in Jackson County, overlooking the Tennessee River. I bet you that deck is really slippery right there. I would not want to be walking out there in that thing. It's 27. And that is an amazing view. And again, we've got it pointed down so we can kind of see any ice accretion on the roads or the deck there. But that's at Wethington Park, which is it is one of the most beautiful places in this state, overlooking the Tennessee River, kind of overlooking the city of Scottsboro. But they're sitting at 27. Let's go to Albertville, Marshall County. We'll check current conditions up on Sand Mountain, 32. They are so close to being above freezing. And really, I've not heard of any major issues in Gunnersville, Albertville, Boaz so far. I was up at Asbury School this week, not too far from Albertville. Had a great time. We had pre-K through 8th grade in the gym. It was great. That's a great school, home of the Rams. But 32, that is not bad. Not bad at all. And let's go to Coleman real quick, and we'll get back to the crews in the field here in just a second. Coleman is coming in now, and again, this is a sky cam right in downtown Coleman. 27, but again, the blacktop roads seem fine. The Coleman County problems are mainly bridges and mainly north of Coleman. And precipitation has been very, very, very light in Coleman County. So again, we've got 27. And let me tell you, this region Skycam network is unbelievably good, and it's just getting started. We're not even close to being finished with the build-out. We're going to have these everywhere. So again, we are so thankful for the region Skycam network. All right, let's go back to our drone shot. Kevin, what you got there?
It looks like he is being pulled away.
This might be one of those 18-wheelers that did some fishtailing and jackknifed earlier. We had one that occurred very close to where you are. That might be the one that we saw in photographs earlier today. So again, that situation is being cleared up. And again, we've had incidents on I-65, but the traffic seems to be moving very slowly, but it's moving okay. And again, looking at the real-time traffic maps, I'm not seeing any colors of red, which would represent, of course, a complete stoppage or shutdown. And again, of course, at that spot, we can actually see it in real time. That is Interstate 65 at Athens in Limestone County, US 72, and again, looking. Again, I'll pull up some still images of that here in just a second, and I'll show you what it looked like a little earlier. I don't believe anybody was injured based on what we saw there. But again, this was along an incident there along Interstate 65 earlier. And let's see, I'll find that image here in just a second. I'll show it to you and you can see what that looked like earlier. Athens Police, we thank our law enforcement officials for being on duty today. It is never easy working an icing situation where you just never know from one minute to the next what you're going to get. We'll see what he's up to. Again, he might be just kind of checking road conditions. Yeah, let's take Wexo 5 real quick. That's what this thing looked like earlier. And that I would imagine that is the same vehicle. It seems to be in the same area. It looks like he just kind of got hung up in the median and that fencing kind of separating both sides of I-65. All right, back to the live view here. And again, this is coming from I-65 and US 72. Or that's the Buc-ee's exit. Looks like Kevin's moved down a little bit. Drew, you ever been to Buc-ee's?
Oh yeah.
So what's your favorite? Let's hear it.
Well, probably. I mean, the brisket sandwich. It's hard to beat that. I know the first time I ever went to a Buc-ee's, I think it was the one on is it the Baldwin Beach Express? I guess the one that's like right there at that exit on I-10.
Baldwin County.
When I first saw that one, it was, I was like flabbergasted. But yeah, I couldn't believe that you could get such a good barbecue sandwich there. So I'd say that's my favorite Buc-ee's thing right there. The little beaver nuggets, those little things are good too.
Yeah, school gave me some of those. It was. This is like really sad. I have never been in a Buc-ee's. I pass by these things all the time.
You've got to check out. If you're on the road all the time, you got at least the bathrooms are like immaculate for one thing. That's one of the other famous things about.
And what's so sad? It's like I'm a gas station food guy. I mean, I pride myself on knowing gas station food. I mean, you give me a Hunt Brothers pizza, man, I'm in hog heaven. But I've just never been in one. One of these days, I'll go into a Buc-ee's and I'll try the brisket and I'll try all the goodies. But again, this is the one that's in Athens along I-65.
I have a feeling you'd probably get, mobbed by if you're in there. There's usually a lot of people in those places.
No, they don't care about me. They're in there for the food, man. That's the deal here. Yeah. I'm getting some images coming in from Waterloo. We'll show here in a second. I love the school at Waterloo. It's west of Florence on the Tennessee River. Just a really beautiful place. And that was one of my concerns is what happens over there because they are in the far northwestern corner of the state. And they are in a position to probably have the. All right, what you got there, Kevin? Ooh. It obviously doesn't. I don't think anybody's been injured, but again, that's an 18-wheeler that is off the road. Traffic is moving slowly, and this might be a newer incident. I see two. It looks like there's another one.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Yeah. So, do you know if this just happened, Kevin, or is this older? It looks like one of them might have been older. I can't really tell.
Hard to say.
So again, this is a live look at Interstate 65, and obviously to get these 18-wheelers towed away, it's going to disrupt traffic. This is, I would imagine that's southbound based on where Kevin's position is, the drone shot he's got there. So again, this is what we're dealing with. If you're just joining us, this is the Alabama Weather Network. It's a little 10 o'clock. We're doing live coverage of icing conditions over the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. And again, we have a mess on I-65. The northbound lanes are moving okay. They're moving slowly. The southbound lane is obviously tied up with this incident. This is at Athens in Limestone County. And again, it's been that kind of day. And it doesn't matter if you're an experienced driver or a 16-year-old rookie. It's tough to drive on icy conditions. And while some of the blacktop roads are just wet, we've got the bridges are very icy, and even some of the blacktop roads are very icy here. Now, of course, you go to the shoals, everything's icy. Muscle Shoals. We'll go back to John Olshoe here shortly, but we're going to stay with Kevin's stream here for just a little bit, in that we're now getting one truck out of the median, and hopefully we can get traffic moving back along I-65 south here shortly. And understand this is not the only traffic incident that we have experienced here. We have others. And again, in Huntsville, many, many, many major roads are closed, including I-565 closed. Just to give you, again, some more quick highlights of Huntsville. Memorial Parkway, all the overpasses are closed. Greenbrier Road is closed. Wall Triana Highway is closed. Capshaw Road closed. We've got US 72 at Chapman Mountain closed, just past Moores Mill Road. Green Mountain Road is closed. This is all coming from Huntsville Police. And so if you just got a hankering to get out, you might wait until tomorrow. Temperatures should slowly rise today. We're expecting temperatures to gradually ease above freezing over the Tennessee Valley by mid to late afternoon or early this evening, based on modeling. Now, sometimes models do not handle shallow cold air well, and sometimes the cold air can linger a little longer than you'd think, but we're pretty confident by 8, 9 o'clock tonight, everybody should be above freezing. In fact, some of the better models in the house are showing 40 degrees at Florence by midnight tonight. And again, with that warm sector coming north, there's a chance that we could easily see some severe storms in South Alabama tomorrow, maybe even the chance of a few isolated tornadoes. So we're basically going from this snow, or not snow, but this ice situation in North Alabama to the chance of a severe weather situation in South Alabama during the day tomorrow. And again, we'll stay. I know that John's got his drone up. In fact, let's quickly, Kevin, we're going to change real quick to John Olshue's drone. John is up over Florence. So, Drew, if we can change over to Olshue real quick. Ooh, that looks good.
Yeah,
wow.
much better down there.
Yeah, that was our Region Skycam at Orange Beach.
Yeah,
so,
I think Ron's about to pull us up over there. It's in Kilo View 1.
Okay. So we're going to see if we can pull up Olshue's camera in just a second. We'll have them both going here. Again, what you're looking at in the top box up here, this is Kevin Henderson along Interstate 65. Southbound is stopped because of two 18-wheelers that have jackknifed. This is near the Buc-ee's exit. And you can see both of those 18-wheelers on the side of the road there. And that's the traffic is moving, but it's very slow getting through there. Northbound moving very slowly. That's the one thing people seem to be very, very slow and careful, which is the way it should be. And Interstate 65 is open. And again, the one thing I stress all the time is this: we have no way of knowing future road conditions. In our academic career, we had no training in forecasting road conditions. And I know that's what people expect. And we can give you certainly a good idea, but specific roads at specific points, we just can't tell you. So what we're going to try and do is just show you live like this. This is the way it is. You're looking at it live. Thanks to Kevin and his drone shot there. And again, it's very icy all across the Tennessee Valley, the northern quarter of the state. The icing conditions kind of extend down into northern Cullman, the northern tip of Blount, northern Marshall. But again, this is kind of your boundary between the bigger travel issues here and hardly any issues at all. And again, once you get down to Gadsden, Anniston, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, everybody's above freezing. And there's no issues there whatsoever. Roads are just wet. Now, that's John's shot. This is John Olshue's drone overlooking Florence. John, can you hear us? Don't know if John can hear us, but John's got the drone up to give you an idea of what it looks like now. You can see the Tennessee River up in the upper part of the screen, the O'Neill Bridge to give you a point of reference. And again, that's a very impressive view of what it looks like by drone. Only on this network, the Alabama Weather Network. And this is the kind of coverage that you can expect from us for every high-impact event. But that's traffic moving very, very slowly across the O'Neill Bridge on the Tennessee River, moving from Florence back over into Tuscumbia, Sheffield. And the bridge is open. That's the one thing we can clearly show you. Down below, that's McFarland Park in Florence. That's a beautiful place to be on a warm, sunny day, and really a beautiful place to be on a day like today. It's just not very pleasant. We've got sleet, freezing rain, temperatures in the low 20s. The good news, we've come off the bottom. We hit 20, actually 19, the low point at Florence, but we're back up to 21, so we're moving in the right direction. But again, that's a sleet, ice-covered Florence. This is in Lauderdale County. Now, if you cross the Tennessee River, you're in Colbert County. For those that are new to this part of Alabama, it's a beautiful part of the state, just gorgeous. Love the Shoals, love visiting schools there, love visiting UNA. Had a chance to spend some time at the Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. Goodness, the history in that place. One of our Spanning Alabama stories on the network is going to be on Muscle Shoals Sound. Goodness, that's going to be a really good story, and that'll be hitting the air soon. But again, this is what it looks like in Florence right now. Again, this is Florence, north of the Tennessee River. And the encouraging thing, it's really good to see that I think people have listened, and they've kind of heeded the fact that there's an ice storm warning, and the fact that during an ice storm warning, driving is not really a good idea. And again, these views are just tremendous. And we're so thankful for them. A little bit of traffic out there, but not much. And the good news, we have power. I think the fact that a lot of this came down as sleet. Listen, if this were all freezing rain, you wouldn't be able to tell. But you see all the white down there. That's not snow, that's sleet, little ice pellets. And with a large amount of sleet, that will not bring power outages. That will not. That does not accumulate on trees. That does not accumulate on power lines. Freezing rain is what does that. It's liquid. You walk out, it's raining. So the fact that we've had a lot of sleet in the mix, so far the power is not an issue. And again, I'm looking at the real-time data. We have 58 outages statewide. That's even on a beautiful sunny day. It's very rare just to have 58 outages statewide. That's incredible. But I know all the utilities are staging, the TVA, obviously, for that part of the state. Other crews from other utilities are designed to go in there and help if needed. And hopefully that will not be the case. But again, the fact that everybody's got power, that is a really, really, really good thing. But the concern for the next several hours, we think the freezing rain rates might increase over the northwestern corner of the state. And if the freezing rain rates do increase, that could lead to a greater accumulation of ice on trees and power lines, and that could bring some power outages, but so far so good. And if we can keep the sleet in the mix, that'll be a good thing between now and the time temperatures go above freezing. And that's the big issue, is when do we hit 34, 35 degrees? Again, some of the best high-resolution models in the house are suggesting that might happen as early as late afternoon. In fact, while we're watching John's video, we're going to keep John's video up here while we've got the drone up. And again, this just gives us some tremendous views of Florence. And again, we'll go back to Kevin's in just a little bit. I know we've got both available here, but we've got John up now. Kevin is over in Limestone County. But while you're watching John's drone video live, I'm going to take a look at the latest run of the HRRR. That's the high-resolution rapid refresh, which is the best model in the house. And it is showing Florence hitting, let's see, I'm looking for 33. It's 7 o'clock now. So the latest run of the best high-resolution model in the house has Florence hitting 33, going above freezing at 7 o'clock this evening. So, and from there, temperatures keep rising. And again, evidence that just maybe they'll be in the upper 30s to near 40 a little after midnight tonight, which doesn't make sense traditionally, in that we typically see falling temperatures in the evening. Yep, I'm showing 40 degrees at the Shoals at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So this morning you got this icy mess. Tomorrow morning, raining and 40. And hopefully that rain will wash a lot of the sleet away and kind of improve things. But still, I would not want to be driving even tomorrow morning with 40 degrees and rain with all of that sleet from this morning. And South Alabama could see 70s tomorrow. How about that? And along with that comes the chance of severe storms, a few isolated tornadoes. So again, if you're in the southern part of the state, be very weather aware tomorrow. And I think we'll be here tomorrow, not working a sleet ice event, but a severe weather event for the other end of the state. And some of the communities involved in the Ritz tomorrow would include Grove Hill, Monroeville, Mobile, Gulf Shores, Atmore, Andalusia, Enterprise, Dothan, Auburn, Opelika, Troy, Montgomery, Prattville, Greenville, All of these places are there. So John's about to come down, so let's go back to the, we're going to triple box it here. And again, this is Kevin Henderson's shot you see here coming from I-65. Kevin is back down on the ground now, and he's going to be shifting his position a little to the south, I think. So Kevin, if you can, tell us where you're headed right now.
Right now I am thinking about heading back north again.
Okay.
Unless you want me to head down south. I'm sorry, I have all this feedback in my earpiece, so it's very difficult to talk.
Okay, it's this old man voice probably. No, you go where you think best. I think a lot of people, Kevin, are interested in the Tennessee River Bridge. If we might get a glimpse at that, a lot of people are very interested in the Tennessee River Bridge, and then maybe you can work your way back to the north and west from there. Yeah, the Tennessee River Bridge is of great interest to a lot of folks, and also I-565 in Huntsville. That is of great interest to a lot of people. So you take your pick. You stay safe, whatever it is. But the greater interest will be I-565 in Huntsville and the Tennessee River Bridge on I-65.
Yeah, we'll be at the bridge in about 15 minutes.
Okay, great. And maybe from there we can take a look at I-565 in Huntsville. And again, Huntsville police, they're telling us that I-565 is shut down. And again, we're back on the triple box. So again, you can see over here our sky cams, that section in Jackson County, overlooking the Tennessee River, overlooking Scottsboro. They're at 27. They're below everybody's below freezing here. But the colder spots are over here in the ice storm warning area. But Drew, I'm going to let you kind of walk again. We've done this before this morning a couple of times, but a lot of people are just joining us. So Drew, we got a gazillion questions here, 1 gazillion questions. So if you would just kind of walk us through the next 24 to 36 hours, all the way through Monday morning and the black ice potential.
Yep, I will sure do that, James. So let's go ahead and, of course, we've got the freezing rain and sleet mainly falling in the northern part of the state currently. And again, looking at the radar, we were talking about earlier how it was showing some snow over towards the northwest. So that's now kind of gotten cleaned up a little bit. I think one of the observations got removed that was bad. So again, you can see it's mainly sleet and freezing rain that's been falling in most of North Alabama, but there still could be a little bit of snow mixed in. We were talking about earlier, we looked at the Florence cam, and over in UNA, it looked like there might have been a little bit of light snow falling there at that point, at least at that point where the cam was located. So again, it's mostly sleet and freezing rain there. And again, we'll just kind of back out just to kind of give a view before we look into the future. We'll back out to the state view here and just kind of show that still it's mostly just that northern part of the state, mostly in the Tennessee Valley and the surrounding area to the south, that's seeing anything right now outside of maybe a shower or two and just some cloud cover further towards the south. Obviously, you see there's still lots to come further back towards the west. So this all is going to be coming in our direction. So you can still see lots of freezing rain and sleet here in North Mississippi, northern Louisiana, southern Arkansas, and that's all going to be kind of training over towards this direction. Even though, again, we expect as it gets here closer that the green here, the rain that's falling is going to get pulled in further towards the north, and so that it actually, we warm up and we see mostly rain in the northern part of the state later on tonight. So let's take a look at that. So we'll go ahead and look at this is the latest one that we have in our system here of the HRRR model. This one doesn't go out all the way. We'll switch over to another one to show, but just kind of show you the latest version coming in, as James mentioned earlier. And again, we're starting off here still in the 20s in the northern part of the state as we look around just a little bit past 10 o'clock Central Time this morning. And we'll continue as we kind of walk through the model here for the next couple of hours. And you can see that it's forecasting, that Huntsville, Coleman, places like that, maybe just in the next couple of hours could go above freezing. So we're starting to see that above freezing line move a little bit further towards the north so that maybe we can kind of ease things a little bit in the Huntsville metro, where we've got lots of elevated roads and quite a few roads that are either shut down or having some issues. And maybe that'll help us a little bit on 65 as well, although it looks like that section of 65 there near Athens and the Buc-ee's and everything we were looking at earlier is kind of right there on that line of where you may still be kind of going back and forth between rain and freezing rain for a little bit. But again, at noon, we still have freezing temperatures and precipitation falling in Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, maybe Lawrence, the northern part of Marion counties as well, but rain further towards the south. Again, looking at the temperatures, 40s, 50s, approaching 60 degrees in southern Alabama. And as you can see, most of southern Alabama is going to stay dry through a good portion of the day today. Now we'll move forward a little bit further into the afternoon. So as we get to around 3 o'clock, again, we're still showing freezing temperatures and freezing rain potential in the northwestern corner. But again, Huntsville, Coleman, they're getting in the upper 30s, low 40s, and to the east, still in maybe the mid 40s. So at least at this point, we're not as concerned, although the higher elevation still could be a little bit colder than that. But we're not seeing a lot of concern about ice accumulating on that northeastern side of the state at that point. Rain starting to move a little bit more into the western side of the state. And then as we get later on to this evening, and we're talking about around the time that James mentioned earlier, 7, 8 o'clock, we are seeing maybe still just a little bit of freezing rain left over in the northwestern part of the state as we're still below freezing potentially for a little bit longer. But you can see a lot of the heavier rain now starting to move into Mobile and Baldwin County. So by the time we get to later on this evening, we would expect to see heavier rain moving into places like Monroeville, Atmore, Chatham, and then moving over towards Andalusia and Greenville eventually as well. Now you can see here around that kind of 7, 8 o'clock mark, then we're expecting to get Florence and some of those northwestern counties above freezing. So at that point, hopefully we'll then see some relief in the icing. And so with the liquid falling, hopefully it'll help to kind of wash away some of that and just allow some melting to occur for a while, because we do expect as we continue to move through the night that despite the fact that, generally you would expect when you get later in the night that temperatures are going to go down. And a lot of times most of the time that is the case. But when you have a system like this coming through where we've got low pressure beginning to move into the state and you're starting to get the warm sector lifted further to the north with the warm front, then you actually get the warmer air starting to move and punch further towards the north, even during the overnight period. So by midnight, Florence is sitting at 40, Huntsville, Hamilton, Coleman are kind of in the same situation, and we're seeing just rain across the state and really not as worried about icing at that point. And that's a good thing, is that we should get a reprieve from the winter weather at that point as we move into Sunday morning. Now let's switch back over about 4 a.m. We'll go to the version of this model that can get us out a little bit further. That's the run that came in a couple hours ago. So as we get into Sunday earlier morning, then you start to get that really heavy rain in the northern half of the state. So, if you're talking about getting up, going to church, you've got early service, if you're working or whatever you may be doing, along especially that 59-20 corridor, even the 65 corridor, there could be some very heavy rainfall. So even though we're not worried about the roads being frozen and slippery from that perspective, there's still could be enough rain occurring that you may have some flash flooding issues in some of those lower lying areas that are prone to flooding. So you want to be careful and take it easy because of the heavy rain coming through during that time period. Now, as we get to around noon tomorrow, the heavy rain and then thunderstorms starting to move in the southern part of the state. So this is going to be that time frame where we start to kind of late morning into the early afternoon in South Alabama that we'll be watching for severe weather. Of course, back up to the northwest, we're starting to try to change back over to maybe some freezing rain again as the cold air starts to push in behind the cold front. But this is going to be the prime time window we'll be watching for the potential for severe storms, which again, we expect we could have some damaging winds with those. There could be a tornado or two, likely would be brief if we do get any, but that'll be the kind of things we are watching for as we move through the afternoon. But again, by Sunday, 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock, we'll start to see those storms move out of the southeast corner of the state. We've got lingering showers behind it. We're still in the 40s and 50s through most of the state, but you see freezing temperatures starting to move in to the northwestern areas. And then as we move through later into the evening, you can see the showers are starting to end in the southeast, but 9 or 10 o'clock, we're already getting down in the 20s in North Alabama. So again, this is going to be the time frame that we're concerned about maybe starting to see some refreezing of some of the moisture left over on roads once you kind of crash those temperatures down into the 20s and even lower heading further on into the later night and early Monday morning, and even picking up on potentially a little bit of light snow or flurries trying to happen right there on the back end of that, but then that wouldn't really do anything significant. It's really just the temperatures diving down, and of course you're going to get, like you saw earlier, tons of rain in those areas over the next 24 hours or so. So the black ice will be the main thing we'll be watching for that formation of that as we get into Monday morning. But then after that, again, it's going to be very cold on Monday, and then Tuesday morning also be very cold as well. James.
All right, so I got me a chair.
There we go.
We're going to be here for a long time. The main reason I got a chair, you know why? I want you to see my socks. All right, you probably can't see that. That's milk and bread socks.
There we go.
That's bad. All right, so we're going to be here for a while. And again, we will stay with you until you go above freezing. So we have Kevin Henderson, who is going to check out the Tennessee River Bridge on I-65. Again, we'll be getting some drone views of that here shortly. And then we have John Olshoe in Florence. And again, we've got John, who's been giving us some unbelievably good drone views of Florence earlier. And again, just stay with us, and we're going to try and answer all your questions. We're kind of in a point here where the number of questions that people want individual briefings, and normally I am very responsive, and I'm honored that you came to me out of all the weather people in the world to ask questions, but when you've got 1,000 and you're live on the air, you can't answer them. So we're trying to answer your questions while we're here doing live coverage on the Alabama Weather Network. But let's take WEX 05 real quick and show some of your pictures. This is what it looks like around the shoals. And what you see is what you get. That is just sleet, ice, freezing rain mess. Just, it's not good. This is from Madison. Whoa! Yeah, there you go. That's the best way to show it right there. And that guy's rocking some hair. Look at that guy. If I had hair like that guy, I'd be a good-looking guy. And is that a dog over there? Yep. The dog doesn't seem to care. But again, more examples of roads in northwest Alabama. This is in that ice storm warning area, and that's what it looks like. And again, the roads are covered with sleet, and the sleet has really been a good thing. It has kept us out of trouble to some degree with power outages. Because if this was all freezing rain, all of that would be accumulating on trees, but with sleet, it does not accumulate on trees in power lines. And that can actually give some traction, but the roads are still just very, very messy. That is Greenbrier Road in Limestone County, and that just doesn't look good. Again, this is an example of what we're seeing across the northern half of the state this morning. And you know, some people say, hey, that road doesn't look that bad. Well, get out there and tap on your brakes a time or two, and it's not good. We've had so many accidents across the Tennessee Valley. Again, a lot of the accidents have been really in the Huntsville area. It seems like in the shoals, a lot of folks have just stayed off the roads. And obviously, that's been a big help. Oh, yeah, let's see what's going on here. All right, you ready? Here we go. That guy looks like Ralphie. What was that guy in Christmas Story? It was Ralph.
I think Ralph
Yeah.
is. I think that sounds right.
Now, see, this is what you do. I mean, come on now, have a little fun. That's outstanding.
Just don't end up. Watch for parked cars.
That's right. Yeah.
I had to run in with one of those as a kid. So.
No, this is, and this is why this is what you want to do on the road. You don't want to drive. You want to do this. That's outstanding. That is just too good. That's got to be Ralphie. That's got to be the same guy. I'm afraid he might put his eye out, by doing that. But yeah, this is great. And it's good to see kids having fun. Not stuck your nose in a phone all day. Go outside and have a little fun. When I was a kid, people don't even believe this. When I was a kid, we had no video games. We had no phones. We had nothing. We'd play in the woods all day. The only issue I had was a bad issue with an electric fence, and we're not going to talk about that here on this show. There you go. That's looking good. But again, that's the situation. So let's go back to the triple box again. We thank everybody. Oh yeah, I know what John's doing now. He's looking for lunch, and he knows that I love a good Hunt Brothers pizza. John, are you on the line with us? I don't think John.
He's inside getting.
No,
pizza,
he's inside getting a slice of pizza, and I know what the guy's doing. But again, he's up in the shoals. We've got Kevin Henderson, who is going to be soon crossing, and as soon as he gets near that bridge, Drew, let me know. In fact, it looks like he's getting awfully close to it now. Let's take that full screen. I think, Kevin, you're coming up on the bridge, looks like. How close are you now?
I just crossed over the bridge. We'll get the drone up here in just a few minutes.
Okay, great. So again, we'll go back to Kevin when he gets the drone up here in just a second, and we'll take a look at the Tennessee River Bridge. And then beyond that, we've got so many questions about I-565 in Madison and Huntsville, and we'll see if Kevin can give us the drone view of that, and that is, I-565 can be a challenge on a bright sunny day, and it's certainly a challenge today. And again, at last report coming from Huntsville Police, they have indicated that I-565 is closed. So how far Kevin can get down I-565, we don't know that at this point. But again, I'll check with Huntsville Police and get their latest release here. All right, let's see. No real change. They've still got I-565 as being closed. The Parkway is closed, the overpasses. And basically the Parkway is an overpass for much of the stretch through downtown Huntsville. US 72 Chapman Mountain is closed. Greenbrier Road is closed. Capshaw Road is closed. Wall Triana Highway is closed. Green Mountain Road is closed. Bankhead Parkway is closed. Memorial Parkway, again, the overpasses are closed. So it's not good in Huntsville. And obviously the best thing to do is just to sit out and watch us and go out and have some fun if you can. And again, we're watching the sky cams here. Gadsden 33. We're watching them. Gadsden's come down a little bit. They've dropped down to 33, but you're still above freezing. That's a beautiful shot. That's coming from the mountain up near Nakalula Falls. That's coming from Hatton. That's in Lawrence County, kind of between Moulton and Florence. They're at 22 degrees. Still the dew point sitting at 17. Huntsville 19. Goodness, that's up on Montesano Mountain. We've had a really hard time getting the numbers up. So let's take Kevin's video full. We're back on the drone now. So this is a live look at the I-565 bridge, or I'm sorry, Interstate 65 bridge over the Tennessee River. And this is looking north from the Morgan County side, and it looks okay. Traffic's moving along. Earlier, AlDOT reported an incident where we had a crash, and so one side was closed, but apparently that is not the case right now. And everything is looking pretty good. We'll again leave this up. This is something you can see only on the Alabama Weather Network live. Everything is looking okay. Traffic moving slowly. They're being cautious. But we stress there is no part of I-65 that is closed. We've had a number of incidents. We've had some jackknifed 18-wheelers. That's not the fishing guy, is it? No. No, somebody hauling a couple of cars there. Now, we spotted some guy earlier towing a bass boat, like he's going to go fishing today. But whatever makes you happy, that's cool. Looks like an 18-wheeler on the shoulder there. Looks like he has not been in some type of incident, which is good. But again, you can clearly see that I-65 is okay, moving across the Tennessee River. Whatever incident we had earlier today that kind of triggered that AlDOT notification, apparently that's been cleared up. And everything is all right. And of course, the bigger ice accumulations are, and there's some ice accumulating some of the islands in the Tennessee rivers you can see there. That's sleet, not snow, but sleet. And we have had just a sleet-covered northwest Alabama. Sleet and freezing rain. But Huntsville seems to be another big problem. In fact, Kevin, hopefully will, in a little bit, can give us a good view of I-565 in Huntsville. But that's great. I mean, this is very good. Listen, we don't want to be a voice of doom here when things are okay. We'll tell you that. They're okay on I-65 right now. That is a great wide look at that big span across the Tennessee River. I wish I had a nickel for every time I've driven over that thing. And of course, once you get on the other side, you're in Limestone County. And traffic's very light, but no incidents whatsoever. And that's looking from one side of that great river to the other. So again, Kevin has done a great job of getting us these great drone shots this morning. Temperatures are below freezing, but again, at the moment, traffic moving slow and steady, not much out there, but everything is looking good. So that's the situation there. Let's see if we can flip over to Old Shoes drone real quick, Ryan, and we're going to look at the O'Neill Bridge in Florence. And John, we're going to get John up on the audio here. John, if you can hear us, what you got? What you looking at there? And John's chomping down on the Hunt Brothers pizza. We know what he's doing, so it's fine. I know exactly where he is. Again, down to the right, that's McFarland Park, lower right of the screen. That's the bridge that everybody's familiar with over the Tennessee River, one of many up in the Shoals area, but that's the O'Neill Bridge is the one that folks know well and love well. The city on the bluff, Sheffield, across the river, Tuscumbia. But again, that's a great shot of the O'Neill Bridge, and we stress it is not closed. Again, I wouldn't want to be driving out there, but it's not closed. It's okay. Traffic is moving along. I see one guy out there, and that's it. And again, I think the good thing about this, again, like we've talked about, Drew, is the fact that people have listened to the message. They got the message.
Yeah, that's for sure, James. I think, even though sometimes when we're talking about it, amongst ourselves, it's like, there's sometimes there can be a lot of angst on the internet about these kind of systems, especially when they're so well forecast so far out. But I mean, just think about how amazing it is that we, a week ago or more, could see that something like this was happening in pretty good detail. I mean, of course, obviously the fine details have shifted a little bit back and forth, but generally the idea of this sort of impact of an ice storm in North Alabama has been what we've been talking about for the whole week. And of course, the good thing was that originally we thought it could have impacted a little bit further south than it's going to, but that's a good thing. You don't want ice any further south than you have to have it. But yeah, I think the word has gotten out, and that is certainly, we appreciate, all of you who are watching us and who are, the types that get the word out. And, because we know that not everybody pays attention to the weather all the time. And so, we also appreciate all of you who are the hardcore enthusiasts that are spreading the word to family and friends that don't always pay a lot of attention, because that certainly helps us and helps us, mitigate the issues that might happen, the wrecks, just injuries and stuff. Of course, you don't want any of that kind of thing to happen. But so I think that has been a success from that perspective, and especially in the last couple of days, I think forecast has kind of zeroed in pretty good on, and it's looking like it's turning out a lot like how we expected. And so we definitely appreciate everyone helping us out with that message and getting it out, and just having the opportunity to do this on the Alabama Weather Network, and the fact that we can spend time just showing it, and I think like you've talked about, the fact that we've got the ability to show stuff like this live as it's happening, to kind of communicate to people. Again, still kind of dicey out there. Yeah, there may be some people moving along the bridge, but it's white, so generally you want to kind of not be out there unless you got to be for some reason. So
what's amazing to me is how technology has changed. I'm old as dirt. I started doing weather professionally. This is how old I am, in 1978. And I think back on how primitive coverage was in 1978 for things like this, a winter storm. And goodness gracious, how far have we come to be able to do this? This is live. It's just incredible. I don't take it for granted. I really don't. I am so thankful for the advances in technology and the ability to show you things like this and to be able to build a network like this. It's just incredible. So again, that is John Oldshoe live over McFarland Park in Florence, and we're so thankful for that. So let's tell you what here. What I want to do is probably go back and maybe show some more images coming in. And again, thanks to everybody for taking the time to send these in. We'll stay with John for just another minute here, because this is such an incredible view. That's looking north into Florence, looking over toward downtown Florence, campus of the University of North Alabama, home of the Lions. We learned all about the Lions from John earlier today. If John ever gets out of his vehicle and goes on the prowl, that's good live video right there. That's a good stream. I'll leave it at that. But again, where you see all the white, that's sleet. Not snow, but sleet. And of course, we've had freezing rain mixed with the sleet. That's liquid. Temperatures are sitting in the low 20s. Roads are extremely icy, very icy. And again, but I think everybody has been listening, and we're thankful for that. And I think a lot of people do pay attention. We often get focused on the ones that don't, and I understand that. We're all busy. Listen, you don't have time to be focusing on the weather all the time, but every family typically has one weather weenie, one weather geek, dweeb, nerd, dork, and they pay attention. And they're very important to us because that one family member that pays attention, they're going to tell everybody else in the family about a severe weather threat, a tornado that's down, an ice storm, and that really helps us spread the word. And most of these people know how to find credible sources, not some bonehead dancer guy on TikTok. So we're very thankful for that. Again, this is Kevin that is driving over Interstate 65 on the Tennessee River Bridge, and Kevin is going to head over toward I-565. He'll be taking a right going toward Madison County. Got the thumbs up there. And again, that will give us an idea of what 565 looks like. And again, from Huntsville Police, they're telling us that I-565 is closed through Madison and Huntsville, but we'll find out here shortly if that's the case. Again, that's a live shot of Governor's Drive coming over the mountain in Huntsville, and it looks okay, Drew. That particular shot looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. That's definitely a trouble spot there. Living there for a long time, trying to get up and over Monte Sano. Both coming up that side of it, which is on the Huntsville, the downtown side, and then going up and over and go down into the Cove. That's never a place I wanted to try to drive during winter weather situations, and never really had to, thankfully.
Hey, take WEX 05 real quick. Cats pay attention. Cats know. Cats know to watch the Alabama Weather Network. They know, Drew. I'm just saying, they know.
Yeah, I mean,
dogs, you have to work hard for their affection. Cats, they're not emotionally shallow. They're intelligent.
Yeah.
So there you go. I wanted to show that again. So check this out. Let's check go back to WEX 05 real quick. Oh yeah. This is good stuff right here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Listen, this is an acquired skill set for people that live in Alabama, okay? I mean, it's not, we're not used to this. Now we're back on the ice, and off we go. Yeah, now you're going good. Of course, let's hope a car doesn't come the other direction here. Whoop! Yeah, that's a good technique. That's a good technique. That's outstanding.
See, that's what I was talking about there. That truck sitting there, but that hill doesn't look too steep.
Yeah,
I was on a steeper hill when I had some trouble.
That's just some good. That's some good technique on stopping that thing.
Yeah.
That is the problem. Braking after coming down a hill on something like that deal. That's great. And I'm not a snow skier guy. I've been a couple of times, but that's always the first thing they teach you is how to stop. You have to make a pie or an inverse pie or something with your skis. But now watch the technique here. Right? Whoop! Very nice. That's outstanding. And again, more views of just ice-covered roads. That's a good close-up shot. And again, most of that you see, that's sleet, little ice pellets. And then on top of the sleet, we have the freezing rain. But I think the freezing rain has been the sleet's been a good thing for us today, and that sleet, that's not going to cause power outages. So let's go back to our triple box. We've got Kevin Henderson, who is, let's take Kevin's shot full. And Kevin, what you got? Kevin, if you can hear us, tell us what you got there.
Yeah, this is the on-ramp to 565 from Interstate 65. Looks like we have a couple of 18-wheelers that have slid off the road and jackknifed. I have one hooked up to a tow truck. It looks like they're trying to get it out of here.
So obviously, again, this is an example of what could easily happen if you drive today. And most of these drivers with the trucks, they're pretty experienced and they're pretty good at what they do. And if they're having problems, we'll all have a problem. And again, obviously, Kevin's not going to be able to get on I-565 here for just a little bit until this is cleared up. And most of you know where this is. That's where you access I-565 from Interstate 65. This is just about a mile north of the Tennessee River in the southern part of Limestone County. And you get onto 565, you go past County Line Road, and before you know it, you'll be at the airport and into Madison and by the Toyota Field. By the way, Drew, guess what's coming up this spring? James Spann bobblehead night at the Rocket
Toyota
City
Field,
Trash Pandas.
Yeah.
That you want to be at that one, all right? You get the James Spann bobblehead. I got to throw out the first pitch. I did one game last year for them, and that catcher had to ice his hand down. Or maybe not, but no, that'll be fun. But so again, in all seriousness, that what you're seeing there, that's an example of what we're facing across the northern part of Alabama today. And again, that is the access ramp to I-565. Okay. Good deal. So we'll check that out here in just a second. Drew, how are we doing with temperatures over there? How are we looking so far? I'll let Drew take it here for a second, Ryan.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. I'm going to switch us over to that on another location here, because I might take a look at some higher resolution versions. We'll start off with the state temperatures, and I might switch us over here in a second to show maybe a little bit more granularity in the temperatures up in North Alabama. So let me pull that in real quick, and actually we'll start with that, then we'll go statewide. So so yeah, we're looking at the temperatures specifically in North Alabama at this point, and you can see the kind of the story that's happening right now, that we still have lots of 20s over towards the west. So it's still 21 degrees in Cherokee. We've gotten up to around 26 in Muscle Shoals at the airport there, but it's 23 in Russellville. Same thing in Phil Campbell, Red Bay's at 25 degrees. And then as you move further towards the east, we're still kind of hanging around in the low to mid 20s, and we're still at 25 degrees in Huntsville as well. And then get further to the east, and you start to at least get around the freezing mark and a little bit above it, but we're still sitting at 30 in Arab, 30 in Scottsboro, Stevenson, New Hope at 29, but Gunnersville's at 33, and we got 36 in Collinsville, 34 in Fort Payne. So, I mean, a lot of the freezing temperatures are still there in the northern part of the state, and it's just kind of that eastern area right now that we're still hanging just a little bit above freezing. Now, we'll take the wider view now and talk about the statewide temperatures. So again, you can see the 20s and 30s there in the north, but as you move to the south, Gadsden's at 38, Birmingham's at 40. Huntsville's actually a little bit colder there because you're kind of closer to that cold air coming in from the northwest, 36 degrees. But yeah, down towards the south, we're sitting in the 50s. And so a lot of the South Alabama for today, it's going to be pretty calm. It's just kind of overcast, and temperature is fairly mild in the 50s right now, 58 in Geneva, 53 in Atmore, it's 59. It's almost 60 degrees in Gulf Shore. So again, just remember in South Alabama, if you're watching this, that today's really not your day for major issues. It's going to be late tonight, really, when you start to see the rain moving into the western part of South Alabama, or Mobile, Baldwin counties, up towards Washington counties and Choctaw, places like that. We'll start to get the rain coming in kind of late tonight, and then tomorrow you'll see rain for a good portion of the day, but also those thunderstorms starting to fire up as we get later into the afternoon, or later into the morning and into the afternoon. And so that'll be the time that we're watching the severe weather. But yeah, we're still, it's taking a while. I mean, I think the temperatures here have crept up in the northern part of the state, James. Just in the last observation, it looks like we've gone up a degree or two, maybe 26, 27, 28. So we're making slow progress, but it's not real fast right now.
Yeah, it's a very slow process today, getting temperatures up. But anyway, it's 10:48. Alabama Weather Network, we are live. And again, this is a long-form type coverage day. It's not like a tornado day with immediate urgency. This is just a long-duration event. And we are going to be here with you until you get above freezing. And I'm watching dozens and dozens and dozens of your images and videos coming in here, which is extremely helpful. Of course, we've got Kevin and John out in the field, and that's obviously extremely helpful as well. But being able to see it in real time in your neighborhood is extremely helpful. And it looks like we're about to get Kevin, or is that John or Kevin's drone? Drew?
Yeah, that's Kevin's.
Okay, yeah, we're about to get Kevin back up in the air, and we'll take a look at his drone shot. And by the way, a lot of the questions I'm getting, it's about next weekend. You get all these knuckleheads. Alabama's going to have 39 inches of snow. There are some signals there could be a winter storm next weekend, but nobody knows. Your TikTok dancer, your semi-nude TikTok dancer doesn't know, that the cusser guy doesn't know, that it's all about getting social media engagement. And we're straight shooters here. There's no skill at looking at deterministic model output in a week. There's skill at some pattern recognition, but all these maps, sure there could be a winter storm. Absolutely. There's some signals for that. There's some credible signals. But again, trying to tell you that you're going to have 10 feet of snow, it's going to be the new ice age, and you'll have no power for the next 3 years. It's be really careful with this stuff. There's some crazy things floating around here this morning. We again are watching. Yeah, let's take. This is Kevin's drone image, and that's I-565. So it looks like it is indeed shut down. Kevin, kind of give us direction on which direction we're looking at here.
We are looking, that is going east on 565.
All right. So
looks like the westbound side of it is open, but the east is closed.
Right. So it looks like going to Huntsville. I-565 is totally shut down. So.
Yep, correct. We'll go back here and see if we can see anything and zoom in.
Yeah, now that's looking back toward Huntsville and Madison, and you can see that a deputy has that entrance ramp blocked. The interstate itself is blocked. That's looking back over toward the airport, and again we can see traffic moving along westbound. We see absolutely no traffic eastbound. Well, I see a police car. That's a law enforcement official. But again, a few cars are moving along I-565 to the west, to the east, inbound toward Huntsville. Drew, I don't see anybody out there.
Yeah, well, I want to say I'm gonna do one of your things. That's Larry's, used to be Larry's Pistol and Pawn right there by the big rusty water tower. That's a common. If any of you Huntsville people know about that radio ad, but yeah, that's what that is right there. Greenbrier Road's is the overpass you're seeing there along I-565, and so you got the Toyota plant, basically to the left, to the north of there. Yeah, that's what you're seeing. So you can do that one at least.
Yeah, we need to talk more about this place a little later. And again, there's the Huntsville International Airport, the control tower there, the FAA tower at HSV. And we don't know. Wow, that's incredible. That's 5 miles away from that drone. That's unbelievable, the technology these drones have. That's incredible. We don't know much about airport operations. Obviously, check with your airline to see about flights going in and out of Huntsville today. But Birmingham is just raining at BHM. HSV, they're under very icy conditions, obviously. The precipitation has been relatively light in Madison County, but again, it doesn't take a lot. I've seen so many horrific wrecks with freezing drizzle, fizz-diz. It's just not good. But again, down below you can see that law enforcement is totally blocked off inbound I-565. You have to exit, what is that, County Line Road, Drew? That exit right there?
Yeah, well, that might be, I was thinking we were near Mooresville Road.
That might be it, yeah.
Yeah, I think County Line Road's further east from the Greenbrier.
Right.
So yeah, I think we're right around the Mooresville exit. So just to the south, to the right of that, I believe, is where you've got old Mooresville, historic old, I think oldest incorporated little town in the state, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at the Mooresville Road exit, right there.
And again, this is live at 10:53, the Alabama Weather Network, and we are showing you live scenes all across Alabama through drones, through our Skycam, the Region Skycam network, and we are so thankful to Kevin Henderson and John Oldshoe for their work in the field with drones today. It's been incredible. And again, that's, you just can't, if you're going to Huntsville coming in from the west, you cannot use I-565. You are totally unable to access the interstate. And of course, you think of US 72 as an alternate, and based on the reports I've seen, US 72 is not a very good choice because it is icy. The main concern, it's bridge icing in Madison County, but there's been some blacktop icing. But again, the precipitation has been really, really light in Madison County, thankfully. We think the heavier rates of precipitation will likely stay across the northwestern counties of the state. But again, it's certainly a problem, as you can see there. And again, all traffic, that includes, everybody, I don't care who you are. You might be a big deal with many leather-bound books, your home smells of rich mahogany, you're not getting through. You're going to get off right there at Mooresville Road and hang a left and go up, I guess, towards 72 and try to take that into Huntsville. But once you get up into Huntsville, we've got more roads that are closed. But we are seeing westbound traffic, Drew. At least looks like some of the interstates open.
Yeah, it's interesting that the westbound is going, but they're not allowing the eastbound there. It seems like it's moving along decently. I don't know if this I don't know if it's just that further down east. I know, of course, you get to the point when you get further east, when you get into Huntsville proper, that you start getting on all the overpasses that run near downtown Huntsville, obviously Memorial Parkway and everything. But IFS or 565, as you get over that direction, ends up elevated for a lot of the time. So I don't know if that's part of the reason, or if there's something else going on in between here and Research Park Boulevard or something like that, where if there's some sort of wreck or incident or something that they're blocking it off. But yeah, that would make some sense there, why they're allowing some people to go westbound but not eastbound, maybe.
All right, 10:56. Again, this is live video coming from a drone that is over I-565 west of Huntsville, near the Madison-Limestone County line. Inbound traffic to Huntsville is shut down, as you can see. Let's go back to our triple box real quick, Ryan. And again, while we have this up, you can see the sky cams, and that will let you see current conditions. We're rotating through our Skycam network and the cameras from the Barron Institute. Our friend Bob Barron lets us use those, and we're thankful for Bob. Bob is an old weather guy like me. And Bob developed a company called Barron Weather, and you see these fancy graphics behind me. That's Barron software. Bob has done just such a great job, and I had a chance to catch up with Bob at Dunkin' Donuts in Albertville not that long ago. But again, there's our Ardmore camera, 19. And they're just iced over. Ardmore, of course, is up in northern Limestone County, north of Athens. Now, Albertville, 30. You'll be above freezing probably by noon or 1 o'clock in Marshall County. And I've really heard of no big issues in Marshall County so far. There could be some, I just don't know about it. That's Cherokee, still 19 degrees, Colbert County, and that thing is iced in. That's part of the region's Skycam network. And again, we're just getting a glimpse of these observations, which kind of help us track the numbers, and the numbers are the big deal. Cullman, 26 degrees. That's downtown Cullman. The roads seem okay. It's the bridges in northern Cullman County that are icy, but the precipitation has been so light. And really, there's nothing happening south of the Tennessee River at this point. That's Florence. That thing went back down one. But didn't that tick up to 21? Now it's back down to 20?
Yeah.
That's going the wrong way. Hey.
Wow.
We need it to go up. That's coming from the Shoals Renaissance, 22.
That went down too, I think.
Yeah, it did go down one.
Wasn't it? Well, I thought it was.
And the dew point's actually gone down. That's not a good trend. Gadsden, 33. You're above freezing. It's razor thin, but you're above freezing, 33. Etowah County looking okay. Beautiful shot, by the way, from downtown, overlooking downtown Gadsden. We got another great view of Nakalula Falls. The region Skycam network is unbelievably good. That's Hatton, between Moulton and Florence, 22 degrees. That's the Montesano Mountain Skycam at Huntsville, 19. These numbers are just not wanting to budge. That is, we want to see them. There's that Nakalula Falls camera. That's outstanding. And remember, all of these cameras live, you can see them on the app. Do you have the app on your phone or your TV or your tablet? If not, do it. Alabama Weather Network. I mean, any of these cameras we're showing you, you can see them live, beautiful, full screen on your phone or your tablet. Alabama Weather Network. Some of the cameras are just stunning. Absolutely incredible. That's coming from Section. That's in Jackson County, overlooking the Tennessee River. That's Wethington Park, overlooking Scottsboro, 27 degrees. But the numbers are just not wanting to come up in a hurry. Yeah, Drew behind me has a look at all these cameras we have, and you can see these. Of course, on the website, old school website, alabamaweathernetwork.com, but on the app, and it's there for you to see. Download the app. Click on that button right there. Download app, alabamaweathernetwork.com. You will not regret it. Again, we are watching drone video coming from where I-565 is blocked off. You cannot access I-565 inbound to Huntsville at Mooresville Road. It's blocked off. There is some westbound traffic, we note, but not much. And again, I'll go through some of the official reports coming from Huntsville here shortly. The Huntsville Police and Madison County Sheriff, all the law enforcement, they've been doing a great job of keeping everybody informed as to the road closings today. Let's go to WEX 05. Ryan, more video coming in from you. All right, let's see what happens here. This could end ugly. I don't know. Of course, that's the Alabama state bird, by the way, which tend to fly away very easily. It's kind of hard to do the trampling thing when you got sleet and ice all in there. But that's sleet, that's not snow. It's hard to make a sleet snowball. It just doesn't work. That's about the best you can do there. Watch out now. Drew, you ever been on a trampoline in a sleet storm?
I don't know. We didn't actually have a trampoline, as a kid. So I was always somebody else's. So I don't think I ever got to do it in the snow or the sleet.
I don't think we had a trampoline either when I was a kid. But again, that's the Alabama state bird today.
You got the net there at least.
Yeah, got the net. Well, there you go. I promise she has hands. They're just inside the jacket sleeves there. It's a little brisk. But again, some folks have decided to go out and have a little fun today. Get out the sleds on a sleet, freezing rain kind of day. It's not a snow day, but a sleet day is okay if you're home, have a warm place to stay, and if you've got power. And so far, we're doing fine on power. Oh boy, here comes another one here. Let's see how this one works out. All right, this could end ugly. I have not screened any of these things, all right? So let's see what happens here. All right, got some good speed, good direction. All right, watch out. How's the ending going to work out here? Perfect. Not bad. That's outstanding. We've seen some ugly endings to these rides this morning. That one worked out very well. Of course, all these taken up in the Tennessee Valley. For folks that are watching us in Montgomery and Mobile and Birmingham, you're thinking, is this Minnesota? No, this is all Alabama. This is kind of playing out the way we thought that it would play out today. And initially, 5-6 days ago, it looked like there could be icing down to Interstate 20, but about 4 days ago, global models shifted nicely, and the forecast shifted nicely, and I think everybody has been prepped for this day. But again, I love that shot. Yeah, cats, they are not emotionally shallow animals. We know that. All right, back to our triple box. We are live at 11 o'clock. We have been on the air now for 3 hours, and we have flipped over to John Oldshoe, who is in Florence. John, can you hear us? And if you can, tell us where you are.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, technology is great when it works.
So where are
so I'm
you?
in downtown Florence, and I'm about to go back across the O'Neill Bridge, and then I'll come up and go across the Singing Bridge. How's that sound?
Sounds good. Well, tell us about your journey. I've not seen any wrecks, accidents up there.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either. I want to turn this. Can you see this? There's a huge rocking chair right over there. I don't know what the deal is with that, but anyway.
Well, I think you should get out and try it.
No, I'll later. Let's go see what the bridges are doing.
Okay. Sounds good.
Waiting on this traffic light. It's 23 still here. So, but the roads are wet. I think the Florence Road Department did a great job of maybe putting salt on these, because you can see it's wet. It's not even frozen. So,
do you know what they did to treat those roads?
idea. But they've been out. I've seen the plows, and so they've been on top of it.
Yeah, and that is true. And
All right, so we're going to go down here, go down the hill, and go across the bridge.
Okay. Sounds good. So again, the treatments are really doing their thing, and that's a good thing. And again, ALDOT, local municipalities, they have done a very good job today, obviously. Yeah, and again, that obviously is the concern. They can't treat every road, and we clearly know that some of the side roads are certainly not in good shape, and the temperature is just not wanting to respond. I mean, I'm telling you, it is a very rough situation in terms of some of the side roads today. So it's 11:05. This is James Spann, Drew McCombs, with the Alabama Weather Network. We're watching the icing conditions over the northern part of the state. This is live video coming from Florence in the Tennessee Valley. And we're, again, the object of this, it's just to simply let you see for yourself what road conditions are like. People often ask for us to make decisions for them when it comes to traveling, when it comes to canceling events. And we don't know enough about the logistics, or we just don't know. Our goal here is to give you the information that can help you make a decision. And that's the reason that we're here this morning. And that's the reason that we will stay here through the event. And again, John is about to, looks like he'll be crossing another bridge here in just a little bit. And obviously it's very icy, but so far, at least in Lauderdale and Colbert counties, we've not seen that many reports of any accidents, any crashes, and that's certainly
All right, James,
a good thing.
here we're coming up on O'Neill now.
Okay, so John's about to, yeah, there's the O'Neill Bridge. And we're about to see John cross this live, and hopefully that will answer your questions about the conditions of the bridge. Seeing a report here of an accident in front of UAH, the corner of Knowledge Drive and Sparkman Drive. And again, we'll show some of these images here shortly. All of these reports are coming from you. And again, that is the O'Neill Bridge across the Tennessee River, connecting Lauderdale and Colbert counties, Sheffield and Florence. But the cars are moving along. So far, so good. And again, the one encouraging thing I'm seeing here, it's the lack of power outages in the state. Here we are at 11:06. I've got 249, and none of those are in Northwest Alabama. And again, on a normal sunny day, that's a low number. So we have no meaningful power outages whatsoever up in the Shoals, down to Russellville, Phil Campbell, in that ice storm warning area. And I think what's kept us out of trouble is the fact that a lot of this precipitation has fallen in the form of sleet this morning and not freezing rain. All that white you see, that's sleet, not snow, but sleet. And again, John's coming up into downtown Florence, but again, that's a great view of what it looks like on the roads this morning. But we're just having a hard time warming up. That's one of our big problems. So again, here's the radar, and you can see for most of the state it's dry. In fact, there's some peaks of sun for most of Alabama. It's nice and quiet, but that big mass of freezing rain, the pink you see here, that's concentrated over East Arkansas, Northeast Louisiana, North Mississippi, and the northwest corner of Alabama, and just kind of clipping the Tennessee state line. But the good news here, it's still below freezing in like Cullman County and Winston County and Marion County, but there's no precipitation. It's just really quiet here. A little bit in Jackson County, but not much at all. in a pretty decent chunk of the state will be dry for the next several hours. But again, we've seen evidence in modeling that the precipitation rates will likely increase over that northwestern corner of the state in coming hours. And if that's the case, that could increase the amount of freezing rain and ice accumulation. But so far, so good. The last really good modeling I saw coming from the National Blend of Models showed about a 1/4 inch to 3/10 of an inch of ice up in the shoals. We haven't had that because so much sleet was involved. But again, we are still early in the event. Cherokee, 22, Cullman, 29. Cherokee's in Colbert County, just south of Florence and Muscle Shoals. Cullman coming in again, 29 degrees, but the roads in Cullman seem fine. We've had no issues there. Florence, well, they're at 22 now. They're waffling. We were at 20, we were 22, 21, now we're back up to 22. That's the Shoals Renaissance, 25 degrees. And again, traffic moving along the bridges so far. I believe that's the Singing River Bridge in Huntsville. Gadsden, 40. Whoa, what a jump.
There we go.
Ooh, buddy. I think the sun popped out. I think that may be what's happened there. I've had several people say, hey, the sun's breaking through here. And again, that's a great shot of downtown Gadsden. Hatton in Lawrence County, that's between Moulton and Florence. 24, they're still pretty cold there. Again, that's the part of the state that's having a hard time warming up. Huntsville, well, 27. That was a big jump. Last time I saw that, it was at 19. So, and again, there might have been some data issues here. Sometimes with a lot of things going on, that the data gets a little laggy. But again, I think that's a good observation. Ooh, love that camera. Nakalula Falls. How about that? 40 degrees. That's a great. The region Skycam network is just incredible. And Russellville, Franklin County, you're at 23. But the bulk of the precipitation has been north of you over the past couple of hours. So we'll go back to the triple box. And in a minute, we're going to get Drew to kind of walk you through the next 24 hours. I know we do that about once every hour, but that's what people come and go here. And I will tell you, a lot of folks are out having fun with their kids, as I'm seeing from all the videos that are coming in. And thank you for sending those, by the way. We can't show them all, but I promise we see them all, and they are greatly appreciated. Somebody just sent a photograph from Orlando, Disney World, 74. Nice and sunny. Let's see here. We'll go to just a second, 1 second here, and we will go over to WEX 05. Oh boy, so this is the beginning of the video. What do you think is going to happen here? I don't quite know, but let's roll it and find out. Oh, it's a snow angel, a sleet angel. Okay, that's good. I thought that guy was going to try and slide down a hill, do some body surfing there, body icing. Now it's hard making a snow angel when it's a slab of ice, okay? It's just, but you got to give the guy effort for trying. That's not bad.
I thought it was the tail end of a sledding run, so I'm glad it was.
Yeah, now here's another state bird video. I can tell right away from looking at this. This guy is going in. Some people stay away from those things. No, he's going in. So, all right, no telling how this is going to work out. The Alabama state bird on an ice day, I don't know. Yeah, probably the advice, if you're going to stand up, you're slipping right back down. All right, it's not bad.
Oh, look at that.
Looks like there's some liquid underneath that. You got a little ice and then some liquid underneath. Yeah. Now the ice. Whoa! We knew that was coming. And now this was an incident in Huntsville at Knowledge Drive and Sparkman Drive around UAH. And again, this is what you don't want to happen. We've had a lot of fun with the kid videos, but to my knowledge, we've had nobody injured today, but we've had a lot of these. And you do not want to start off your weekend involved in something like this. So again, this was an incident earlier today near the UAH campus. In fact, you can see the entrance sign back there in the back to UAH. And hopefully nobody was injured in that, but that's a sign that it just might be a good idea to stay inside. So we'll go back to the triple box here. We're watching, is this John or Kevin's video here? I think that's John.
Yeah, that's John.
Okay. How's Kevin doing? Have we checked the theme?
I don't see him up.
Okay, he might be down right now.
Yeah,
All
I think he said he was going to be offline for 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. We know what he's doing. He's getting well, it's almost lunchtime now. You can get you
Yeah.
We've moved past the sausage biscuit hour into the lunch hour here, but these guys need a break. John and Kevin have been out there for hours and hours giving us these unbelievable drone views. And if anybody needs a break, it's them. It's not us. We're in a warm, dry studio here. 249 people have no power, not related to weather. That is a low number for a sunny day. So the good news, I like to share good news, that we don't have any power outages up here. None. Zero. And again, the bigger numbers coming out of Mobile County, and obviously that's not related to that. So that's good news. A lot of what's fallen this morning, it's been sleet with some freezing rain. And I think the fact that we've had a lot of sleet has helped mitigate the collection of ice on trees and power lines. That's a good thing. But again, all this mess in North Mississippi, Northeast Louisiana, East Arkansas, that's going to be clipping the northeastern corner of the state. Most of Alabama dry, and again, the sun has been popping out through here. And like we've talked about for days, this is not a new concept here, but Tuscaloosa, no problems. Birmingham, no problems. Anniston, Gadsden, there was a little concern for a while, but I think you're good with no ice issues here. You'll see a lot of rain tonight. And again, tomorrow, we could be working a severe weather situation for the southern counties of the state down here. They could see low 70s tomorrow morning, and they'll be in the warm sector of the storm. The wind dynamics are fairly strong, and there could be some severe weather problems down here. So keep that in mind for those of you in South Alabama tomorrow. And then rain amounts will be pretty good here. We could see tonight and tomorrow some spots getting 2 inches of rain. And there'll be some black ice concerns here. So again, we will have Drew in a few minutes here do a good detailed review of what's going to happen here. But you're looking live up here at the top. That's John Olshoe in Florence. At the bottom, these are our live sky cams, the Region Skycam Network, and some cameras from the Barron Institute that Bob has let us use today as we're watching icy conditions over North Alabama. We've had no meaningful power outages so far. We've had a number of incidents involving traffic, and again, there's been some pretty big traffic closures, road closures in Huntsville because of the ice. Here's an update from Madison County Sheriff. Several roadways and overpasses across Madison County are closed. Green Mountain Road, Bankhead Parkway, all of the overpasses on Memorial Parkway. That's the main north-south drag through Huntsville. US 72 at Chapman Mountain, Interstate 565, Oakwood Road, Greenbrier Road, Capshaw Road. These are all closed. And Wall Triana Highway. And this is coming from Madison County Sheriff. And again, that's the latest update that they have. And of course, that is from an official source. But it is excessively good that we have the live drone video that we've been showing you this morning to give you an idea of what's happening elsewhere. So again, 11:17, and the object of this is that we're going to stay with you. We'll stay live here on the network. And if you're new here, we're on 24/7, but it's recorded segments we do. But when we have high impact events, we just go live and we stay live. We're not cutting off anybody's program. The nice thing about this, I don't get the hate messages about cutting off the programs. I've got a good file of hate mail. Had a few haters today. Drew, you had any haters today?
You know, I don't see as many.
You don't get any. This man gets no haters.
Every now and then I'll see something.
But remember, for you haters, you cannot hurt my feelings. Why? I have no feelings left to hurt. None. So hate away. Maybe some people are just having a bad day. So again, we're going to stay with this for a while. And again, at the moment, it's kind of a lull. So Drew, if you would, just kind of walk us through the next 24 hours. What's to come? What about Monday morning? What about black ice?
Yeah, James. No, we'll definitely do that here. And wanted to mention something looking at the current radar view here, and not necessarily what's happening with the radar, but looking down towards the southwest. This has to do with what is to come. The Weather Service in Mobile actually issued a couple of flood warnings along the Tom Bigby River earlier in the last hour or so, and that's in preparation basically for rain that's going to be falling over the next, basically tomorrow mainly in that part of the state and points to the north, because obviously you're going to be feeding in a lot of rain from the western part of the state down into the Tombigbee River. So they're kind of preemptively going ahead and issuing a few river flood warnings there, and because of that, and they're valid for basically Tuesday and Wednesday of this coming week. So that's kind of how these things work. With the rivers rising, you can maybe kind of anticipate it a few days out, but then there's kind of a lag always from when the rain falls to when you start to see potentially some flooding. So again, that'll be something right there along the river in parts of Clark County and Washington County, Choctaw and Marengo counties as well. That you'll be watching as you get into the middle part of this week after all the rain falls. But so yeah, that's part of the story for the southern part of the state for tomorrow. But yeah, we'll flip over here and take a look at the latest. And actually, well, let's go. I'll jump ahead here because this is new information, and then I'll show you the model data. So we had an extreme cold watch, which is the blue here, that was issued for most of the state. As of yesterday, basically didn't cover everywhere, didn't cover the Tennessee Valley, didn't cover the southeastern corner that you see is empty here. But that was for the possibility for really cold weather Sunday night into Monday morning. They've now upgraded that. The Weather Service in Huntsville, Birmingham have upgraded most of the state now to actually a cold weather advisory. So you can see that's what that is right there, cold weather advisory. That's for the same time frame, and that's just a little bit of an upgrade, basically more confidence that this is that it is going to be very cold with temperatures down into the, at least the wind chills down into the single digits, basically, certainly, and temperatures well down into the lower teens and maybe single digits in some spots. And that may be more of a Tuesday thing, but the wind chill will be the main factor as we move into Monday morning, and that's the reason that you have these in effect. So again, we'll get eventually even the southern part of the state, even though it's very warm right now, it'll be warm tomorrow. Eventually, that very cold air is going to make it all the way down towards the south as well. And again, the southeastern corner is going to get cold there too, but maybe not quite as cold, and that's why you see it's not currently covered with that. But there's no guarantee that won't end up getting at least a extreme cold watch here sometime soon. All right, let's take a look at the modeling here, and so we will take a look at the latest run here of the model. Again, we've got the freezing rain falling right now. We've got temperatures still in the 20s. Looks like it may be, and I'm just kind of checking up against our current observations, it might be overselling the temperatures a little bit here in Huntsville and Hamilton. So that's a little bit too warm from what it is right now. It's still in the 20s in those spots right now. So that's just something we'll keep an eye on as we're going through the modeling here. But the idea is still that it stays, especially up in the shoals, up in both, basically all of Lauderdale, Colbert counties, portions of Franklin County and northern parts of Lawrence County, maybe parts of Limestone County as well. As we move through the next couple hours, we still expect freezing rain and some sleet mixed in to continue in those areas as you stay below freezing. However, the model is showing that some of those areas further towards the south and east, Huntsville, Coleman, Hamilton, places like that, may go ahead and get above freezing a little bit as we get into the afternoon hours. And originally it was looking like it was possible we could even get the northwestern corner that warm by then, but things have trended in the other direction. And who knows, it's possible, just given what we've seen here, it's been a slow rise of temperatures, that it may take a little bit longer even for Huntsville and Coleman this earlier this afternoon to get above freezing. So just keep in mind, again, we're dealing with models here. And even in the short term, there's times that it's not going to handle everything. And these really shallow air masses, cold air masses, can not be dealt with very well sometimes. So it's possible we still see some lingering freezing rain and sleet, even in places like Huntsville during that time period. But generally the trend should be that as we move further into the evening here, we see that warm nose, that warm air from the south gradually making its way towards the north. And then as we get into later in the nighttime period, we finally do start getting the northwest corner of the state above freezing. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be kind of a long slog until then, that it's going to still be freezing rain, especially there in those counties that are underneath the ice storm warning right now. And again, but just looking towards the south, though, again, just cold rain throughout the day, especially in kind of central Alabama. And then as we get into this time frame, Saturday or tonight, later on, the heavier rain and maybe even a couple of rumbles of thunder possibly in southwestern Alabama start to move in. So again, places like Thomasville, Chatham, and Monroeville, Atmore starting to get heavier showers moving through, and then Mobile and Baldwin counties will see that coming through as well, although it looks like a lot of it does kind of end up going towards the north. But rounds of showers moving through. And again, we're looking at the overnight period here, and we've warmed up into the 40s all the way up to the state line. So the idea here is that this warm sector of the storm, as the low pressure begins to move through the area or near the area, starts to push up ahead of it and warms us up so that we're basically all rain across the state. Now, just don't want to fail to mention again that we're not seeing it really reflected in the model here, but there is still the possibility that kind of the eastern and northeastern part of the state could get cold enough to see a little bit more icing than they've seen so far, with a combination of the elevation of some of the mountains and ridges over there, and also maybe a little bit of the cold air wedge effect coming in from the northern part of Georgia could get and creep into Alabama. But at least the HRRR at this moment is not really showing that. So hopefully it turns out that way, because that'll mean less issues for that part of the state. Now, as we move into, we'll kind of switch over here to the version of the run that goes out a little bit further. So again, we get a little bit closer or further along into Sunday here. And again, as we get to noon, that's when we have very heavy rain along a good portion of the state. The 2059 corridor seeing a lot of rain, 65 there, kind of south of Birmingham seeing a lot of rain. And then that is also kind of the start, or around the time period we would expect potentially some severe weather in South Alabama. So that's what we're expecting at that time frame, is the potential for some gusty winds. And also there could be a tornado or two. We can't rule that out. You see the temperatures are going to be in the 60s and 70s. So we're actually going to have a good bit of instability. And this is a very dynamic system. So I don't really have to worry about that part of it. But there will be enough instability with this warmer getting pulled in ahead of the front to potentially create some severe weather as we move through tomorrow afternoon. So that'll be kind of our main focus for tomorrow. And then again, as the system exits and you get late tomorrow night into Monday morning, the cold air kind of spills back in and really gets cold as things start to dry out. Now, the good thing about that is that dry air coming in, the wind coming in behind the front, will help to dry the roads out some. But we'll be getting so much rain, whether it be frozen or liquid, between now and then, that it may take a while for all of that to dry up. And so there's, looking pretty likely that we're going to have some issues with black ice as we get late Sunday night and into Monday morning. So, that's going to be a time frame that, again, you want to, if you don't have to be out, don't, take it easy. We know that there's also already been some school systems that have announced either, I think, closings or at least some delays for Monday morning because of this possibility. And so that's still looking like that could be a big issue for travel, especially Monday morning for the morning commute. And you can see, again, we'll get very, very cold. Temperatures getting well down in the teens. Again, like we said, we'll have wind chills down into the single digits. And let's just while we're talking about that, let's just take a quick look at the forecast wind chill there. Let me bring that up. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, so let's just see what the wind chill values are looking like as far as the forecast for that. Okay, we'll put it through time here. All right, so we're going to move it ahead a little bit here as we get into that late night period. And this is the national blend of models that we're showing here. And which is usually very good, especially when it comes to temperatures and things of that nature. And it's already showing wind chills even before we hit midnight Sunday, getting down into the single digits in the northwestern part of the state. So Florence, Hamilton getting 7-8 degree wind chills. So it'll be very, very cold during that time period. And then you see as we move through Monday morning, we get those single digit wind chills through most of North Alabama, 9 in Birmingham, 9 in Gadsden, and then teens all the way down to almost the Gulf Coast. And then again, it's going to be very cold again on Tuesday morning, with possibility for single digit wind chills again to the north and a lot of teens to the south. So that's going to be the big impact after we get through this. Of course, we got winter weather today, we've got severe weather tomorrow in South Alabama. Then we've got the big cold coming in after that, and it's going to stay pretty cold for basically this whole week coming up here, James.
All right, so it's 11:28. This is the Alabama Weather Network, and we're working icing conditions over parts of the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. And Ryan, you ever been to Fame Recording Studio? Our director has been there. I have not. I've been to Muscle Shoals Sound. And this is coming from John Olshoe and his live stream up in Florence. And again, you're looking at John's live stream here. Down below, that's our Skycam network. And again, with the region Skycam network, we have the temperatures. You can see current conditions. Good to see Gadsden up to 41 degrees. Anniston, Gadsden, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, no ice issues at all until maybe late tomorrow night and Monday morning with black ice, leftover moisture. The big concern this morning, it's the Tennessee Valley. And so far, precipitation has been relatively light. Again, we're watching the radar behind me here. And again, you can see it's pretty light through parts of Lauderdale, Limestone, Madison counties. And we have not really seen that big ramp up in precipitation rates so far. It could happen here in just a little bit. But let's go to WEX 05. Do we dare do that? Take a look at some of your images coming in from around the state. Let's see what, trying to see exactly where, I think that's near the UNA campus. That would be from Florence. And again, we've seen that with John's video driving around this morning. All right, what do we have here? What do we have here? Oh no, oh boy. Biking on the ice, what could go wrong here? Drew?
It's not a good decision.
This could end very poorly. I don't know. And again, I've not screened any of these videos. There's another knucklehead out there. We got two guys out there on bikes on ice. They did fine. We had no bad situations. That's good.
They make bicycle tire chains, maybe?
Yeah, there you go. Chains on bikes. I actually did preview this one. You ready for this? This is a reminder that you got to be careful on ice. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Whoa! Ouch. That hurt me watching that. Yeah, that's not good. So be careful as you get out there in the ice. This is a look at Florence earlier today. And again, the reason it's white, that's not snow, that's sleet. We talked about this all morning, but in a way, I think that's helped us stay out of trouble to some degree with the power outages. We have no power outages, none, because so much of this precipitation came down in the form of sleet and not freezing rain earlier today. Now, well, okay. Well, you know, you don't see a lot of turkeys walking around on ice. I'm just saying. You never know what kind of pictures that come in here. So turkey hunters, there you go. So let's see here. Obviously, looks like that's probably coming in from the north on US 43. And again, that kind of speaks volumes right there. Ice-covered roads. In fact, let's see that's a video here. Now this is Tennessee. All right, that's Tennessee. This is not Alabama. Our friends in Tennessee have had snow. I know that a lot of the kids want it to snow so bad, but they've had it in Tennessee today, just not in Alabama. You need deep, cold air for snow. In Alabama, the cold air is simply too shallow for snow. And understand, we've got a long way to go this winter. But it's Tennessee's turn for the snow today. And again, more views of icy roads. Okay. Whatever makes you happy, just go for it. All right. Oh, boy. Let's see what's going to happen here. Oh, yeah. No, we got all kind of crazy action here. There's so many things wrong with this. Well, what's up with the guy in the lead down there? What is that guy? Okay, I see. I thought it was a bear outfit or something. Well, they're doing okay. This is not bad. Listen, we don't get a lot of practice at this in Alabama. This is not our jam, all right? I think for some Alabamians, they did pretty well going down that hill. I mean, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, boy. Oh. Now, you know some things could go wrong here. I mean, what's up with that? He's got on ice skates. I would not want to be ice skating next to a pool that's basically consisting of ice water, okay? So the question is this guy going in or is he not going to go in? I have no idea. I've not screened this one either.
I feel like they look like they could be hockey skates, so you would think that might mean he's a pretty good skater, but I don't know.
This guy seems to know what he's doing. Yeah, this guy clearly knew what he was doing. I mean, you put me out there, I'm in that water all day long. I mean, that would end very poorly for me. So we'll give that guy an A+ for that. Oh, wow. This lady said that she's indoor cooking some goodies on an ice day. That apron goes back to 1994, okay?
Wow.
Who would keep that from 1994? Wow, I'm very impressed that that's still floating around. And dogs don't know what to do. And again, this was taken up in Tennessee where they had snow today. You know, some dogs love it, some dogs hate it, some dogs don't care. I think that dog just doesn't care. I mean, just from the look on that dog's face. And again, we've seen this guy. He's trying to make that sleet angel that doesn't work. So let's go back to our triple box. All right, 11:34. Things are relatively calm right now. What we've got here, precipitation is very, very, very light. In fact, let's take John's video, Ryan, full screen for just a second, because I'm going to make a little quick change in my configuration over here. And we're going to make a couple of moves here so I can be slightly more mobile. Again, this is John Oldshoe, and let's see. John, by chance, can you hear us? Yo, John. I don't think we can. That's okay.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. So just give us an update. Well, it looks kind of quiet. Precipitation seems to have tapered off.
Yeah, I don't know. The temperature's up to 25, but I have seen some more slipping and sliding here. So.
Okay, yeah, we got a little echo on John's audio there, but again, it looks like precipitation is really tapered off. We'll go back to the triple box, and again, you can see that we've got just not much happening here in Lauderdale. Colbert looks totally dry. Franklin looks totally dry. And again, our three counties that are in the ice storm warning, Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin. And at the moment, it's calm. We've got some light freezing rain falling over northern parts of Limestone and Madison counties. South of the Tennessee River, it's just dry as a bone. Jackson County, not much happening here. So this initial batch is kind of moving out of the Tennessee Valley. But if we can look at a regional composite, Drew, maybe, and show what's back off to the west, again, the models have suggested that the freezing rain rates might increase a little bit with this stuff you see back in eastern Arkansas, North Louisiana, North Mississippi, and some of that could increase the rates up and through here. We'll just see how it happens so far. Albertville above freezing. I just saw that. Albertville, ring the bell. You're 35. Marshall County looking good. Again, this is Cherokee. That's in Colbert County. That's not good. 22, and our camera's totally iced over there, as you can see. Cullman 30. Hey, 30 degrees. Numbers are coming up. That's encouraging. Again, the roads in Cullman seem just fine. We've heard of no issues. There could be some icing maybe north of town, but we've heard of nothing even on the Lake on Hill. Hey, Florence, 23. You're up 1 degree, 23 in Florence. That's the Skycam at UNA. We'll check the Skycam at the Renaissance, 26. Hey. And again, there might be some influence from the river, the warmer water there, but that's good. We're starting to clearly see a trend up, which is encouraging. Dew points coming up, temperatures coming up, and again, that warm nose will likely be coming in here tonight with rising temperatures. Gadsden, 40. We see no issues for Etowah County, Calhoun County. Everything looking good. Beautiful shot of downtown Gadsden, the mighty Coosa River there. Hatton, between Moulton and Florence, Lawrence County. Still cold, 24. But again, the dew points are coming up, so we're not going to go down anymore. We're certainly going to go up as that warm sector begins to move northward. Huntsville, 28. Hey, not that long ago, the sensor was showing 19. That's up on Montesano Mountain. And even the clouds seem to have thinned out a little bit there up in the Tennessee Valley. Mighty Nakalula Falls, Black Creek, 41 degrees there. As we're kind of rotating through our sky cams, good to see that number. And Russellville, still 23, Franklin County. So we'll go back to the triple box. And again, if you're just joining us, thank you. We appreciate you trusting us here on the Alabama Weather Network. If you don't know what this is, we started operation in August of last year. And the Alabama Weather Network will take care of every county in the state, all 67. Doesn't matter where you live, doesn't matter what TV market you're in, doesn't matter what weather service covers you. We will. We've got your back during any high impact event, whether it's ice, whether it's a tornado outbreak, hurricane, tropical storm, flash flood. We're here. We've got the resources, the people to do it right. Resources I've never had in my entire career. So it's an exciting time for me personally and for all of us in the network. And we thank you for trusting us today, watching us this morning. And we are here because of icing. And again, Alabama really quiet here. Just not much happening at all, which is good. A little light rain around Tuscaloosa. But the big issue, we've had this sleet, freezing rain mix across the Tennessee Valley since about 5 o'clock this morning. And that's created some bridge icing and road icing up and through here. But the precipitation has been very, very light for the past hour or so. But of course, we're watching all of this. And with temperatures still below freezing, we've still got that window for an increase in freezing rain here over the next couple of hours. And again, the plan is to stay here with you until temperatures get above freezing sometime later this afternoon or this evening. We've been live since 8 o'clock, been live about 4 hours, and we'll just stay right with it. So again, we thank you for being here and thank you for trusting us. Don't forget to get the app on your phone. You can see all the sky cams live anytime you want to with the observations. And again, I wanted to thank everybody for sending in their images to us, your pictures and your video. We cannot show them all, but we see them all, and they are greatly appreciated. We are so thankful for the images, the fun ones. And of course, we've had some involving wrecks and other things. Some are not that fun, but that's the way it is on these snow days. In some cases, it's good news. In some cases, it's bad news. But we have not heard of anybody injured today from any accidents. We had a number of crashes because of snow or sleet, not snow, but sleet and freezing rain. And at this point, we've heard of nobody being injured today, and that's good. And again, that's really the only true metric that's important to me and to all of us. It's loss of life. If that number is at 0, we've done our job. And we've heard of nobody injured today, although we've had some accidents, which is a good thing. And again, watching all of your content coming in, and we are thankful for that. So tomorrow, as Drew talked about, it's going to be very interesting. We could very well be working a severe weather event down here for the southern part of the state. And if we can pop up the Day 2 convective outlook, just wanted to show those of you that have a chance of severe storms tomorrow. Ooh, now we have a level 2 out of 5. Wow. So this is the new update. This was put out about 10 minutes ago. The Day 2 convective outlook is issued a couple of times a day. This is for tomorrow. This is for Sunday. And the new update was issued, it's at 11:30. That's when the second update is issued. And now we got a 5% tornado ring down there. That's very significant. So the chance of a tornado is actually increased down here in South Alabama. Goodness. So now, this is the tornado outlook. And again, what you see down here in the shades of brown, that means there is a 5% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of a given point. And understand, tornadoes are very small. A 5% ring is very significant. Let's go back to the categories here. And we've got a marginal risk, level 1 out of 5, as far north now as Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Talladega, and Ranburne. How about that? So while we're here today working ice, tomorrow we're going to be down here working the chance of tornadoes. So again, the level 1 out of 5 risk, this is the lower end threat from near Pickensville, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Talladega, Ranburne. A level 2 out of 5 risk from Butler to Linden to Billingsley to Eclectic to Phoenix City. The area's in yellow here. And again, we could clearly see a few tornadoes in this area tomorrow. Based on the latest data, which shows better instability, very good dynamic support, they believe that there could be a strong tornado involved. In fact, I'll read straight off the SPC outlook. If a sustained supercell manages to develop a strong tornado, and by that's EF2 or higher, a strong tornado cannot be ruled out as the storm crosses the warm front. So, again, we will have another very busy day here tomorrow. All right, so John, I just saw, is telling us, Drew, that he is ready to cross the Singing River Bridge.
Don't see him yet up in on
Okay.
our source here, so I'm telling him that now.
All right. Again, we're looking at more data coming in concerning tomorrow. One of the things that if you watch me over the years, I've always got this thing in front of me. The information overload is real. It is, but you have to be like an air traffic controller to do this and manage all of the incoming data and tell a coherent story. And we staff our Studio A here differently for snow. And if we had a genuine tornado event like we might have tomorrow, we will have a big crew in here that handles a lot of things where everybody's got a specific role. On a day like today, we're on here, there's no urgency. This is a long duration ice thing. We kind of stagger the shifts a little bit, but on a day with tornadoes and immediate threat to life, we've got 6 people in this room handling all the things that some of the stuff I'm doing right now. So, but again, obviously we're watching with great interest the severe weather threat for tomorrow. So again, this is Kevin's video, right, Drew, the one we're seeing here?
Yeah, that's still Kevin.
Okay.
Which I can.
And that looks good. It looks like he's on maybe. Kevin, can you hear us? If so, where are you?
I can hear you. We're on 65 North. Just got off of exit I-65 or Interstate I-65.
Okay, so are you going north or south down 65?
This is northbound at mile marker 341.
Okay, so it looks good. I mean, and again, the precipitation, we've got a good lull, and temperatures are creeping up, and at this point, I-65 looks great. Again, be aware there could easily be ice on any bridge on that interstate, but the blacktop roads look pretty good, and Kevin, I would assume you've encountered no ice other than those bridges, right?
I haven't seen any ice in quite a while.
Wow. Well, that's a good thing. And again, that's the reason we've got that ice storm warning, not for Limestone, but for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin. Limestone and Madison, there are winter weather advisories there. That's a lower priority alert, if you will, for winter weather. But still, we've got this really nice break. Most of Alabama, precipitation free, a little light rain, Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Green Hale counties moving north, but again, that's just good old-fashioned rain. And if we can, Drew, let's pop temperatures up here. These are the official observations that update once every 30 minutes or so, but we'll take a look at them and see how we're doing. These numbers are still reflecting temperatures below freezing north and east of Cullman, or north and northwest of Cullman. Anniston, you're in good shape. You got 47. Birmingham, 46. Look down here at Geneva, 60. We got 50s all over South Alabama. Oh, wow. Yeah, what is that? What is that, Kevin?
This is Dorothy.
What are we watching, Twister here or what? What's the deal?
We need to be going south.
Yeah, right.
So I guess they're going south for the tornado threat tomorrow. So apparently that's, goodness, what was the character's name in Tornado Twister, the TV weather guy? That's a 90s movie. It's been so long ago, but wow.
Should know.
We should know these things. Yeah, let's stay. Kevin's going to give us a little better look here. I don't know. He might be going to the Chitlin Festival in Arley. I mean, that might be one of those Chitlin cookers. I don't know if it's Dorothy or that. Drew, you ever been to the Chitlin Festival in Arley?
I have not, but that sounds like something I need to make it over to.
Yeah. It's very interesting. I'll put it that way. Again, getting a little drop out there on the screen. There we go. It's back. I'm not so sure what that thing is.
I don't know. Definitely seems like you could have picked a better day to have to transport it, but I guess sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Okay. All right. 10 minutes before 12 noon, and we've got temperatures rising. And remember tonight, this afternoon and tonight, the warm sector, a big surface low forms west of here, and this milder air will be pulled northward. So tonight, instead of temperatures going down, they should go up, which is an anomaly for nighttime, but that can happen. And again, these numbers should begin to respond even up here in Huntsville and in the Shoals. And they're better than listen, they were down to 20 earlier this morning. And at the rate of rise here, these cities, Huntsville, Athens, Rogersville, Florence, Killen, you could be above freezing by 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, something like that. We're optimistic, very optimistic, that tonight the whole state will have just rain. And that rain could help to wash away some of the ice accumulation, alleviate some of the issues we have up and through here. And then tomorrow morning, just rain. It all ends tomorrow evening. Temperatures drop like a rock. We could have a flash freeze and some black ice issues Monday morning for the northern half of the state. But again, we stress today, if you need to travel, everything's fine. From here south, Gadsden, Anniston, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, you're fine. Everything is good. Just rain. The main concern tomorrow, that chance of strong, maybe severe storms down here in South Alabama. And again, now we have a level 2 out of 5 risk of severe storms. All right, checking the Florence camera, 23 degrees. That's a camera overlooking UNA. See a couple of cars passing through there. Kind of watch the sky cams here. This is coming from the Shoals Renaissance, 25. And again, traffic is okay. All the roads are open, to my knowledge. Now, I will say, while we're watching the sky cams here, I did see a note earlier that came in from Colbert County. This is from the Colbert County EMA, the Emergency Management Agency. This was released earlier this morning. All Colbert County roads and bridges should be considered impassable until further notice. Members of the public are advised that when roads and bridges become impassable, all travel should be suspended or delayed. Only emergency vehicles should travel on county roads and bridges until further notice. And this is for Colbert County only. So again, just going through this release from Colbert County EMA one more time. All county roads and bridges in Colbert County, that one right there, all right, should be considered impassable until further notice. Members of the public are advised that when roads and bridges become impassable, all travel should be suspended or delayed. Only emergency vehicles should travel on county roads and bridges until further notice. And that is coming directly from the Colbert County EMA. So just wanted to pass that along. All right, Drew, back to you. When does the precipitation pick back up? When does it crank up again?
Well, it looks like, we may be waiting a little bit longer here, but it looks like in the afternoon we should start to see that. But let's just take a look at I'll kind of expand the view here a little bit. Well, you know what? It may be a little bit quicker than that, although I guess we are approaching noon right now. We'll kind of just try to put a quick lapse on this here. So yes, like we've had this first batch sort of start moving into Tennessee at this point. So we are seeing a good bit of a kind of drier air in place right now. At least we're not seeing the precipitation falling. But looking back off towards the west, looks like if this holds together in North Mississippi here within the next 30 minutes or hour or so, we might start to get some freezing rain starting to fall again there in the northwestern side of the state. So that's kind of what we're looking like right now. You can see it's fairly solid back over towards the west, over Tupelo, Mississippi. As we kind of move over here, we'll kind of zoom in here a little bit tighter. So you can see Corinth, Ripley, New Albany, Oxford, places like that are getting the snow. It's just a matter of the freezing rain and sleet. And as it moves to the east, just a matter of if it kind of holds together as it moves further towards the east. Now we'll look at the modeling again real quick, and we'll see what it's trying to show for that. And 1 second, we will pull that right back up. And we'll see kind of what it's thinking there. Now again, it's you look at it right now, it thinks that it's already kind of back into place. So it may be a little bit too early on it getting back in here, but it does appear that as we continue to move forward, it is showing that it does kind of show this little bit of a drier area over, especially kind of north central Alabama right now and further towards the south, and that it does fill back in here fairly soon, just over the next hour or so. So it appears, if the models got a good handle on this, that just rain will start to fill back in to places like Coleman and Jasper and places like Vernon and Fayette. Those areas will start to get some rain as temperatures will be in the 40s, filling back in. So it'll, instead of it being kind of a dry day there, you'll start to see some showers moving in. And even Birmingham, it looks like you may start to see some light showers moving in at that point as well. Gadsden, Jackson County, DeKalb, other areas in DeKalb County and Cherokee County will start to see some rain. And then, but unfortunately, we'll still be in the 20s, it looks like, in Lauderdale County and also Colbert County as well, and parts of Franklin County and maybe the northwestern corner of Limestone County, in order so that you'll still be getting some freezing rain at that point. But yeah, it definitely looks like at least kind of the sort of northwest of the 2059 corridor, we'll start to see more precipitation moving in just within the next hour or so, and filling more in from the southwest from there. So again, by the time we get into later on 6 or 7 o'clock tonight, most of the state at that point seeing good rain and heavier rain in some spots, especially down towards the southwest. But again, moving towards the east and southeastern corner, we're sitting at 60 degrees potentially in Dothan and Geneva, Andalusia, close to that, with no rain still happening in that southeastern corner of the state. But again, look at that spread, 60 degrees, Geneva and Dothan, we're 31 degrees there in Florence. And so that'll be kind of as that system is moving through there that we'll see that change over. So yeah, it looks like we are in a position to see some precipitation start to move back in. It doesn't look like we're going to get an extremely long break right now, James.
All right. We're approaching the 12 noon hour. This is James Spann with Drew McCombs. We have been with you for 4 hours. We have several more hours to go, and we are so thankful for you trusting us today. We have a nice lull in the precipitation across the state, most of the state. Ice-free, rain-free, a little light rain in West Alabama. We've got some freezing rain near the Tennessee state line. But again, even up here where there's been icing today, things are relatively calm in Madison, Limestone, and Lauderdale counties. We've got up on our system over here, you see on your screen down below, that's our region's Skycam network. And also cameras from the Barron Institute. Bob's let us use his cameras today to see some of the views up there. And up in the top box up here, that is Oldshoe, right? Okay, that's John Oldshoe, who is just driving the roads in Lauderdale County. We're seeing what it's like in Florence. Of course, he's crossing over to Colbert across the Tennessee River just to see what conditions are like. And really, John made this point earlier, so many of the roads are just wet. Because apparently the treatment, many of the roads, the major roads have been pre-treated, and they're just wet. That pre-treatment has done a really good job, and people have been getting around. The one thing we can tell you, and again we've mentioned this earlier, the Colbert County EMA is telling us that they are considering all roads impassable, and they are asking that only emergency vehicles travel on any road in Colbert County. That's not Lauderdale, that's Colbert County EMA. That came in earlier today. But again, many of the major roads have been, with the pre-treatment, they've been okay. And obviously still icy, but okay. And again, John has been on these roads for the past 4 or 5 hours, and we've seen no crashes in the shoals so far. Maybe there have been some, we just haven't seen them. But of course, John earlier had the drone up. We've had some incredible drone views from John and Kevin Henderson. And really, Kevin had more crashes on his drone than John over closer to I-65 in Athens, some 18-wheelers that had jackknifed on the interstate. But again, so far, so good. Looks like John's coming across one of the bridges over the Tennessee River. Ice, that's sleet. And I think, again, a good thing that's happened here is that we've had more sleet than freezing rain. And again, sleet, that's ice pellets. Not freezing rain, that's what collects on trees and power lines. Sleet, little ice pellets, they just bounce off the road. And the fact that we've had a lot of sleet and maybe not as much freezing rain, that maybe has saved us here. In fact, let me check the latest power outage count. There's 56 in the whole state, 56, that's it, 56. We have 0 power outages up here related to this in the Tennessee Valley, which is great. We hope it stays that way, and it could. It could clearly stay that way. But we've got more freezing rain back off to the west. We'll just see how much of that noses into the northwest corner of Alabama over the next couple of hours. But temperatures should continue to slowly rise. And again, hopefully we'll be out of this soon. All right, WEX 05. WEX 05. What's the deal with these Cardinals, Drew? They're having a party.
I don't know.
It's a Cardinal party in the sleet. And I will say that the red Cardinals, those the males, the red ones, they stand out very easily there on snow and sleet days.
Sprinkle some food out there? Is that why they're out there?
I don't know. They're just having a party. I mean, come on. Maybe they're watching the Alabama Weather Network and they heard that John Oldshoe's around. They want to see what crazy things John does. I mean, it's a good day. It's a great day to be a Cardinal. They're seemingly having a good day. Oh boy. Here we go. Now this guy's going fast. I mean, he's got that thing moving.
Looks like
And let's watch his stopping technique, and that's good. It looks like he's kind of fanned out his arms there, but that was very good technique on the end of that. Looks like he's going down into a cul-de-sac or something down there. But that's not bad. I'd say, don't you say that's good technique? I mean,
he's got kind of fishtailing around a little bit, but he's got it under control. Yeah.
No, he didn't get going backwards. I mean, that's not bad at all. Some good sleet boarding action here. A lot of folks out having a good time. And you know, you can maybe make a little sleet angel. It's hard because some of this is hard, compacted ice. But you got to have some arm and leg strength to do that. You really got to put some downward force in that. More friends. I'm afraid we're missing some teeth here, but that's okay. Kids, your teeth are going to grow back. My hair will never grow back. You're in good shape. Again, these are shots coming from northwest Alabama. And again, here's our two bicycle guys. I'm impressed. I mean, let me tell you, you could wipe out real quick on that bike on an ice-covered road. And he's got this other guy that's going to come down the other way, and they both stay on there. So good for these guys. Nice work. All right, back to the old triple view here at 12:02. We've got a few thin spots. Look here, Montgomery getting some sun today. A few little thin spots. Cherokee County looks like you're getting a little bit of sun. The Birmingham Metro, maybe a little bit of sun here. Walker County, got a few little donut holes in the clouds, so that's encouraging to see. Let's check our numbers, our temperatures. And again, really at this point, that's the most important metric on the board. It's 44 in Birmingham. That's coming from the top of Region Center. 47 coming from the Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport. Anniston almost at 50. It is 50 in Clanton. 60 in Andalusia, Geneva. Cullman, you're almost above the freezing mark. You're at 32 and climbing. Hamilton 30, upper 20s for Florence and Huntsville. And we might be on track here to be above freezing by 3 o'clock. And again, once we get above freezing, we will shift our focus from this to tomorrow's severe weather threat. As we have this rather unique high-impact weekend. What was it, last weekend we had the snow in Dothan? Drew, I lose track of time here.
Yeah,
was it last Sunday morning?
Yes, yep.
So we were on here Sunday. We're like weekend warriors. You know, sometimes weather gets on this cycle where it all happens on the weekend, which is fine. We love what we do. It's great. But we were working a southeast Alabama snow last Sunday morning with Old Shoe down in Dothan and places like Ozark and Eufaula, Enterprise. It didn't last long. There was no impact. The roads were fine, no impact at all. It melted away in a few hours, but that was last Sunday, and here we are today working an icing situation up here. Tomorrow we've got a tornado potential down here. And again, some of the models are hinting at another winter storm next weekend. Again, let me just caution you that you've seen a lot of stuff floating around from the engagement farms that are designed to maximize engagement. And a lot of this stuff is just AI generated. They look for maps that show snow, hurricanes, tornado outbreaks 2-3 weeks in advance. And of course, there's no skill at that range. They'll run the text describing it through AI to make it funny or something, and they post it. And it's an engagement farm. The only reason it's there, it's strictly for engagement. We're straight shooters here. I think people know that. But I'm looking at the same model, Drew, where they were posting the 3 feet of snow yesterday. It shows nothing on the latest run.
Oh, really?
Nothing. But again, there have been signals, and the pattern would favor some type of southern stream storm and cold air next weekend, but it is simply too early to call. In this business, we're like football coaches. Football coaches take one game at a time. You're not going to worry about that game in 2 weeks. You're going to worry about the game next week. We're worried about the storm today and tomorrow. Then we'll focus on next weekend. So just think before you share. That's our main advice. So again, we're at 12:05. Temperatures are slowly climbing. We've got 47 at Birmingham. And again, no ice issues at all. Interstate 59 south. There was some concern about a wedge of cold air damming, cold air draining down the backbone of the mountains here, coming into East Alabama tonight. But those concerns have lessened a lot in that the models kind of backed off on that. Calhoun and Cleburne counties, you're not in the winter storm watch anymore. That was been removed. Still, if you're in Jackson, DeKalb, Cherokee counties, always watch for that wedge. Watch what's happening off to the east. Creepy things can happen. Again, you can see Drew's putting on some current observations over here, but those numbers look okay. But we'll watch up in here, the Piedmont region, western North Carolina. Sometimes that cold air just comes right down the mountains, the slopes of the mountains, and it drains in here. It can drain into Chambers and Randolph counties. But so far, so good. Those numbers look good. So that's a good thing. And the models have kind of backed off on the concept of a big cold air damming problem tonight. But as always, we'll watch it. Any weather situation can change. We all know that. I'm afraid to see where John is parked. John, where are you? Are you still on the line with us here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You're loud and clear.
Oh, yeah, we got a sleet drift right here in the parking lot at the Renaissance Spa and Resort. So,
what did you call that? A sleet drift?
yeah you tell me.
John, if
Let's
you
go
say
look
it's
at
a
it. Hold on a
sleet
second.
drift, I'm going to use sleet drift. That works for me. It looks like it's about 6 inches, a 6-inch sleet drift here. And this is where it gets good when John gets out of the car. This is where it gets really good.
Yeah, I wonder if sleet drift is, what is it, the AMS glossary or dictionary? I can't remember. But.
Right, we're going to consult the American Meteorological Society glossary. Speaking of AMS, I'm supposed to be in Houston on Tuesday and Wednesday. I've not even looked. I'm speaking out there twice on Wednesday. It's in Houston this year. I know they've got some issues. I'll give you credit. That looks like a sleet drift. I'll take that.
Yeah, what do you got? About maybe a foot.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
Nasty.
There you go. Only on the Alabama Weather Network do you see coverage
There'll
of
be a
sleet
man.
drifts.
Hold on a second.
Oh boy.
Sleet man.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
Yeah,
boy.
it's not gonna let me do that.
I don't know what he wanted to do, and I don't want to know what he wanted to do.
down here. Wilson.
Yeah, that's the Wilson Dam, by the way. And we have a sky cam at the Renaissance.
I didn't know they could drive across it, but
Yeah, oh yeah. It is used every day. Drive right across the Wilson Dam. But again, John's that's the Renaissance
And-
Shoals.
We've got a camera up there, and they were nice enough to let me stay here last night. So thank you to the Renaissance in Florence.
Renaissance, shout out. Thank you for letting us kind of headquarter there. And thanks for letting us put the camera up on the big tower there. It's, oh yeah. That's,
Icicles.
Icicle City. That's what, you know, you driving this stuff, it takes like 2 car washes to get that stuff off of there. It's nasty. It stays on there for a long time. Or you could be like me and just never wash your car and you have to worry about it. And we got the hail steak going there.
Hail steak.
All of us were educated at that fine institution. We're always thankful for Mississippi State giving us our career. Let's go back to triple box at 12:09. And again, you can see that's the camera from the Renaissance on top of the restaurant there where you saw from John. And always a beautiful view. We kind of got it focused in on some of the bridges here, but you can see that it's at 26 degrees as we speak. And we're moving in the right direction. We're still not there, but we're increasingly optimistic that we might be above freezing by maybe 3 o'clock or so this afternoon. And obviously that's going to be a happy moment when that happens. Reminds me of the blizzard of 1993. During the Great Blizzard of 93, I had, and nobody even knows who this is, I had to fill in for Country Boy Eddie. Because Eddie, for the first time in all those years, could not get into work. And it was totally unhinged. It was the worst hour of local television ever. I mean, it was me and Bill Bolin. It was really bad. But the one thing I remember, Eddie had a cowbell on his set. And every time the temperature got 1 degree warmer, we rang that bell. And when we finally hit 33, we rang that cowbell for about 5 minutes because the blizzard of 93 was tough. If you were not here, and most of you are not old enough to remember, but that was our generational snowstorm, the generational blizzard, with the famous Country Boy Eddie cowbell for every 1 degree. That was special. So let's punch up that Renaissance camera, Drew, and the one behind me if we can do that. I just wanted to quickly kind of show a little wider view of this thing. And I'm going to move the camera around a little bit. As you can see, of course, we have full control here in the Alabama Weather Network for these cameras, and these are just outstanding. And I'm just mesmerized by so many of these. But again, this is a look at the Wilson Dam over the Tennessee River right here. And again, that's that beautiful Renaissance that you saw there from John, but that's the camera we have there. And it has been so helpful for us since we've had it online, and especially on days like today. And again, there's a little wider view. And again, you can see that there's basically, I think John said that the road is closed here. But again, sleet down. And we've got a lot of the roads are just wet. Drew, what do you know what they treat these roads with? You know anybody chance? I have no idea. It's salt or I don't know.
They've got some sort of a mixture. I mean, I think some sort of a brine, basically. And I think it's more than just salt and water. But I know I can, living up there, they were pretty good about treating the major roads. And you would see a day or so before. A lot of times, you could look at the roads and see this kind of like white, stuff that had been sprayed on it. And so, that's what it was. But I guess the issue is if it can get washed away in some situations. But maybe like we've talked about with getting the sleet falling sort of early on, that might have helped us a little bit. Although not to say there hadn't been, we've obviously seen a number of wrecks and people sliding around, but that might have helped a little bit to maybe help the brine help a little bit more in the places where it was applied. But usually it was kind of confined to your major arteries and highways and things like that.
All right. Still getting pictures of empty bread shelves. I don't know. I know it's a cultural thing, and I got the milk and bread socks on here, but you know what I buy when there's a snow scare, right? Yoo-hoos and Twinkies. Yoo-hoos and Twinkies. That's a good choice. You can't go wrong with Twinkies. At 12:14, and again, what I'm doing is watching a lot of your images coming in, which again are very, very helpful because it lets us see in real time what's happening where you live. We can't show them all, but we see them all, and they are greatly, greatly appreciated.
James, I've got a little bit more information. So we've, of course, we appreciate our sky watchers. With all the reports they're giving us on what's actually happening to weather, but they also give us good information. So going back to the brine, so yeah, it appears it's just like I said, an anti-icing solution. It's usually 23% salt, 77% water. So that's kind of where the brine and also this was from Brian Falls, who actually is in Inslee, but he's been giving us a lot of good information in the chat today. He also let me know that that Bill is the name of the TV weather guy in Twister.
Bill,
but it was Bill Paxton. But I guess he played a guy named Bill. And then you had Jo was she was the PhD. It was played by Helen Hunt. So there you go. Now we got that figured out too.
So yeah, the Sky Watchers are the greatest, and if you want to join that team, these are weather enthusiasts. Many of them trained in storm spotting. Many of them have weather instruments. They're weather geeks, and if you want to be part of that group, go to our app, and there's a section that says Sky Watchers, and just click on that, and you can fill out some simple information. And we have a Slack work group where we're all together, and that is extremely helpful. The Sky Watchers are just absolutely great on days like today, and really on any day with reporting weather data. All right, let's go to Wexo 5. Oh boy, I have a funny feeling this one's going to be a good one. Now we got, let's see, I'm trying to figure out what's going on back here. We got some guy on a bike, see a dog, a bunch of knuckleheads out there. It looks like a John Deere tractor. And what's going on here? This is good. I can tell this is good stuff. So the dog doesn't know what to do. John Deere tractor, and you got some guy behind the John Deere tractor. This is some Alabama snow action right here. What is that, a mattress? What is this guy on here?
That may be it.
You can't make this stuff up. Wow. And the dog just doesn't know what to do. I do believe that is a mattress. Wow.
Mattress.
Whoa. Whoop. Yeah, there's just a lot of things wrong with this. I mean.
Well, watch out, dog.
Yeah, that dog has so many questions right now. Like, what did I just see? Wow.
Never seen so many bikes out on the ice either.
All right, and let's see what's going to happen here. All right. Whoa! Very good technique. Very good technique. I think the guy's rocking a Boston Bruins jersey back there. Hockey guys know what to do. This is hockey stuff right here. This is what they do. And of course, if you can scribble out my name in the sleet, somehow that always makes it on these live coverage things we do. But again, that's what roads are looking like, and a lot of that is ice pellets. And we can really, really, really be thankful we have had more sleet than freezing rain today, and that's really kept us out of trouble. If all of this would have been freezing rain, we would be looking at some power outages and all kind of problems. But again, as of this moment, statewide, there are 38 people out of power, and that's it. 38 out of 2.6 million customers. So there's absolutely no power outages up here. It's been good. Ooh, the bread is totally stocked here. That's interesting. But the kitty litter's gone. What? So here we have no kitty litter, but we have plenty of bread. And I do believe that's a Walmart, so I guess people are going for the kitty litter maybe for traction. One of the pieces of advice I had years ago was to put kitty litter in the back of your car, so if you get stuck on ice, you can get some traction. And I will say that did work in the great 2014 Snowmageddon one time. I'm not so sure if she's happy or not happy here. Why are you making me stand out here in this freezing cold to get this picture on this ice? And Asperitas clouds. That's coming from, I want to say that's northeast Alabama today. Wavy cloud bases and typically in a cold, stable air mass representing a very turbulent atmosphere. And there's our Cardinals. So let's go back to the triple box here. Again, we thank everybody for sending in their images. Power outages, nothing meaningful. Nothing. That's great. And again, Huntsville 28, that's up on Montesano Mountain. We're watching the numbers with great interest. And again, once we get above freezing, we'll kind of phase out this coverage and we'll start to focus on tomorrow's severe weather threat. Nakalula Falls, love it. They're sitting at 42 in Gadsden, well above freezing. That's certainly good news. Russellville 23, that's still pretty cold. It's going to take a little time to get us above freezing in Franklin and Colbert and Lauderdale counties. That's coming from section 30, getting close. On the mountain overlooking the Tennessee River, off in the valley into Scottsboro. We've got, that's Decatur. That's one of the Barron Institute cameras. They don't have the weather data there. I'm seeing Guntersville at 34, by the way. Albert was up to 45. 45 at Albertville. Marshall County, hey, you're doing good there. 45. Scottsboro's at 32. Fort Payne's at 38. Fort Payne's well above freezing in DeKalb County. But again, Haleyville 26. Decatur 28. Huntsville 28. Coleman 32, Muscle Shoals 27. And these are the 12 noon observations on the, here we go. These are the current observations across the northern quarter of the state. Collinsville and DeKalb County at 40. Stevenson 31. Guntersville's above freezing. But again, you can see basically from Huntsville and Eva west, we've got mid to upper 20s. And Cherokee's having a hard time. They're at 22. We need to get them up at least into the upper 20s like everybody else. But again, these numbers will be slowly climbing. And again, by mid-afternoon, many spots will likely be above the freezing mark. And by evening and tonight, it should be just rain falling across the state. So, Drew, let me let you describe tomorrow's severe weather risk. We need to talk about that, the day 2 convective outlook.
Yeah, absolutely, James. I'll go ahead and swap over to that, and we'll talk about that. So, yeah, here is the severe weather outlook for tomorrow. So, previously, what we had coming into today, so what we had yesterday and kind of earlier today was that level 1, the green there, level 1 marginal risk was for this area here. I don't even think it made it as far north as what you see here currently, but they've now, the Weather Service, or I'm sorry, the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded it here to, at least in places like Thomasville, Selma, Chatham, Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika, towards the south, basically the entire state below that, to a level 2 slight risk there. So just a little bit better confidence that there's going to be the ingredients in place to produce some severe weather, and some of that could be, still could see a few tornadoes. It's possible. They have increased the tornado risk up to a 5% tornado risk now within, basically, so the area you see the yellow there, the slight risk, that is the area where they've got that 5% tornado risk, which again, that's 5% chance of a tornado within 25 miles of any one place on the map. So still, it's not a huge risk. Tornadoes are not big, and so obviously the vast majority of people in this area will not have anything to worry about, but it's still something that you can want to be paying attention to because of the possibility of that. And again, there will be strong thunderstorms moving through pretty much that entire area, and there also could be some damaging winds with it as well. So definitely looking at some heavy rain, potentially maybe for some flash flooding issues in some areas, but certainly could see some damaging winds. And again, the tornado possibility is something we never want to take lightly. Now, as you look further towards the north, again, I think they have expanded this, and I'm going to see if I can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure the previous outlook maybe didn't have that marginal risk going up quite as far to the north. I'm going to go back here and see what I can see with that and verify that. Yeah, so there we go. You can see this was the previous outlook, which kind of lines up pretty well with what we see with that slight risk now in the level 2 yellow risk. And then when they did the update here recently, it then went to, let me just switch that back. to this. And so again, we've kind of extended that marginal risk further towards the north so that it's now including kind of up to Tuscaloosa, a lot of the 2059 corridor kind of southwest of Birmingham, so including parts of Sumter and Greene and Hale, and then I guess the northern part of Perry County, Bibb County, southern Tuscaloosa County, southern sliver of Jefferson County, through most of Shelby County, over towards Talladega County, and also Clay County as well, and moving over towards just kind of the southern part of Cleburne, but then Randolph Chambers. So again, we've kind of slid it further towards the north. So a little bit smaller risk as you move into those areas of seeing severe weather, but it's still there, and we expect to see definitely heavy thunderstorms moving through that area. So again, let's take a quick look at the latest model data as far as that is concerned, and we'll just kind of take a dip here into we haven't looked at the 3 kilometer Barron model here recently. We'll kind of see what it's doing. So again, we'll kind of move it through time here and talk about, again, that fact that we expect to eventually warm up enough that we get all rain through most of the state as we move into later on this evening. But you already see that some of the heavier rain is moving into South Alabama. But then again, we don't really expect issues until we get into Sunday as far as potential severe weather is concerned. And so as that front starts to approach, you can see it looks like we get, even by tomorrow morning, starting to show a little kind of linear feature here. So this would be an area, and it is in some of the areas that expanded marginal risk to the north is, where I would expect maybe a better chance of some straight line winds with that kind of linear feature there out in front of the rest of the rain. And then we'll keep moving this through. And then this is where you get a little bit more concerned as we get into approaching noon and afterwards, where you start to see some individual cells out ahead of that main mass of rain and thunderstorms. And that is going to be, those cells that we would have to watch for tornado potential. The ones that are out in front have the best chance of having a little bit of spin to them. Not to say that they can't, other areas can't, but then what it looks like happens then as we move further on into the afternoon is that we maybe don't have as many cells out ahead. There might still be a few, but it looks like it kind of congeals into more of a line, a QLCS type of situation where you've got some little kinks in a line of storms, where then we would be watching for little circulations that probably would be fairly brief, fairly weak, but something we'd have to watch for, some short fuse tornado warnings and small spin up tornadoes, more in that kind of situation there as it moves further towards the southeast. And again, this is looking at 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and then things starting to wind down as we get to 3 or 4 o'clock. The main heavier storms have started to exit the state, and then you've got rain behind it. Of course, you've got temperatures still in the 50s backed behind that. And then, as we've talked about, further towards the west and northwest, you're starting to see that cold air spill in behind it. But again, the latest, at least these high resolution, the convective allowing models have not shown as much on the backside, sort of changing back over into freezing precipitation with the main mass of rain moving out. So that seems to be less of a trend with the cold air, that is, we're kind of maybe drying out before we really get the cold air in. But you might still see, again, this is picking up on some lingering maybe flurries as we get into late tomorrow night and into Monday morning. So you might see a few flurries, but it's not going to be anything significant. But again, as we get super cold at that point, that'll be when we start to potentially see some black ice starting to form on the roadways. And so that'll be something that you definitely want to be paying attention to. Be cautious as you get out Monday morning. And again, we'll have more information as we get closer to that on what the conditions are, obviously. But that'll be kind of the next thing we'll be looking at, James.
All right, it's 12:28. Let's go to WEX 05. More antics in the sleet. All right, let's see how this guy does. I'm really impressed with some of the agility that Alabama children have today. That's not bad. Whoa, well, I take that back. It started off well, but it ended poorly, we understand. And by the way, no injuries have been reported in any of these videos. Watch out, watch out. Whoa! I think he hit a rock or something down there. I mean,
is that a cookie sheet?
That might be a cookie sheet.
Sort of baking pan.
You got to do what you got to do. We don't have sleds around here. Whoa! And again, dogs don't know what to do. I mean, dogs just don't know what to do. Look at the look on that dog's face. Like, what? What's going on here? It makes no sense to them. Drew, you want to explain this?
Oh, there we go.
I actually know where that is, which is disturbing that I would know where this is. That is not in Alabama. This is from Chickasha, Oklahoma. Okay. From the movie Christmas Story, of course. Wow. You got any lamps like that in your house?
We try to avoid those kinds.
Yeah, I don't. And by the way, dogs love us too. And I feel bad. I call earlier dogs emotionally shallow animals. I take it back. They want in on the action too. They want to see what's going on here. That's outstanding. So dogs and cats do pay attention to the weather. A lot of people are baking today. And for those of us here in the studio, we've not had any food in a while. That looks very appealing to us right now. Oh boy, another state bird video here. Let's see what happens here. All right, this guy's going to go for, whoa, not bad. A little flip in the sleet. Those guys are working it. Nobody was injured in these videos. Here we go. And boom, not bad, very impressive. Again, this is what most of the roads are looking like in northwest Alabama, for those of you just joining us. We have, and again, Colbert County, the EMA, they basically declared all roads impassable. They're asking everybody just to stay off. Everything's impassable, only emergency vehicles allowed. Oh, some dog video here. The dogs don't know what's going on here. And, you know, this guy looks like he likes it. Getting a little excited there. A little bit of sleet. Roaming around in that green sweater. Now, this is up in Tennessee. Again, if you're looking for snow, this is where you need to be, Tennessee. Nashville, Memphis, points north, especially Interstate 40 and north. And we've got good snow falling in northern Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky. This is a really, really widespread storm. Yesterday, we had winter storm warnings all the way from eastern New Mexico to Boston. How about that? Again, what you see there is what you get. If you're asking about northwest Alabama, that's what the roads are looking like. Oh boy, what do we have here? This could be trouble. Oh yeah, this is an interesting perspective. All right. Let's see if they make it here safely, and I think they do. Yep, no accidents going on there. Looks like somebody's having some fun over here. A lot of sledding going on. Of course, we always recommend a helmet. What in the world? These dogs are having a good time. I mean, these dogs love it. Come on now. Nothing like a little sleet storm on a winter day. And again, I don't think those cows really care. They just don't. They don't seem to care. Let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah. So far, most of these videos have ended very well, and we hope this one does as well. That looks relatively safe. I think that's working.
Flat.
Yep.
That helps.
Yeah, everything, all is well here. That's one way of getting about town today on a day with ice-covered roads. Yeah, they made it down the street. That's good. Oh boy, here comes another dog video. Let's see here. Whoop. Yeah, the dog is smart. The steps are slippery. Just go up the hill. That's a very wise choice. And again, we've seen this one, I think. We got a series of knuckleheads here in this video. I mean, we got guys on bikes. There's some guy down there on a tractor pulling a guy that's standing on top of a mattress. You don't see this anywhere but Alabama and the Alabama Weather Network, by the way. These videos are great. And it's nice seeing people going outside and having some fun. We don't laugh enough. We have lost our sense of humor in this country. That's funny. And I'll give this guy credit. I mean, look, that takes some balance to stay on a mattress on an ice-covered road being pulled behind a tractor. That's too good. I mean, and the dog is just coming along for security purposes there. Look at the stability on this guy. I mean, this guy's working it. That's not bad. Whoop! Nope, he's still on there. Made the turn. That's too good. Very impressive. All right, let's go back to the triple box, 1233. And we are watching things that are quiet right now. I mean, it is very calm across most all of Alabama. Little light rain, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, Bibb counties. Just not much happening across the Tennessee Valley. Of course, earlier they had sleet and some freezing rain. That's moved up into Tennessee. We've got freezing rain over North Mississippi and parts of southwest Tennessee. A little bit of that creeping into the northwest part of the state, but it's pretty calm. So was this Olshoe or Kevin?
That's Kevin.
Okay, Kevin Henderson, if you can hear me, tell us where you are.
Tennessee Valley, of course, earlier they had sleet and some. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm on 72, just a few miles away from
I
Florence.
think I lost Kevin's audio there for just a second. That's okay.
Was this Olshoe or Kevin? Kevin Henderson, if you can hear me, tell us where you are. Tennessee Valley, earlier they had sleet. Hello.
Yeah, I think I can hear you,
Yeah,
Kevin. We need batteries over there.
yeah. We have officially a dead battery.
Kevin, go ahead and talk. I think we got you.
Okay, yeah, I'm on 72, heading back towards Florence.
Okay, so you're heading back. You're on 72, heading back towards Florence at this point. So yeah, you're getting back into the icy roads again. It looks like.
Back into Iceland.
All right. Yeah, it looks like though. Have you seen any accidents or anything as you've been going through there?
Not along 72.
Okay, so no accidents along 72.
Only on Interstate 65 and 565.
All right, so it was just you said just those ones on 65 and 565 that you saw earlier, but nothing on 72.
Nope, nothing on 72.
Okay.
It's completely clear all the way from Athens to where I'm at here, near Florence.
When you're driving out there, are you feeling? If you stay in those grooves, I mean, is it feeling like you've got pretty good traction, or is it kind of dicey at times, or I don't know if you got 4-wheel drive or what, but
All-wheel drive and some good winter tires, so it's gripping pretty good.
that's good to see. It looks like most people are trying to stay in the slow lane there, so that's obviously helping. It looks like it's a little bit more going on in the left hand and the fast lane there. So, I guess continue. Just let us know what you see with that, and we'll come back to you here in a little bit. I don't know do you have any plans to put your drone up anywhere else as you're moving further towards the west, or?
If I see something interesting, absolutely. Or if you have any suggestions, I'll throw it up.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be in touch. But yeah, okay. Well, appreciate it, Kevin. We'll switch back over here to. Guess we got James back now. Are you up on your?
Yeah,
mic now? Okay.
I can hear again.
All right.
All right. One of the interesting things I just saw that looks like Olshoe posted is NOAA's Storm Prediction Center has posted an update concerning freezing rain, and I'll just kind of quote the summary here. Freezing rain mixed with sleet is expected to expand across parts of the Tennessee Valley through late afternoon. The most likely corridor for appreciable ice accretion, appears to be on north central Mississippi, the northwest corner of Alabama, and southeast Tennessee. So again, that's the one thing. While we are busy doing our thing here, we've got those at the Storm Prediction Center, NOAA's WPC, that are monitoring mesoscale features and models, and they believe that we could see an increase in freezing rain and sleet across that ice storm warning area this afternoon. So it's going to be a race to see who wins first. Will temperatures climb above freezing first, or will this precipitation win? And we have a batch of freezing rain and some nasty icing. So again, the clear message is that we are not over yet by any means in terms of the ice threat. And again, once we get above the freezing mark, we think we'll stay there through the night. And again, the only other thing we'll have to watch is for any cold air damming effect over here in the northeastern counties of the state, Cleburne, Cherokee, DeKalb, Jackson. But again, models have not been bullish on that the last couple of runs, the high resolution models. So let's see, is this Kevin or?
That's John up there. Looks like we got some snow plows. He's falling.
Yeah, John, what you got? Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You can. Yeah, I'm out of the car. That's a snowplow. I got to give credit to Florence and Muscle Shoals and Tuscany and Sheffield. They've had these plows out. I've seen them treating the roads. And I think that's why we don't have many accidents at all up here. This guy right here, they're waving at me. They were been out here, and I've been behind them for the last 5 minutes or so. There they go.
All right, let's give them a shout out. Goodness, they have done a great job. AlDOT, the county crews. That's my bad. Yeah, I'm not used to having the IFB pack on here, so sometimes I'll fiddle with what I thought was the IFB, and it was the mute button on the mic. No, let's give a shout out to AlDOT and the county crews that have been working, prepping for this day. They have really done a good job with pre-treating and working the events that we have going on right now. So they really clearly need a big shout out for keeping the roads pretty much open. They really have done a good job today. So again, somebody just sent me a note. How come you're not live? We've been live for 5 hours. I don't know. Yeah, just checking a lot of the reports coming in from the various Weather Service offices. One of the things we are connected with via Slack. We're on with the Weather Service offices all across the southeastern states. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love Brooks. Yes, sir. Kevin Henderson is at Killen. One of my very favorite stops on the Kid Camp Tour, it's Brooks Elementary. Now, this is Brooks High School in Killen. Killen is just a little east of Florence. But I love the Lions. One of my very favorite shirts I wear is my Brooks shirt. And I will be there on March the 17th at Brooks. But this is a look at their football field, athletic complex, sleet covered. Snow just wants to roll out of your mouth here. That's not it. This is sleet.
You didn't know.
Yeah, right. We have basically had no snow anywhere in Alabama. This is all sleet, all the white. Of course, freezing rain, that's just liquid. That would be clear. But everything you see down there, that's sleet.
Looks like somebody's been playing around in the parking lot there.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Some knuckleheads had a good time down there. I mean, it's just like, whether that's a car or a four-wheeler or something else, I don't know, but somebody has clearly been having a good time in the Brooks parking lot today. If I had to guess, it was probably a Brooks High School student. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. We might get a look right now.
Oh, yeah. Here's some knucklehead. Let's see what this guy does. See, this is the entertainment value of having live drone. This guy has no idea he's live on the Alabama Weather Network right now.
I'll come back.
And it looks like maybe he shot the drone down.
Yeah. Oh, man.
We've lost the video. It's frozen. We'll see if it comes back. For years and years of doing these things, I have learned that the most interesting thing to do is to just put a live camera up somewhere over an interstate highway or a road or some place like that and just watch people and how they react to this stuff. Now with the drone technology, you can put those things up anywhere, and it's pretty fascinating. But again, that video is coming from Brooks High School in Killen, just to the west of Florence, down 72. And as soon as we get Kevin's drone video back, we'll go back to that. And again, down below, down here, you're looking at the Skycams, Russellville 23. We've gone up one since the last time I saw it. Section up in Jackson County, they're at 30, overlooking the Tennessee River. There we go. Let's go back to the drone shot full, see if that knuckle, yeah, he's still down there. If only that guy knew he was live on our network right now.
It's not moving as fast as I thought he might, though.
I bet you somebody tipped him off. Somebody tipped him off. Hey, man, They're showing you live right now. Yeah. But at least give the guy credit. I mean, instead of doing it out there in US 72, you're going to do it in the parking lot. That's a much better situation.
Oh, I thought that was a car he was about to hit
No,
for a second.
Yeah. From the drone, you can't tell if that thing was a car or something painted on that parking place down there.
Oh, I wonder, you said, now is this at the high school still,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's Brooks High School.
I bet you those are like parking spots painted like I don't know if it's the seniors or something. I know a lot of times high schools, they do that. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
You know, this guy's probably going to get out and wave at us, or he's going to shoot it down, one of the two. What's going on here? Oh, he's going to write us a message, apparently.
Oh, I wonder if does he really know we're watching?
Yeah, let's hope he keeps it clean. Ryan's got his finger on the button over here in case we have.
S?
All right, we got an S. All right, that's a good start. Let's hope he goes to a P next instead of
Yeah. There's some possibilities.
Yeah, there's some a lot of things could go wrong when you see the
looks
S.
like a P, I think. Oh wait. Oh no. Wait.
Well, yeah, a lot of things could go wrong here.
Smile.
And to give this guy, you know, it's hard to do this when you're on the ground.
Maybe that is SPA.
I think he's doing Spann. Let's give the guy credit. I think he's doing a Spann. I see a P, I see an A, I see an N.
There we go.
Yeah, that's it. Spann. All right. You know, this guy's got his own in his phone down there. That's good. This guy's good. We need to sign this guy up. This guy is our new official sleet drawer on the Alabama Weather Network. That's good. That's outstanding. He missed one N, but hey, that's close enough.
Miss an N?
That's close enough. Look, I mean, think about your finger being out there in that sleet trying to draw these letters. I mean, his finger probably froze. So, he's gonna go fix it. Oh yeah, here we go. One more. This is too good. This is gold. There you go. We got it now. That's it. This man has it. He's got it. So that's the ultimate shout. Oh, now we're going to do the sleet angel thing here. Now that's hard in a frozen parking lot. You know that doesn't feel good.
We got to
wow.
find out who this is.
All right. Now when I go to Brooks for my next school program up there, I will find out who this guy is. But again, this is live coming from Brooks High School in Killen. Kevin Henderson, drone operator, and we'll find out who this guy is. But we're just thankful that it went in a good direction. So that's good. That's outstanding. All right, back to our triple box here for just a minute. Things are calm now. But we're still watching this larger area of more meaningful freezing rain and sleet over the northern half of Mississippi. And this could move into the northwestern corner of our state over the next couple of hours before temperatures rise above freezing. And if that happens, that could increase ice accretion across Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties up in here. Again, for the eastern half of the Tennessee Valley, the bulk of this will stay over here. You should be above freezing, I think, without any additional precipitation. Your deal is kind of winding down in Jackson and Madison counties. You're still below freezing. There's still icing. Don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about the greatest potential for meaningful precipitation most likely is coming through the northwestern corner of the state. Anything over here should be relatively light. And again, for central and south Alabama, your rain rates come up tonight and tomorrow. And like we've talked about a good bit, there is concern for the possibility of a few, perhaps, strong to severe storms and a few isolated tornadoes across the southern part of Alabama during the day tomorrow, maybe even as early as tomorrow morning. So be aware of that. And of course, we'll be right here. Same time, same channel. Well, maybe not the same time, but we'll be right here. And we will initiate the live coverage before things happen. That's the one thing we want to do. Let's say there's a tornado warning for one of these western border counties here. We want to be on before it gets in your county, and we'll initiate coverage once we get warnings on the far eastern side of Mississippi. And we handled that with our first event here a couple of weeks ago. We gave our friends down here in Choctaw County almost 2 hours lead time before the tornado warning was issued there. So again, we're to a point now where I think we're probably 2 or 3 hours away from getting us above freezing. We hope that's the case. We'll get the 1 o'clock data set here in about 10 minutes. And again, we're watching all of the, and again, just one quick note. And I'm trying to respond to questions. People are asking about specific roads, specific places, specific times. I need to travel from Scottsboro to Gadsden. I need to travel from Tuscaloosa to Florence at 4 o'clock or at 6:30. What are roads going to be like? We don't have any way of knowing future road conditions. We can guess, but we don't like to guess. I would recommend getting the ALDOT app, Alabama Department of Transportation, ALDOT, on your phone. They will give you real-time road conditions, and Google Maps, Apple Maps, Waze, all these maps, you've got real-time road conditions, and that will help you make a decision. We can't make that decision for you because we simply don't know. We can tell you weather conditions, and the other thing too, it depends on your risk tolerance level. For some people, driving like that, it's no big deal. They don't mind that. For others, it's terrifying. And everybody has a different risk tolerance level, and we don't know what yours is. So we just can't make a go, no-go recommendation to you. Our job here is to give you the information you need so you can make the right decision that's right for you and your family. So Coleman, well above freezing, 37, ring the cowbell. Gadsden, 43, Tuscaloosa, 41. Tuscaloosa's a bit colder than Gadsden. Upper 40s for Birmingham and Anniston, 50s to the south, 60s down here in places like Opp, Andalusia, Enterprise, and Geneva. Dothan almost at 60. Gulf Shores, 61. And of course, we're waiting for this part of the state to get above the freezing mark. And again, we'll get the new data. And that's our Skycam right there, right over here. I'm very dyslexic in Florence, and you saw 24 at UNA, 26 at the Renaissance. We've got 28 coming from the airport here. So we're getting there, but it's a slow process. To scour this cold air out sometimes takes a while. Huntsville below freezing, Florence below freezing, Hamilton below freezing. I would imagine Moulton is below freezing. In fact, we've got a Skycam at Hatton you'll see popping up over here, and that will give us a good indication. There we go, 25 degrees. So Lawrence County still below freezing. Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert below freezing. And again, these are real-time observations with the Regions Skycam network. Montesano Mountain, Huntsville, 28. Look way off in the distance. You'll see the Saturn V Space and Rocket Center. That's looking west from the top of the mountain. And we're rotating all the cameras so you can see it. Love this one. Boy, this is outstanding. Nakalula Falls and Gadsden. Looks like the camera might be frozen. 42 degrees. Normally it's live. You'll see the water flowing there. There it goes. Sometimes it takes it a second to kick in. Depends on the bandwidth. Russellville, Franklin County, it's a slow rise. At least you're dry. 23 in Franklin County. But the dew point's 22. That's good. There will be no more evaporative cooling. Jackson County, section, 30 degrees. Dew point 28. And man, that camera is, I cannot tell you how good that camera is. Wethington Park, overlooking the Tennessee River, to be able to see those sunsets from that spot, they're absolutely gorgeous. So again, we got Kevin Henderson, who is on the road. That's US 72. And of course, that's the major, I'm thinking, whoa.
Yeah, sorry. Forecast.
Yeah, you take a minute, Drew. Explain what you got here. Go.
I'm just showing the forecast highs. So again, let me switch back to the current one so you can kind of see the difference. So as we're talking about, of course, we're still hanging around in the upper 20s towards the north. You got 28 degrees in Florence. But, we're making slow progress like we've talked about, 28 in Huntsville, but it's 37 in Coleman, but you still got 30 in Hamilton. But you'll notice, if we get to the forecast highs here, that we are forecasting to get just a little bit above freezing there up in Florence in the northwestern corner. So again, we're hoping that'll be within the next few hours that we can do that, but it's taking some time, but expecting to get up to the upper 30s in Huntsville, low 40s in Coleman. It's not going to move a whole lot, But the idea was that we can move it just enough to get it above freezing so that we can alleviate some of the icy roads. And, of course, we haven't so far heard of any issues of really major issues with any sort of tree damage or power lines down, things like that. We haven't really seen evidence of that. So far it's just been some slick roads, and we hope it continues that way. Now, if we keep getting freezing rain continuing for long periods of time over the Northwest, then that may change. But the idea again was hopefully we can get that warm air, or relatively warm air, far enough north to start to melt some of it as we get later on into the evening, which would certainly help, because then the good thing that it's looking like at this point is that, and maybe I'll go ahead and switch back over to the future cast here, is that, as we move through time here, we expect to switch over to all rain eventually in the northwestern part of the state and stay that way for a while. The idea would be that we may not be much above freezing there, but enough to not be seeing freezing precipitation and be seeing some rain. Rain then would be able to generally wash away and kind of make it so that the roads are just wet at that point. And then on the backside, again, I guess the good thing, we still have the opportunity as we get into Sunday night. I mean, it's going to get windy behind the front, and it's going to get really cold. And so we've talked about the possibility of flash freezing, obviously. So we do still think roads could get a little dicey again on the backside of the system as the cold air rushes in Sunday night into Monday morning. But the good thing, I think, about how things are sort of playing out with this is that even though we're getting a good bit of freezing rain in areas of North Alabama right now, and we've obviously got the roads having issues, when we warm up and we start to melt that away, then once the wind, because a lot of times with ice storms, if you have a bad ice storm, what ends up making it worse is getting wind coming in after the ice has fallen, and then that's when you really start to see trees and power lines and stuff really getting knocked over. So the idea that we'll be able to warm up enough to kind of get rid of a lot of that by the time the cold air and the wind starts to kind of pick back up, I think that is promising as far as hopefully our ability to try to keep those worst sort of impacts at bay for the rest of the system, James.
All right, 12:56, and again we are in the process of watching icing conditions over the Tennessee Valley, especially the western half of the Tennessee Valley, that continue this afternoon. And we are always thankful for all of the content that you send us. We've got we've had some really good video. Let's go to WEX 05. Why not? Let's show some more here. This has got to be the best part of this thing. So let's see how these guys do, all right? Now we've seen this guy, haven't we? Yeah, that's the guy that looks like the Christmas Story guy. We saw that. That was earlier this morning, but they did a good job. They were very good, very much in control. The braking was good techniques, good stuff. Listen, we're in Alabama, but we learn things quickly here. All right, so let's check this one out. That's some tough sledding right there when you're going through a little sleep patch in that grass. But this guy's strong. The guy's strong. The kid in the what is that thing? A swimming pool or something? He or she is hanging on tight. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, we have no snow in Alabama. This is the best we can do. All right, that's some energy right there. That's burning some good calories. Whoop! All right, we made it. That was good. All right, let's check out this guy. Little ice skating. What do you say? Those hockey skates? Drew, you're a hockey man.
I can't claim to be an expert. I maybe, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but it kind of looks like it to me.
But that's good technique. I mean, listen, that's good. I mean,
it does look like what
yeah.
she was doing.
All right, whoop! Oh boy, hang on. Whoop! Whoa! It's a matter of balance. There's an art to this. I mean, it takes a little getting used to.
I think that thing said snowboard on it. I was thinking it might have been like a boogie board that you take down to the beach. But
let's see what we got here. Oh, that's what do we have here? Is this John or Kevin?
This might be from Kevin. I think he sent a picture in earlier. I thought of this, but yeah, I'm thinking this might be Kevin from earlier today.
Okay, is this early? Is it
now?
This is live. Yeah, this is not coming from me.
Okay. Wow.
Kevin, what you got? Talk to us. We might have to flip a switch over here to get Kevin.
He should be up.
Okay. Again,
Yes,
this looks like Highway 72 between maybe Killen and Florence. See the emergency vehicle down here. That was cool, flying that drone through that railroad trestle. That was, when I first saw that video, I'm thinking, whoa, that is outstanding. This is live, by the way. Again, our drone operators have been just outstanding today. Kevin Henderson and John Olshu, thanks to both of them for these remarkable scenes that we have seen. I don't think we have Kevin's audio at the moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to text him to see if he can get back on there.
But again, notice you got 4 vehicles, well, 5 vehicles in the shot there. And they're pretty much going down that one little spot. They've got one lane where the ice has been kind of melted off by the traffic. And people are moving slowly and getting through. And, you know, I think that all things considered, we have come away in pretty good shape today with the lack of major collisions, the lack of injuries. We've had some pretty bad bang-ups. We had some cars that were, you know, in pretty bad shape, but I've heard of no specific injuries as a result. Look at those ducks down there. They're having a good time.
Sounds like we got Kevin.
Audio up.
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Kevin, tell us exactly where you are.
This is Highway 72 over Shoal Creek.
Okay. Which feeds right into the Tennessee River. This is Shoal Creek, the US 72 bridge. Yep. And that going through the railroad trestle, that was too cool. I mean,
Yeah,
that
awesome.
was like way too cool.
That was pretty cool.
Do it again, man. For those that this is live, okay? This is not recorded. This is live stuff, all right? Check this out. And obviously, this railroad trestle has not been used for a long time.
Threading the needle.
Threading the needle. Wow. That is too stinking cool. I mean, you tell me one day in my career I'd be being able to show you this. When I started my career doing, you know, drawing with a magic marker on plexiglass. Wow. But Kevin is a very, very remarkable drone operator. He's experienced. His work is second to none. He has flown so many missions on critical weather days and other big non-weather events in the state. And the images that he's been able to show, it's just incredible. And anybody can get a drone, but operating it and knowing how to use it to get these kind of images, that's a gift. And Kevin has got that. But again, this is US 72. If you're wondering what 72 looks like, there you go, right over Shoal Creek, near Florence, Lauderdale County. And we got some traffic moving along, but again, notice there's just one little lane there where you got the sleet kind of burned off, or melted off, if you will, from the traffic. And again, traffic's progressing. What if that guy with the bass boat ever got out fishing today? We saw some guy earlier on one of Kevin's drone shots with showing this guy pulling a bass boat like he's about to go fishing. For some people, it's no big deal when it's 25 degrees and ice and sleet everywhere, but probably not my choice maybe for fishing. I don't know. But things are moving along. We've had some 18-wheelers that have jackknifed. You saw those earlier on our live coverage this morning along I-65 near Athens. Those have been cleaned up. And so far, so good. I'm going to check the latest coming from the Huntsville Police, Madison County Sheriff. They've been doing a very good job today of keeping us updated. We'll check Lauderdale County and Colbert County EMA. And again, Colbert County has declared all roads impassable. That's coming from Colbert County EMA. Check the Madison County Sheriff's Office to see if they have any updates. 11:20 a.m. So this is about 90 minutes old, but I think it's still mostly valid. We've got, and Drew, you're showing
Shoal Creek, yep.
Shoal Creek, which is right here. So this is where Kevin has the drone up right here. That's the US 72 bridge. Killen is here. Brooks High School is over here. That was the classic video earlier. But again, that's Shoal Creek right here before you get into downtown Florence, and that's just to give you a point of reference. But again, really not much has changed in Madison County. I-565 eastbound and westbound are closed. Again, in Madison County. We've got Memorial Parkway overpasses are still closed. That's 231, 431, the main north-south drag through Huntsville. Green Mountain Road closed. Bankhead Parkway closed. Oakwood Avenue closed. Greenbrier Road closed. Capshaw Road closed. US 72 west from Brock Road to Brownsboro closed. This is all in Madison County. And again, that is the latest update from the Madison County Sheriff's Office. This is official sourcing here. And again, just to get your point of reference straight, again, once again, you're looking at US 72. This is near Florence, right around Shoal Creek, just east of downtown Florence. And down here, that's live from our Regions Skycam network. Our Skycam at the Florence Renaissance, the Shoals Renaissance, showing 26, still in the 20s, okay? We need to get up in the 30s, and we're going to move in that direction. And again, we're watching the radar. Precipitation is still very light, nothing especially heavy over here. But again, Gadsden sitting at 41, everything's fine in Etowah County. Again, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden South, no problems at all. Now Hatton, that's in Lawrence County, 25, still well below freezing. That's between Moulton and Florence. And again, all of our Franklin County cameras, they've been in the 20s. Huntsville, Montesano Mountain, 28. We're optimistic. Huntsville will hit 32 or 33 soon. Somebody's hungry. I'm just saying, somebody's hungry. We're looking at the BK here. And it looks like there's nobody there to serve lunch, I'm afraid. Many of the fast food restaurants have shut down, which is the right thing to do for their employees, obviously. You don't want to get employees out on dangerous roads, but looks pretty quiet down at the BK.
That's a Rick's Barbecue, yeah.
Yep, some good stuff. Rick's is closed. So Kevin and John will have to forage for food today. And I think they're based out of the Renaissance. Hopefully the Renaissance, they've got some things going there later. We will all eat. One thing in the weather business, you learn to live without sleep and without food. And you can go a long time without peeing. I'm just saying. You have to have a bladder of iron to do what we do. And occasionally we'll slip back there, but after doing this for 47 years, your body just kind of gets used to it. Again, down below that US Highway 72, basically you got one lane that's in good shape on both sides. You know, and everybody's kind of following that one lane here. Let's see. I'm going to check Huntsville Police, see if they have any updates for us. Huntsville Transit has paused orbit and access service until further notice. So be aware of that. Mass transportation. And again, those road closures for Madison County are still valid. So again, we are working an icy situation today over Alabama's Tennessee Valley, especially the western half of the Tennessee Valley, Huntsville to the Shoals. Again, Kevin Henderson, our drone operator, is over at US 72 just east of downtown Florence over Shoal Creek. We have flown through the old trestle, the old railroad trestle there. And again, that's what it looks like. And you've kind of got one lane on each side, eastbound and westbound, that's okay. So that's the situation here. And again, down below Kevin's video, this is video from our Regions Skycam network. And we should also thank Bob Barron and Barron Institute for use of his cameras today. That just gives us a few extra views coming from the Tennessee Valley. And with the Regions Skycams, you've got the observations on there, and those are, of course, extremely helpful to us. Again, watching releases here from Aaliyah. Again, they've been working some crashes, but I've not seen any additional major crashes here in the last hour. That's Ardmore, by the way. That's Limestone County, 24. Albertville, 35. Ring the bell. Above freezing. Congratulations. You should be above freezing all night, in Marshall County. Once you climb above freezing, if you're in Marshall County, you're good. Now, Cherokee's struggling. Cherokee's right here. And notice over here, they're at 22. Camera's totally iced over. So Cherokee, just not looking good. Coleman, 33. Ring the bell. You're above freezing. Congratulations. We got a 33-degree temperature for Coleman down here. And again, you'll stay above freezing for the rest of this event. You'll see a soaking rain tonight and tomorrow. Campus of the University of North Alabama, Florence, 24. It is a slow creep upward. It ain't happening fast, but it's slowly moving in the right direction. 26 at the Renaissance. Again, that's overlooking the Wilson Dam, Tennessee River. 26 degrees. And again, in the top box, that's US 72. That is live, coming from Kevin Henderson and his drone. Gadsden, 41. We rang the bell for you a long time ago. Looking good. But again, many of you are just joining us now, and a lot of you are asking, what about the tornado situation tomorrow? What about Monday morning? If you're in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, what about black ice? What about a flash freeze? Drew, it is your turn to walk us through the next 36 hours.
All right, James. Yep, we'll do that. So obviously, it'll be a big change from what we're seeing right now, where we're just talking about the freezing rain and then all the roads being frozen in a good portion of northern northwestern Alabama, to switching over to severe weather mode. So that's something that you is somewhat common, especially in the as you move further towards the north, where you can sometimes have tornado warnings not too far away from sleet and freezing rain and snow. But yeah, ours are going to be a little bit more displaced in time. But let's go ahead and take a look at our model here, and we'll see what our latest run is showing here. I think I just heard we might have seen a deer on the camera here. Oh,
yeah.
Look
Whoa.
at that.
Hey, that's outstanding. Wow. This is too good. I mean, this is just too good. This is not recorded. This is live.
That's awesome.
I don't think the deer really cares. The cows and the deer, they don't seem to mind this at all. Wow. I'm telling you, Kevin is good. That is a tremendous zoom from that drone to see that deer down there. Wow.
I'll figure out what's going on.
See, only on the Alabama Weather Network do you get live video of deer in an ice and sleet situation. I mean, this is too good. All right, now the deer is looking at US 72 thinking, do I cross this thing or not? And the answer is no. I'm going the other way.
Don't do it.
All right. I think that she wants to get across there, but no, that the red Jeep is bigger than me, and I'm not going to try that. Wow. Maybe the deer's just looking for lunch. I don't know.
Wow.
And again, I stress, this is live. This is not video that someone sent. We are watching wildlife in action from high above in Lauderdale County, near Shoal Creek, US 72. And I think the deer's had enough of exposure. Yeah, the deer's out of here. I'm done. All right, Drew, you got it.
All right, yeah. I mean, I got to give deer his airtime there. I don't want to mess with that. So anyway, getting back to the forecast here. So we're looking at the one of the later runs of the HRRR model here. So again, we'll just kind of take a look at the kind of more near-term stuff here. So again, as we move through time, again, it's kind of a slow slog trying to get those temperatures up a little bit. But as we've mentioned, now I think again it's overstating the current temperature. So that'd be maybe one problem with the model as we're looking at it here, is that it's trying to kind of overdo some of the temperatures, probably further towards the east, especially where it looks like we're still in Huntsville, especially where it's still in the 20s. But Coleman's not too bad. Coleman's actually 37 degrees right now. So anyway, as we move through time, we still expect either way that we will continue to warm. So as we get in the next few hours, we would expect to see, again, more rain starting to build in. So areas now that are not really seeing much precipitation, we expect to get more rain starting to move in places like Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, and eventually up towards Gadsden as well. But still, at this point at least, still could see some freezing rain, although it might lighten up at times. And then as we continue to move it further on into the evening and into the later evening. Again, you can see, despite the fact that we're getting later at night, we're basically, as the system continues to kind of pivot towards the east, we're starting to get more warm air kind of nosing up on the eastern side of that low pressure in the warm sector there to kind of push some of the cold air back to the north a little bit, enough to hopefully change us over to rain in most of some of the areas that are seeing the sleet and freezing rain now. So that's kind of what we're seeing, and what the trends are looking like at this point is that we'll see that as we get into later on tonight. And again, places like Huntsville, Coleman, Birmingham, Gadsden, Anniston will still just be in the 30s and 40s with a cold rain. So it's going to be, tonight's not going to be, even in areas where we don't expect any threats of any sort of frozen precipitation, it's still going to be, not a great night to be out and about, because it's just going to be rainy and cold. But as you move further towards the south, it will be maybe not quite as cold, but then even heavier rain possible as you move down kind of south of 2059 corridor. So places like Demopolis and Thomasville and Chapman and Monroeville, you'll see more heavier rain starting to move into that part of the state in the southwest as we get later on tonight. And that continues as we get into the overnight period here. And really, the models continue to still show that we continue to warm as we head later into the night. So Florence is 40 degrees a little bit after midnight there, with heavy rain falling in kind of the central part of the state. And another kind of round starting to move into the western side of the state as we get early Sunday morning, but we're still above freezing in Florence. The far northwestern corner of the state could try to, I could see where we could see some back and forth between, your rain for a little bit, you might be freezing rain for a little bit. So there'll probably be quite a mix along that boundary line there in the northwestern corner of the state as we get into tomorrow morning. But look at the temperatures at 6 a.m., but we've got temperatures at 65 degrees in Atmore, 66 in Mobile and Gulf Shores. So, very warm air getting pulled in ahead of the cold front, and that's going to be why we expect to then see some potential severe weather as we get later on into the day on Sunday. So again, looking at around, we'll kind of look at the late morning here. So you'll see that by late morning, you've got some decent looking showers and rain and maybe some thunderstorms starting to move into the Birmingham area and places further to the south. And as we've mentioned, that marginal risk has been moved further up towards the north. So there is a little bit better chance then that places like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, maybe up to Anniston, but definitely Clanton, Alexander City, Selma, Demopolis, that you could see some strong storms with this tomorrow afternoon. And so, as we move through time there, you can see, again, we have kind of a line beginning to form. We'll be watching the line along there just to see if we see any sort of spin ups. And then some of those cells out ahead of the line would be the ones we'd be watching the most, if they have enough rotation to maybe to have a few tornado warnings out of that, which we will certainly be paying attention to as we get into later into the afternoon. And then again, by the time we get to 4 or 5 o'clock, should be seeing the bulk of the system exiting. Showers lingering in the southern part of the state, but we're in the 50s and 60s, so we're not worried about any sort of winter precipitation. And again, just, we've been hitting this hard again, but occasionally I'll see a question come in, and yeah, southern part of the state, there's not going to be any winter weather with this. It's all going to be rain. Now, yes, it's going to get cold behind it. And so as we move further out, eventually as we get into Monday morning, the temperatures are going to be down into the 20s all the way down to Gulf Shores. But all the precipitation is out of here. So the only thing, and maybe, I don't know, the area, just like James has been saying, it's hard for us to predict exact road conditions at that point, and as far as how the roads are going to be, how dry they're going to be. But generally, we expect kind of the northern half of the state have the better chance of maybe seeing some black ice as, cold air comes in, and we've had a lot of rain in those areas. But still be something to kind of be looking out for, patchy ice. Again, places that maybe are prone to having standing water after it rains. Those are the kind of places that you might be watching for little patches of ice for Monday morning, especially as you're trying to head out to school or work or wherever you may be going there. So again, that's kind of the idea there. And again, just looking at the temperature part of this again, or the wind chill, you can see as we look at our future wind chill here from the National Blend of Models, that as we get into late Sunday night, we're already talking about wind chills, because we're going to have temperatures down into the 20s at that point, and heavy winds coming in behind the cold front. So at midnight, we could already have single-digit wind chills up in the northwestern corner of the state. So, quickly going to go from kind of worrying about whether or not there's freezing rain falling or not and having a lot of rain then after that to then getting very, very cold. And so, definitely want to make sure you're bundled up and everything. If you happen to be out late Sunday night and into Monday morning, I think was going to be when most people encounter these really cold temperatures and really cold wind chills. And again, you can see by Monday morning, you're going to have those wind chills into the teens across most of the state as you move further towards the south, James.
All right, so it's 1:19. You're watching the Alabama Weather Network, and Drew did a great job of explaining what's to come over the course of the next 36 to 48 hours. We're watching icing conditions over the northwestern corner of the state. And again, the precipitation could be increasing over the next couple of hours in here. Colbert, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties. So far, it's been light, but temperatures are still below freezing. And again, we're going to stay here with you until we get above freezing, which should be a little later this afternoon. But let's go to WEX 05. Oh, and there we go, thank you. So this is what we've had earlier today. You can see a car that's come off the road. And again, we've had a lot of that earlier today, not really in the last couple of hours, but that's the kind of day it's been. All right, what do we have here? These are all images that you've sent us. And it looks like we got some, that seems safe. We've seen some questionable activity today, but that looks pretty good. All right, let's see what's going to happen here. All right, no telling. There's no telling. Well, we always have a dog around these guys that are trying the sled here, so let's see what happens. And again, we have not screened any of these. We don't know how this is going to end. We'll watch it together. Watch out. Getting some spray going up here. Got some spray. They're trying to stop, trying to slow it down. Oh, boy, that's a steep hill. Oh, boy. And I think they made it okay without going into a local ravine, which is good. Yep, they did. All right, that's good. Very good. All right, let's check the next one here. Again, this is all material that you sent us today, and we're thankful for that. Let's see if I can get, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's outstanding. Now, this might be the best one yet. What is that, like an RC car, remote control car pulling a child? I need to review the physics behind this. That's got to have a pretty stout engine in that thing. Wow. That's outstanding. The operator of the RC car there is doing a good job, and the kid's doing a good job of staying on that thing. Wow. I never thought to do that. That's really not that bad. Now, this is Tennessee. Now, remember, if you're looking for snow, Alabama is not the place. You want to cross the state line and really go north of Interstate 40 if you really want the good snows in Tennessee. But again, that's what it looks like in the volunteer state. And again, we've seen this guy a couple of times, but we got cut off a little earlier because we had some cool drone video coming in from Kevin. Again, we'll show that. And these guys are good. I mean, we've got good control, good direction here. That's what you want. That's a good look. And again, this is tough. This is some tough sledding right here. You talk about tough sledding. There's not much sleet or ice on that grass, but this guy's strong. The child in the little tub there hanging on for dear life. You got to do what you got to do in Alabama. Listen, they mock us in Minnesota and New York, Buffalo. That's okay. We do what we have to do here. This guy has decided to try some little ice skating on the sidewalk. You don't see that often in the great state of Alabama. And again, let's see how this works out. This could end ugly. Let's see. So far, so good. Yeah, that thing did say snowboard. You know, going down backwards, I don't know about that. You can't see what's back there, but no problem. Good control, nice braking action. Worked out very well. And again, the dogs, they don't know what to do. I mean, look at the little one here. The little one say, hey, look at this. Check it out. Check it out. Look. The bigger dogs don't seem as interested as the little dogs here, but yeah, all dogs react differently to ice and sleet and snow and things like that. I have learned that over the years, that they don't all act universally. Now, this is not Florence, Alabama. I just wanted to give you a contrast. That's from a guest that's down on the Florida Gulf Coast today. That's what it looks like. It is a beautiful, mild, delightful day on the Gulf Coast while we are on ice up here. Now, this is not Alabama. This is in Tennessee. Once again, if you're looking for snow, you need to head north. This is, goodness, that's 6 inches of snow there. I want to say this is far, far northwest Tennessee. That's not Nashville. But for some, it's been a big snow today. Oh, boy. All right, let's see what happens here. And again, we have no idea how these end. Oh, this is the guy that hits the rock. We've seen, hits the rock, and he goes down. And dogs just don't quite know what to do. And again, this is straight from Drew in his backyard. Thanks, Drew, for the photograph, for sending that in. That's a good look right there. Now, this is Chickasha, Oklahoma, where they've had snow today. And again, thanks to our feline and canine friends for taking the time to watch the Alabama Weather Network today. All right, 124, here we are. We are going to stay here until temperatures climb above freezing. And so having said that, let's look at some of the numbers. I'll just kind of read some of these off. Decatur's up to 30. We have 30 in Decatur now. It's not bad. Huntsville, the airport, of course, the airport is right here. The airport's up to 29. Muscle Shoals, 28. We kind of got upper 20s in most areas in through here now. We've got Cullman, 37. That's not bad. Gunnersville, 36. Albertville, 46. We probably got some people in Aggie country in their tank tops and flip-flops at 46 degrees. That's not bad. Now, Scottsboro's at 32. They're still right at the freezing mark in Jackson County. Fort Payne is at 39. Haleyville is at 29. So again, we've still got basically the western half of the Tennessee Valley below freezing. Now, this observation showing 34 at Scottsboro. So I do think that's closer to being correct, that the 32, that was back at 1 o'clock. I think this is real time. So Scottsboro above freezing. Gunnersville above freezing. Fort Payne, Collinsville above freezing. Stevenson, Bridgeport still right at 30. But we got these pesky upper 20s and still Cherokee. I mean, it's just like, that's the ice box of Alabama. Cherokee and Colbert counties at 23. And again, we got a sky cam there. You'll see it rotate through here in a minute. Muscle Shoals, 29. Moving in the right direction. We are climbing. Athens, 27. Rogersville, 26. Moulton, 29. Hartselle, 29. But again, the main concern for icing, it is this western half of the Tennessee Valley. And an ice storm warning remains in effect for Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale. A winter weather advisory for Lawrence, Limestone, Morgan, Madison, Marshall, Jackson, DeKalb. And technically, we've still got the advisories down here, but I think we can take them out. If you're in Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Winston, Marion, Cullman, Blount, Etowah, Cherokee, we're just not concerned. We think you're good. It's just going to be rain. The only other thing to watch is the potential for cold air damming to pull in some cold air from the east over here in these three counties, Cherokee, DeKalb, and Jackson. We'll watch the CAD pattern tonight to see if anything develops in Georgia that might come in here that would be colder. But at the moment, the high-resolution modeling kind of suggesting that's only a low-end chance. But it's a chance, but it's a low-end chance. But the three counties under the most urgent message, if you will, it's an ice storm warning for Franklin, Colbert, and Lauderdale. And that is let's see, Florence 24. Again, you see the sky cam over here. That's coming from the UNA campus, 24 degrees at the University of North Alabama, home of the Lions. And again, up in the top box, that is John Oldshoe, who is driving through downtown Florence. And the roads look good. Again, a lot of this, it's the pre-treatment that AlDOT and city and county authorities have put down on the roads before this stuff started. It's really worked well. And everybody prepping for this, I would say they have done a great job. And another good point, we have 0 power outages up here. 0, none. And I would have expected a few, by now, but the deal is a lot of this has been falling in the form of sleet, ice pellets that bounce off the sidewalk, bounce off the roads. Not freezing rain. Sleet will not accumulate on trees. Sleet will not accumulate on power lines. Freezing rain will. That's what gets us in big trouble. So I think the fact that we've had more sleet than freezing rain has really kept us out of trouble during the course of the day today so far, which is a good thing. So let me put my ear thing in here and let's see if by chance Olshu can hear us. I don't know if John can or not. I don't think he can. I'm not hearing.
Oh, he's got his thumb
He says
up.
he can. So John, talk to us. Tell us where you are. And he's saying, stand by. John might be chomping down on a biscuit or something, maybe some fried chicken or a barbecue sandwich. With John, you never know. Taco, burrito. But John is clearly in downtown Florence.
All right.
Yeah, tell us what you got.
No, we're in downtown Florence. Folks are out walking the wet sidewalks, and I thought I'd go out here and just kind of walk myself. I almost got out with Kevin. Kevin and I were within maybe a half mile of each other when that deer was on. I thought I was going to run over that deer. I thought I would be the guy. He would catch it, and I would be running over the deer because I was on 72. So anyway, let me grab the camera and move over here.
Okay. Let's see here. Whenever Old Shoe gets out of the car, this is going to be good. That's all I'm saying. This is going to be good. So just fair warning. And if you're in downtown,
Officer.
I think that officer should make a stop. He did not.
You didn't flag him down and interview him.
All right. So I did want to show this this rocking chair. It's huge. I don't know why I'm fascinated with it, but let's take a look at it.
Well, just sit down and tell us what it's like. You know, pull up a chair, talk to us.
Well, I'm gonna sit in this. I do have waterproof pants on. Let me go see if I can sit in this huge rocket chair. Do you see it? Look at there. Wow. I don't know what the deal is.
Hop in that thing. Let's go.
All right. Hold on. Let me get up here. Let me see if I can
And I only
turn it
hope
around.
somebody's driving by that gets this on TikTok.
Yes, we got to get a picture of this somehow.
Yeah.
It's not going to turn. I don't know why it won't do that. Hold on. One more time. Please turn. Did it do it? No. I'll just turn it around like that. Oh,
There you
there we
go.
go.
You're flipped.
There I am in the chair. There you go.
Does that say
Goliath.
Goliath, yeah.
Goliath.
Nah, sorry about that. Got panhandled right there. How about that? Live on TV. There you go. Right down there. Hopefully, yeah. Anyway, yeah, me and that fella and a couple other folks down here in downtown Florence, and this big chair. So there you go.
And once again, you don't get this on channel 19 or 31 or 48. Only on the Alabama Weather Network do you get this content.
Looking at the car.
Yeah, this could be some good live streaming stuff right here. That's all I can say.
Keep going. I left the car running with the lights on. And he was like, hey,
Yeah.
look, the car.
Wow.
Anyway, get back again now.
All right. Yeah, this is good
I'll
stuff.
drive around. I'll drive back up to UNA. We'll take a look at the road conditions.
All right.
I hate to take away from John's drive to UNA, but we might want to look at this shot just real quick from Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
We got the
Wow.
drone up looking back at the.
Go ahead. I'm here.
Yeah, we've got Kevin's shot up now. He has got the drone up over the Renaissance. And that's our Skycam, by the way. Whenever we talk about the Skycam view, that's where the Skycam is located, up on top of the tower there at the Renaissance.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's the camera right there. The bandwidth is a little constrained and oftentimes whenever we have weather events, we can have some unusually constrained bandwidth with the cellular network.
I've got the, I was about to say, if we could somehow, I don't know which, I'm trying to say which direction I need to point to see the drone there. Back to the.
Yeah, let's take the drone. We've got the bandwidth back now. Yeah, that's. And again, this is at the Renaissance Shoals Resort and Spa, which is a really cool place, and they've been very kind to us to let us put a camera there. And they were kind enough to allow Old Shoe to spend the night last night, which is always dangerous, but they were kind enough to let us do that.
Turn this thing around, see if I can find the drone in the sky.
Yeah, this is too good. You got our Skycam, Region Skycam, staring at the drone here. But that's the 360 grill, by the way. And if you've ever been to the 360 grill, you know it's a very special place for dining. Obviously, the view is tremendous. Right on top of the tower. So there is a restaurant there. One thing we want to do is also kind of teach people about Alabama. We're doing a feature called 67 Counties in 67 Days. And I want to know who installed that camera, by the way. Can you imagine installing that thing up there? Wow. That would take some guts.
I gotta find this thing on the camera now.
Yeah, we.
Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, here we go. I'm pointing.
Yeah.
At the drone.
Yeah, there's the drone right there.
This is some TV.
This is Kevin's drone. If you want to know what the drone looks like, that's it right there. So we've got.
Here we go.
Our camera looking at the drone. We've got the drone looking at our Region Skycam, and the drone's out of here. Whoop!
There he is. He's back.
He's coming down. There he is, right there. Ah,
technology.
This is, it's amazing stuff. But again, that is atop the 360 grill at the Renaissance Shoals, and Kevin, that's outstanding. And we've had some amazing shots from this thing today. If you've been watching us all day, we've had incredible shots of jackknifed 18-wheelers in road conditions, and it has been quite a day, and we're so thankful. And again, that's the thing. We'll be using this technology. And on a day like today, there's no urgent situation here, but there are days where the weather is urgent. We have tornadoes down. We have life-threatening flooding. We have a major tropical storm, a hurricane coming up on the Gulf. All of this will enable us to show you things we've never been able to show you before live in real time. And thanks to all of our staff members. And again, it is a joy to be able to present this to you, the state of Alabama. And we're going to take care of some counties that have not been taken care of right in a long time. So again, this is just good. There we go. Hello. Now, I will say there's some parts of Alabama where somebody might get a shotgun and try and shoot at this thing. And if you see one of our drones, please don't shoot at it, all right? So again, we're looking live at Kevin's drone video coming from the Renaissance Shoals, the 360 grill. This is radar, and we've got light freezing rain stretching right across the far, far northwestern corner of the state. Waterloo is here. There's the Shoals, Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals, Cherokee, Russellville, Red Bay, Phil Campbell. The rest of the state's in pretty good shape. Again, there's a lot of icing issues around Huntsville and Madison County from earlier precipitation. But things have slacked off, and conditions seem to be a little better at this point. I've heard of no specific incidents on I-65 lately, which is a good thing. But again, it just seems like the heaviest core of this might clip this west of Florence, Waterloo. That's a great school. Home of the Waterloo Cougars. Once a Cougar, you're always a Cougar. I always love visiting the school there, but again, some of the heaviest precipitation rates could very well be out in that end of Lauderdale County in the next couple of hours. And we're hoping temperatures slowly come above freezing by maybe 90 minutes or a couple hours from now. And once we get temperatures above freezing, they should stay above freezing all night. Normally, when the sun goes down, temperatures drop. But tonight, this massive warm sector comes north, and temperatures should rise. And again, really, really good high-resolution models are suggesting temperatures could be at 40 degrees, 40, at Florence tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, which is a good thing. In fact, let's see here. We've got the new 18Z HER, which is pretty much completed. So let me check it, and it doesn't quite have Florence at 4. It's got Florence at 39 tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. And again, the cold air damming, it just at this point, it doesn't seem to be an issue. The cold air coming in from the east, the best model in the house is keeping Jackson, DeKalb, Cherokee counties above freezing overnight and well above freezing for the rest of the state. So that's encouraging to see. And let me peek while I'm looking at this. Let's look at some of these composite parameters for tomorrow. And I will say that we're getting a STP of 4. That's the significant tornado parameter. That's for Sunday afternoon. We'll talk about that in a minute. But again, we're just a little concerned, Drew, that we might have some severe storms and maybe a couple of isolated tornadoes. In fact, let me let you kind of go through the severe weather risk. We've not done that in a while. This is tomorrow, not today, but tomorrow for South Alabama.
Yeah, James. Yeah, we'll do that. So I'll kind of start off just still kind of talking about what we've got going on right now, and then we'll move into the future. But yeah, looking at the satellite and radar, we talked about how we had, we've got a few places that are seeing the sun trying to peek through in spots. We had a little bit over the Birmingham area earlier. It looks like near Gadsden up into parts of Cherokee County are starting to clear up a little bit as well. Saw a little bit over Montgomery earlier, and seeing a little bit more sunshine down in parts of, looks like Covington County and Geneva counties. So some places are getting a little bit of sunshine, and it's, we've got temperatures in the 60s down in the south. So it's a lot different as you move in different parts of the state versus what we're seeing in that northwestern corner where it's kind of a winter wonderland. But yeah, we see the system continue to move through the state here. But yeah, let's talk about that SBC outlook real quick. And before we show the model data here. So again, this is the latest look at that SBC outlook. Again, it got upgraded to a slight risk earlier today. And so again, the area in yellow is in that level 2 slight risk, which basically that was under that marginal risk, the level 1 green risk earlier until they upgraded it here earlier today, a couple hours ago. And that area basically has been upgraded just a little bit to a little bit higher chance of maybe an isolated tornado. So again, this is a very dynamic system, and got maybe a little bit more instability in place where we could see a tornado or two in these areas here, kind of running from basically southern Choctaw County and then moving into further towards the east, near Thomasville and Clark County there, and into Selma and Dallas County, and then you got Montgomery. You've got the parts of Autauga, Macon counties, and then over towards Auburn, Opelika. So those areas further towards the south of there are within the slight risk in that little bit of an enhanced area where we could see a few tornadoes. Now, other than that, it's going to be a heavy rain, a good bit of lightning with these likely as well, and also the potential for some straight line wind damage is possible as well. So we could have some trees that could get knocked down with some of these stronger storms as we are watching those tomorrow afternoon. So we'll be looking at those obviously with great interest in and doing just like we're doing today for the winter weather. We'll be here tomorrow to cover the potential for severe thunderstorms in the southern part of the state. Further to the north, where you have the green here, the marginal risk, that has been expanded further to the north. And so a little bit better chance maybe of some gusty winds up to as far as part of Tuscaloosa County there. Again, part of Pickens County, southern part of Jefferson County, most of Shelby County and Talladega, Clay, and then moving over towards basically the southern part of Cleburne and into Randolph, and then places to the south. So all those areas, basically kind of the southern half of the state, do have some potential for severe weather for tomorrow. And also just to talk about this before I throw it over to the model, not just the severe weather, but heavy rain is also a big part of the story too. So you see this green area here is a marginal risk for heavy rain for tomorrow. And so you see, again, that encompasses Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Coleman, up towards basically Huntsville, up into the northeastern part of the state, Jackson County, DeKalb counties, and Cherokee and points to the south there. Anniston's in that as well. Demopolis is kind of on the tail end of it. Clanton nearby. And it's not just going to be in these areas that there's going to be heavy rain tomorrow, because we're expecting some really heavy rain further towards the south. But this would be an area where there could be some training where over a longer period of time, you could get enough rain to maybe cause some flash flooding issues. And we talked about this earlier along the Tombigbee River. We don't have it shown on this map here, but the Weather Service has already preemptively issued a couple of flood warnings for the Tombigbee River, anticipating the amount of rain that's going to be falling in these areas that will eventually drain down there as we get into like basically Tuesday and Wednesday of this coming week. So they're already preparing for the heavy rain impacts there. Now, let's go ahead and I'll switch us over now to look at some modeling here. And again, so we'll move through time here, and I'll kind of bring it up. So as we get into later in the afternoon, again, we expect to see the temperatures warming towards the north and eventually getting us to the point where hopefully by this, and we're hoping it'll be sooner than this, but at least by this evening, we should have most areas in the northern part of the state above freezing, so that we've changed all over to rain and we're not as worried about the winter weather side of this thing at this point. Temperatures below that or to the south of that, 52 in Tuscaloosa at that point. And again, very heavy rain now moving into the northern part of the state. So this would be kind of the start of the possible heavy rain event for North Alabama, 42 in Gadsden, 48 in Birmingham. And then as you move to the south, still some scattered heavier showers moving through there. Moving a little bit further out, we'll get, as we get into kind of a little bit past the midnight hour here. So again, you can see the warm air has moved all the way north of the state line. We're above freezing in Florence and Huntsville. Now, again, this model is one that does still try to show a little bit of more icing possibility on the eastern side of the state in those higher elevations and maybe a little bit of cold air damming. Again, other models are not showing that as much, but we at least will continue to pay attention to that to see what happens. This will be one of those things where we're probably not going to really know for sure until we just kind of get there in real time and see what the conditions look like. As just 1 degree or 2, it makes all the difference with this. So it's a very tight line there. So then as we move through the rest of the morning, again, you can see we're at 1 o'clock in the morning, we're in the 60s, almost to 70 degrees further towards the south. And then you can see again, as we get through early Sunday morning, these same areas get lots of rain. So this will be areas that we'll expect to be watching for potential for some flash flooding as well as some really heavy rainfall totals. And then it starts to sag further towards the southeast as we get into late morning and into the afternoon. So the cold front starts to kind of push to the southeast at that point. And so then you really start to bring the line of storms down towards some more central and southern Alabama and eastern Alabama. And this will be when we're really watching the possibility for severe weather at this point. Again, you'll have kind of a mainly just a line with probably some kinks along it. We'll be watching for any sort of rotation along those storms that are along the line there. And there could be a few storms out ahead of it as well. And you can see the model tries to pick up on a few kind of out ahead of the main line there. And those would be ones we would watch especially closely for the potential for rotation and maybe a tornado. But generally with these, you usually have straight line wind issues, and it'll be at this point should be fairly quick moving off towards the southeast as the front kind of swings in behind it. And then as we get into again 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, the main kind of thrust of this, the heavier rain and the storm should be moving out. Lingering showers, temperature still in the 40s and 50s to the south, but then you can see the 20s starting to move into the northwestern corner of the state, and we'll continue to move through, and you can see that really cold air. And again, there's probably going to be some lingering flurries. At this point, you're going to have cold enough air all the way through the column of the atmosphere that anything that does happen to get squeezed out as the front has moved through would be snow flurries most likely. So you might see a few flurries around, but there's not going to be anything, any sort of accumulations happening at that point. It'll just be cold, dry air moving in. And again, we hope that it will be dry enough to do a lot of drying on those roads with a combination of the wind and the dry air to help us, to help mitigate the black ice threat as much as possible. So that's something that we will, hope will be happening, but still it's something we'll have to watch. And there is definitely the possibility that some of those areas that typically have standing water on the roads and shady areas, things like that, will potentially have some black ice we'll be watching out for late Sunday night into Monday morning. James.
Excellent description of what's to come. 1:48. This is the Alabama Weather Network. We have been live since early this morning, nonstop, covering this icing situation over the Tennessee Valley, especially the western half of the Tennessee Valley. Just a few patches of light rain down to the south. So let's see here. Let's take WEX 05. This is something new. I don't think we've had this one before, Drew. We have a proposal today. In the snow, or I keep saying snow. It's on my mind. In the ice, in the freezing rain. This is from Samuel Vincent. He sent this in. So let's see how it works out here. All right. Uh-oh, hang on. Hang on. Now, there we go. All right. In the sleet, in the freezing rain, in the ice, what is she going to say? I think she's going to say yes. I have a funny feeling if Samuel would not have sent this to me. Yep, there we go. So we have an engagement today.
Yes, and let's go back inside now.
Yeah, that's right.
She looks a little cold.
Enough of this. Yeah, she does look a little cold out there. It's.
Well, I got to think about the planning. Did it just happen to be that this was the day he already had planned to do this, and it just happens to snow, or did he get triggered into by this weather to do this earlier than planned?
Good question. I don't know. So what do we have here? Laundry basket. You got to do what is she holding? An iPad? Whoa!
Kids these days.
Kids. But the iPad is intact. That's all that matters. We saved the electronic device despite the crash. Whoop! At the end of that video there. iPad is okay. All is well. We have no injuries there. Look at this now. It looks like that slush has turned to mud. That might be some of the pre-treatment type stuff. I'm not sure what's happening there. All right, let's see. What do we have? What do we have going on here? Oh yeah, this is good. It's very productive right there. I see a couple of kids facing each other, probably wondering, why am I on this thing and why am I out here? But they seem to be having a good time. They're yucking it up. That's good stuff right there. We are now on the open road. Everything is safe. I'm telling you, people in Alabama, you can mock us all you want, but by golly, we can make the best out of a bad situation here. I mean, that's not bad. I see smiles. I see laughter. That's what it's all about. That is too cool. Yep. Looking good. Looking good. Oh, but this one's weird. Drew, check this one out. Snow and ice and sleet. What's up with this thing? Whoa. What? What?
Is that the same one, or is that a different one?
I mean, we have seen more turkeys in this sleet stuff today than I've seen in a long time. And what is going on here? I just totally don't understand that.
You could also call some of the people out there, you said sometimes boneheads or whatever, you call them turkeys too, but there's real turkeys.
Yeah, not about to say, there are real turkeys, and maybe they're watching our coverage. I don't know. But the kids on the bikes, they've been doing very well today. But again, that's what the roads have looked like, and they still look like as we speak. So we're coming up on 2 o'clock. This is James Spann. Ooh, got some drone stuff here. This must be that's got to be Old Shoe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, obviously we think we know where John is. Campus of the University of North Alabama, UNA.
Ellis. Yeah.
Ellis.
Ellis.
Okay. But
See what this is. Oh, look, a smiley face.
oh yeah, we have all kind of artwork going on down here. I hope that John has previewed the drawings
What's
here.
his name? Here's the snow.
We have a lot of artwork for sure.
Mac.
Usually it's moms send money. That's typically the message we see on these college campuses when we get the snow shout-outs. We had one in Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama, and I saw at least 3 moms send money shout-outs in the snow here. But that's John Oldshoe taking a little campus tour of the University of North Alabama, home of the Lions. I should have put on my purple suspenders. I got some UNA purple suspenders I should be wearing here for this occasion. And again, I was on campus back in the fall. Did a talk on campus. Great crowd, great time. It was a football Saturday. It was just a great day. Love being on the UNA campus.
I do have a piece of bad news.
And again, it looks like most of the students are in hiding or they've gone home. Don't see sometimes with the college kids, you'll see sleet fights and all kind of things happening out there.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
My earplug is not in, John. I'm sorry. Now talk. Go.
Yeah, you can talk now.
All right.
So here's a problem. It is starting to rain liquid here, and I think it is starting to freeze. Up until this point, it was all sleet. But can you see this kind of down on the metal here,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
where this is starting to do this thing? So we're actually starting to get the freezing rain we talked about instead of sleet.
And that's not good. The one thing we don't want is freezing rain. We've had mostly sleet, and with temperatures still in the upper 20s to near 30, we just don't want it to
we're at
rain right now.
28, so yeah.
Question is,
we did. I will say, looking at the radar, you definitely got more. Whereas it'd been kind of dried out for a little bit. We've started to see the radar light up again in that area. So I guess it's starting to kind of re-glaze over some.
Yeah, this is going to be this period where we're going to have liquid rain, and we've got to get from 28 to 32 before it stops doing this number right here. Yeah, problem.
Yeah, that is indeed a problem. And again, temperatures are again, you can look right over here and see the numbers in real time with our region's Skycam network. That's our Florence camera at UNA, and it's stuck at 24. We've got the Muscle Shoals site at 28. But again, our Skycam is showing 24. The Renaissance Shoals is showing 26 now. So we are clearly still below the freezing mark here. Gadsden, you're doing good, 41. We rang the bell quite a while back for you going above freezing. No issues in Etowah County, Calhoun County, everything good there. The greatest concern, again, it's here. Hatton is in Lawrence County, a little southeast of Florence. They're at 25. And again, they're just having a hard time getting above the freezing level here. Huntsville, 28, still below freezing there. That's coming from Montesano Mountain. We'll get the 2 o'clock observation set here shortly. Last official report from Huntsville had 29 down at the airport, but upper 20s are pretty consistent there. Nakalula Falls, Gadsden, 42. That's a great shot. Love that new Skycam on the Region Skycam network. And we've got Russellville at 23. Man, they're having a hard time. The Cherokee Russellville campers they don't want to warm up. And again, as John showed you, this is freezing rain. This is liquid through parts of Colbert, Lauderdale counties. And again, let's look at the composite, Drew. Let's kind of see what you put all the radars together, and we'll kind of see what that looks like. And again, this is a pretty solid band in here. West Tennessee, and this is the approximate snow ice changeover. Snow here, freezing rain here. Approximate. Again, this is the radar estimating that. But if any of this heavier freezing rain can kind of creep into the northwestern corner of the state, that could certainly create some icing concerns before we climb above freezing. And again, it's a race. Will we get above freezing before the heavier rates get in here? Will the heavier rates stay just west of the state? That's a possibility. But again, it's just a messy situation up here. And again, I think the good news, most everybody is home and they're aware of the situation. We've had no major traffic incidents so far. In the shoals, to my knowledge, we've had fender benders and some spinouts, but in terms of serious crashes with injuries, I've heard of none of that so far. And I think that's because people are home. They were aware of what's happening today. They knew this was coming, and they just stayed home. And that's the right thing to do. And again, let me just stress, that's Interstate 59 right here. And if you are along or south of 59, you've got no problems. It's just rain. And over here, if you're south of US 2, maybe US 278 is a better marker for this. South of US 278, that's Hamilton, Cullman, Gadsden, you got no problems. It's just rain. You're above freezing. The concern, it's the western half of the Tennessee Valley where there could be a window where we have heavier freezing rain, temperatures still below freezing, and an increase in ice accretion for the next couple of hours. And again, that's what we're watching carefully here. Um, looking for other official reports, and things pretty much a status quo. So we've got John Olshew and Kevin Henderson with in the field. We've got the Region Skycam Network, Ardmore 24, Albertville 35. But again, all these temperatures are just absolutely critical here. And again, we'll get the new official 2 o'clock observation set from the official sites here in a few minutes and see how that goes. But remember, tomorrow it's going to be a transformation. Tomorrow we will not be working an ice event. Tomorrow we'll be working potential for a severe thunderstorm event. And then Monday morning we'll be working a black ice event. Ice, tornadoes, ice, in that order. So it's a busy, hectic time for us, but again, that's what we do here. So again, the latest numbers, Huntsville up to 31, Hamilton up to 31. At the rate we're going, Huntsville should be above freezing by 3 o'clock. The Shoals at 29, that's the official observation. Our cameras are still showing some mid-20s in here. And again, we've got to get these numbers above freezing, and then after that, we'll kind of focus on tomorrow. But down to the south, check it out. Mobile, Andalusia, 65. That's not bad for a January day. Geneva, 64. Dothan, 61. Atmore, 61. Gulf Shores, 63. Feels great. But again, the warm sector will be surging northward tonight, which means rising temperatures. We'll start off the evening up here in the Tennessee Valley with probably mid-30s, low to mid-30s. And by tomorrow morning, these cities up here could be close to 40 degrees tomorrow morning, around 6 o'clock with a southerly wind. And in this part of the warm sector, there could be a few severe storms tomorrow. So like we often say, there are no dull moments in the weather offices this time of the year. And again, the plan here is for us to stay with you live until we get these numbers to freezing, which should be in the next hour or so. And of course, we'll come back tonight at some point if need be, but we're pretty confident that we're not going to have a CAD problem here. CAD is cold air damming, and that's where cold air drains down the slopes of the Appalachian Mountains from the northeast. And sometimes you can have, we call it the wedge, but the official term is cold air damming. Sometimes the wedge can impact Jackson, DeKalb, Cherokee, Cleburne, Randolph, sometimes even Chambers County, sometimes even Lee County. With this colder air, and again, we just, at the moment, we feel comfortable that's not going to be a big problem. We'll watch it tonight, but we just don't think that's going to be a big problem. We think the next issue, it's going to be the chance of severe storms down here in South Alabama tomorrow morning. That'll be a daytime event. That's the one good thing about this. We've had a daytime event today with the ice. This will be a daytime event tomorrow. And then the third issue is the chance of black ice after all this rain over the northern half of the state. Keep in mind, some of you could see 2 inches of rain tonight and tomorrow. And it's just not going to go away like that. And we might have some icing issues tomorrow morning. We've already got a lot of schools that have delayed, or some have gone to e-learning days. And again, that we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. So again, we are basically, Drew, in the magical phase of waiting for the temperatures to rise.
Yeah, James, it's kind of a slow process here. We'll take a look at maybe some potential scenarios for that here and see what we can get just looking at our forecast temperatures here. So actually looks to be pretty good, although I think we keeps overdoing the temperature in Huntsville whenever we look at the modeling here. It's interesting because we're getting close to freezing in Huntsville right now, but when we look at the forecast temperatures, still trying to show it a little bit warmer there than it actually is. Other ones are looking pretty good. Coleman's looking pretty good, and other ones further towards the south. So we'll keep that in mind as we look at it here, but let's just kind of see where we go here over the next couple hours. So we're starting off right now, and we'll go ahead and just get into that, and we can drag it out here. So it's showing, maybe we can get to freezing in Florence just in the next couple of hours. And this is the national blend of models. So again, this is the one that we like a lot for temperature forecasts and keeping Hamilton above freezing at that point, Huntsville at 39, which again, like I said, we're probably may not be quite that high at that point, but still hopefully above freezing. 42 in Coleman, 45 in Gaston. And then as you move further to the south, you're in 50s. And like we said, we're very warm down in the southern part of the state. Kind of keep moving through the evening here. It wants to hang Florence up around freezing, in that kind of 6 or 7 o'clock time frame, and then getting over it as we move to around 7 p.m. Now, as we've talked about, that's talking about Florence and Muscle Shoals and some of the areas that you've got a little bit more urban, area, which typically ends up being a little bit warmer. Then in some of the more rural areas, good chance it's going to take a little bit longer to warm up potentially. So it may take a little bit longer for some of the more rural areas to get above freezing. And we talked about Cherokee's been one of those ones we keep looking at that is not wanting to budge too much. Russellville as well. And again, as we move through the rest of the evening, eventually it may take a little while to get well above freezing, but we start to get, as we get past midnight, up at least to the upper 30s further to the northwest. And we feel pretty good at that point. We're going to have, again, rain coming through and temperatures a good bit above freezing, so that we should be all rain at that point. And you keep seeing that warm air pushing up as we get into Sunday morning. And then notice this, we'll kind of rock it back and forth here. You start to see that pivot there. So basically, we've got the low pressure kind of, moving through the state at this point. We've got the warm sector nosing up there, and then you see it start to shift down. That's where the cold front starts to move in as we get into Sunday afternoon. So down here where it's extremely warm with temperatures getting into the 70s, this is going to be during that time frame, that warm air and unstable air helping to fuel the thunderstorms, the possibility for some severe weather down there, and then that cold air spilling in behind the cold front further up towards the northwest. Again, these are temperatures. We're not talking about wind chills here, but temperatures themselves by the time we get to Sunday late evening or the nighttime period, you're sitting at 22 degrees at Florence. We're kind of back closer to where we are right now in the 20s by the time we get to Sunday night, and then you've got 30 starting to move in across a good portion of the state, and we'll continue to kind of move forward there with those temperatures now getting down. And as we get to Monday morning, so there we go. And again, these are showing forecast temperature readings again in the more urban areas typically, but some of those more rural spots away from roads and kind of out in the open, you're going to have a better chance of getting even a little bit lower than those mid-teens that you're seeing there, places like Florence and Hamilton. So it's going to be just a very cold morning for Monday morning. And again, we're going to have enough wind still left over at that point for really low wind chills, which you can see just looking across the state. By the time we get to that point, basically the entire state, outside of maybe a few spots in the southeast, are going to be at freezing or below, with 20s being common pretty much everywhere. And then just to kind of take a quick look at what Monday might look like during the afternoon, it's going to be a cold day. We've seen a number of these recently where we get really cold and then it stays cold throughout the day. So, we're at the time where you kind of typically be topping out your temperatures, and it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and it's still in the 20s in North Alabama. It's 28 degrees as far as Coleman. And then as you move further to the south, we're barely over freezing. We're into the 30s, and then further to the south, it's the 40s. So Monday is going to be a very cold. Now, the sun will be back at that point for the most part, but still. And now look at this as we get into Monday night into Tuesday morning. Again, this is model data here, but this is a pretty good model at forecasting temperatures, and it's showing single digits in the northwestern corner. So you see that pink right here kind of indicating basically below 10 degrees. And so even colder Tuesday morning as far as actual temperatures. Now we do expect the winds will be kind of relaxing some at that point. So the actual wind chills may not be quite what they are Monday morning. So again, it's going to, either way, it's going to be cold. Monday morning, Tuesday morning, it's going to be very cold. Both mornings you're going to want to bundle up, get the kids, make sure they got all the coats and everything. If you do, again, we don't know how many schools may be actually going to school early on Monday morning in the northern part of the state. But for those that are, definitely be bundled up. It's going to be cold a couple of mornings for sure, and cold days as well. James.
Okie doke, 2:08, and we are in live coverage on the Alabama Weather Network of an icing situation that is affecting the western half of the Tennessee Valley, basically Huntsville to the Shoals. Temperatures are slowly climbing, very slowly. We hope to get everybody above freezing by late afternoon. South of there, no problems. In fact, we got 60s in South Alabama. And now it's just a matter of timing. We're watching heavier freezing rain rates off to the west, North Mississippi and parts of southwest Tennessee. We hope that stays west of Alabama. That could be the case. But again, some of that could creep into the northwestern corner of the state. Waterloo, maybe the Shoals here, maybe Cherokee, maybe Red Bay. It's a very close call. And again, let's punch Ryan, the camera, region Skycam loop up full screen. Let's look at our observations. All right, this is in Lawrence County, Hatton, northwest of Moulton, 25. Not budging that much. We need these numbers to rise. But you saw the traffic's okay down there. This is Huntsville, 28, up on top of Montesano Mountain. Still below freezing. These numbers are just critical. Next up will be our Skycam at Nakalula Falls. Gadsden, no problem there. 42. You're in good shape. Etowah County, everything is A-OK. So next up, we'll take a look at our Skycam in Russellville. I wish it was warmer, 23. But at least it's been dry. There's been no precipitation over much of Franklin County for the past couple of hours, so that's good. But again, well below freezing at 23. Jackson County section overlooking the Tennessee River, right above Scottsboro, 30 degrees there on the big mountain, slowly climbing. Scottsboro is above freezing, by the way. We'll go back to the regulars. The Barron Institute cameras don't have the weather data sets. Our region Skycam do. So we'll go back to our triple box. And again, we're just kind of keeping a close eye on things. And we've got John Oldshoe and Kevin Henderson in the field. And again, I think that's John.
That's Kevin, actually.
Kevin, okay.
Yep.
This is Kevin, who was driving through the Shoals. Keep hitting the wrong button. You know, it's like I need to have a license to operate this thing. What it is, I typically put one pack on one side and the IFB pack on the other, which needs to happen again. So what I'm going to do, you can see how the sausage is made here. We're going to move the IFB pack over here to this side, so that's not going to happen again. The IFB is the little thing we have in our ear, this thing right here, so we can hear our folks out in the field. And when I'm adjusting the IFB, I've been muting the microphone, which is not good. I've been getting the stink eye from our director over here. All right, so let's see. Kevin Henderson, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Tell us quickly, Kevin, where are you now?
I am over here on Veterans Drive in Florence, coming up on, what is this? Mitchell Boulevard. I guess this the road that the O'Neill Bridge is on.
Okay, and it just looks wet, Kevin. The roads just look wet. They look fine. Are they okay?
It's extremely wet, but yeah, they're okay. I mean, not too bad.
Okay, and again, I think a lot of that it's the
27 degrees.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's the treatment before the storm arrived. From city and county and state officials, they have all done a really good job, and it has worked. Whatever they put down on those roads, it has worked very well. The blacktop roads seem just wet up in Florence now, and Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. And again, if you need to get around, you obviously can. We've heard of no road closings in Lauderdale County. Now, I will say earlier today in Colbert County, the Colbert County EMA put out a post indicating that they consider all roads impassable, and they're asking only for emergency traffic in Colbert County. But again, you can see the roads are just basically wet. There's ice on the bridge, but again, you just don't tap on your brake and you're getting through that thing just fine. We've heard of no major issues on I-65 in the last couple of hours. In fact, looking at the traffic flow, it is all green. I mean, I-65 looks great at this point. There's some slowdown. You know, US 72 is slow. We've been watching Kevin coming through US 72 earlier, and it's a little slow in spots from Killen over to Rogersville and Athens, but again, it's fine. Again, really some of the bigger issues seem to be on US 231. Earlier, 231 was closed coming over Brindley Mountain, south of Huntsville. And again, we've got several roads that are deemed to be closed in Huntsville, including the bridges on the parkway. There's barricades. And obviously people are encouraged not to. We had some guy that just plowed through a barricade. That's not a good idea. That will not end well. But really, 231, 431 through Huntsville, the parkway is pretty much not, you're not able to use it. I'll put it that way. That's the O'Neill Bridge. Again, we're looking at Kevin's Stream. That's what it looks like coming over the bridge, connecting Sheffield to Florence. And traffic's moving along really just fine. And again, we are so thankful for both Kevin and John and their field work today, because we can sit here and describe this stuff all day long, but nothing beats actually looking at it in real time, live through all of our cameras. We've had drones up. It's been a day where hopefully our content has been very useful to you and your family. That's the purpose of us being here. And you can see that freezing rain that is falling. This is liquid. Earlier today, we had a lot of sleet, and quite frankly, the sleet has kept us out of trouble, and that sleet will not accumulate on trees and power lines. Freezing rain will accumulate on trees and power lines. And so if we have this freezing rain increasing in intensity with temperatures in the upper 20s, that might open the door, just maybe, for some accumulation on trees and power lines. But we have not had any power problems today. Despite the fact there is an ice storm warning up here, the outage count now statewide is 824. And again, on a sunny day, that's a good number. So we have no issues at all with power in the ice storm warning area in Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, which is good. And we hope it stays that way. And there's a chance it will, a decent chance now that we've gotten through the entire morning and early afternoon with no power problems. The only issue is, this freezing rain that's falling now. Could that, enhance rates enough to create some tree and icing and power line icing and cause some outages between now and the time temperatures climb above the freezing mark? Remains to be seen. And just out of curiosity, Drew, let's pop on the Columbus radar just to see what it looks like from that angle. I think for this part of the state in this situation, we might get a better angle coming out of Columbus. And again, this just looks nasty over here, North Mississippi. Interstate 22, Tupelo to Memphis, just ice. That just doesn't look good. And we're just on the fringe of that, this northwestern corner of the state. And again, this is just light rain down here, Lamar, Fayette counties, temperatures well above freezing. And really in Marion and Winston, most temperatures are above freezing in here as well. The concern begins right about here, Franklin, Lawrence, Colbert, Lauderdale, Limestone, and Madison. And again, that's where we've had problems throughout the morning. And we'll just, again, hang in there with you for a while longer. I know we're getting repetitive, but look at Cherokee over here, 22 degrees. And now I will say sometimes we have data outages and sometimes data is old, but I think that's probably close to being correct. Cullman, downtown Cullman, 33, barely above freezing there, which is good. This is coming from the campus of the University of North Alabama, and that thing, Drew, is stuck at 24. I mean, it's just like, I think that's probably accurate. As much as I hate to say it, the airport has 29. Muscle Shoals Airport has 29. Renaissance Shoals, 26. But again, everybody is still below freezing. Decatur, 31. Huntsville, 31. Decatur and Huntsville, you're getting really close. Getting close to going above freezing here. And once you get above freezing, you'll stay above freezing through the night. And it's just going to be rain, and conditions will gradually improve. But again, you're still below freezing here, barely. You're at 31. Gunnersville, 37. Albertville, 45. Scottsboro, 34. Fort Payne, 41. Now, Haleyville, is still showing 30 down here. And so there could be a little bridge icing, maybe as far south as Haleyville and US 278. Yes, go.
Yeah, no, I'm just it has turned to liquid and it's freezing on things. We're still at 28 or 29, but just a lot of wetness instead of the sleet.
And that's the last thing we want. It's freezing rain. That is not good.
You see how it's kind of icing on the car here.
Have you noticed any deterioration in the road conditions?
No, I still think we're getting some advantage from whatever they did. It gets down here and doesn't freeze. It mixes with whatever the emergent was that they put on it, but definitely on the metal surfaces that haven't been treated, it's freezing up real quick.
Right. So again, whatever they did to those roads, that's great. That has really helped. Really helped. But of course, you can't treat trees, you can't treat power lines, and this rain, this freezing rain, could very well begin to accumulate on those pine needles and trees, and that could create some issues over the next couple of hours. And it is such a race here to get temperatures above freezing. But again, with some of these Skycam observations still showing mid-20s, it's just going to take a little while for that to happen. So again, we're just going to have to watch and see how this whole thing plays out. But again, I think most folks are inside. We see hardly anybody traveling. And again, you can see the ice accretion on that stop sign. And that is just a sheet of ice. And so far, we've heard of no tree limbs coming down, no trees coming down, no power outages. Again, I'm watching the power count like a hawk here. And we've had no issues with power outages in the northwestern corner of the state so far, which is good. But again, that could change here in the next couple of hours. And by the way, thank you for watching the Alabama Weather Network. James Spann, Drew McCombs here. We're in the studio. We've got John Oldshoe and Kevin Henderson in the field. We'll have another crew coming in a little later this evening. And it has been a day so far with a lot of sleet and some freezing rain, mainly for the western half of the Tennessee Valley. We've had icy travel from the Shoals to Huntsville. But we have had no power outages so far in that part of the state, and that we've had more sleet than freezing rain. But now we're getting more freezing rain than sleet. And that could become a problem here over the next couple of hours or so. And again, it's just something we'll have to watch carefully. And again, Drew is kind of showing the radar progression. And you heard anything out of Mississippi, Drew? We've been so busy here, I've not heard anything. I don't know what it's like over there. I would imagine it's not good.
Yeah, I have not seen a bunch really myself. I'm seeing, we don't have them queued up yet, but we've got some videos I'm seeing from in and around Memphis. Might actually be from our friend Brett Adair, who obviously has been huge in our Skycam network. I see some of that, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm sure, though, it's got to be, and I'll take a look at the NWS chat, see what we see from, I should have access to Jackson here to see if I see anything there, but I'm sure it's got to be pretty significant because, I mean, it's, like you mentioned, I mean, it's been kind of socked in for a number of hours, it seems like. I'll even kind of roll this back, several hours, and places, this is like 4 hours of data, and Oxford, Mississippi, Hernando, Senatobia, Corinth, some of those places have been basically seeing continuous either sleet or freezing rain for a number of hours, and so I'm not seeing much indications of what type of impacts they might have. But let's see what I can get out of this here. I'm going to turn on. Okay, there we go. This might help us a little bit. Turning on the storm reports. So we'll see. I'll click on a few of these and see if they give us any information. Looking like so that's just showing basically about tenth of an inch of ice. which is, again, really not, let's see, in addition to, okay. Oh, sleet of 3/10. Okay, sorry, I got to read that correctly. Sleet of 3/10 in addition to 1/10 of an inch of ice there. That's near Oxford. So that's, about, 4/10 of an inch altogether there. Looking like a lot of sleet there. This was from just an hour or so ago. Getting some snow in North Mississippi. Looks like they've got about a 1/2 inch there in Tippah County there near Walnut. We'll see further over towards the northwest, towards Memphis. And that's where you're seeing quite a bit of sleet, actually showing, I guess, an estimate of about a 1/2 inch to an inch and a half or more. So lots of sleet up that way. And as we move further towards the south, looks like a more freezing rain there in Montgomery County near Winona, Mississippi. It's beginning to accumulate on trees and power lines. Again, that was about an hour ago that report came in. And again, the starting to accumulate on trees and utility poles, that you can see, and these are all within the last hour or so. Further down southwest of us, where they've kind of been socked in, and the may have been mainly sleet before then, kind of like what we have seen in northwestern Alabama. So I wouldn't say that's not a great sign, because again, this is kind of moving up in this direction. However, again, all of it has to do with the temperature profile as well. So further towards the west, you're likely getting just a little bit colder temperatures. That's helping that to occur a little bit more. But as John has been showing in his movements around Florence, we're starting to see more freezing rain beginning to fall there as well. So that's kind of a concerning sign. And the fact that they're actually seeing accumulations on trees and stuff, that's not something we've seen and gotten too much reports of yet from our parts of northwestern Alabama. So that's something we'll have to continue to watch. Now I'm seeing, just kind of taking a look at some of our Skywatcher chats here. Now this is looking like from just in the last less than 10 minutes. This is from Brian Falls, who's been giving some good information on miscellaneous topics. But he's also been giving us some really good weather reports in our Skywatcher chat. He's based in Inslee, but this is talking about some EMA reports from near Florence and Lauderdale County, and basically talking about the same thing that we've been seeing with John, that there's changing over from sleet to freezing rain, and it looks like there's about a 1/10 of an inch that's visible on vegetation. Impacts outside of the roads are not really observed at this point, and there's still no power outages reported, which is good. But we've got some evidence of the linemen beginning to roll in and be staged, and even towards this is again some reports from John Gentle, one of our Skywatchers, of some of them kind of staging down in Vestavia there off 280. But let's take a look here too, just kind of talk about, this is some more information from our Skywatchers here about schools and some of the information for potential delays and closures for Monday morning. So again, let's talk about, I'm going to switch back over to show prep real quick here, and we'll talk about what's happening for Monday morning here. Let's pull that back up. Let's see. Find it real quick. All right, so it's going to be really cold, and that's not necessarily the reason that we're seeing these closings, but that again, the story there with the really cold air coming in is that we could see some black ice. So, and some of it could be also the wind chill values as well. So just a sampling here of what we're seeing as far as schools are concerned. So it looks like Anniston City schools they're delayed 3 hours on Monday. Alex City schools are going to be doing virtual learning on Monday. Calhoun County is delayed 3 hours. Chilton County is virtual learning. And then you got Florence City schools are closed on Monday. So that would make some sense, obviously, being in the area we're getting the most icing. Franklin County schools are closed on Monday. Haleyville City closed on Monday. Jacksonville Christian Academy is closed on Monday. Jacksonville City schools delayed 3 hours. Lauderdale County schools are closed on Monday. And then we have Macon County schools are going to be virtual learning. And even Montgomery, they're going to be having virtual learning on Monday as well. I mean, that's a little bit further south than we probably expect too much in the way of impacts there. Oxford City delaying 3 hours. Piedmont City delaying 3 hours. Selma City are closed, and Winfield City are closed. So just to kind of some of the schools that are already beginning to either delay or close. I wanted to give you just a quick rundown on those. And obviously, there's decent chance there'll be more of those as we get closer to it and as we kind of get a better feel for what possible impacts there are with black ice there, and depending on how cold it starts to get at that point. James.
Okay. So back in the saddle here, it is 2:28, and we are watching a continued winter weather situation across Alabama in the Deep South. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send in so many images and videos today. We've had quite a few. In fact, let's see here. Tell you what, let's take WEX 05. The sleet angels are really hard to make. You know, it's not like snow. It is tough. You got to have really strong arms and really strong legs to make them. We've had some of those today. But again, as you've seen from our live cameras, that's what the roads look like across the state today. Again, cows don't really seem to care. We've had deer. We had a live deer on the drone earlier today. This is Lexington earlier today. That's up in the far eastern part of Lauderdale County. Beautiful community. I've been to the school there many times. Did a men's conference up at Lexington Methodist Church. And thanks to the first responders for their work today. That's up at Wilson School. Wilson, you know, earlier I said Wilson School's up Highway 43. That's not right. I know that. It's up Highway 17. It's up Alabama Highway 17 north of Florence, and that's what Highway 17 looked like a little earlier today. And you can see the roads that were not treated. There's a big difference. The roads that were treated, it's just basically liquid and everything's okay, but some of the roads are not. That doesn't look good. But the kids were out having a little good time. Drew, do you play golf? Who sent me the golf club pictures there? I'm not so sure what's up with that. I mean, you never know. You never know what you see here. Yeah, and I have no earthly idea what's going on down here. It looks like some type of unusual homework assignment. I really don't know. I see an open book. Maybe they're trying to concoct some type of bubbles or something. I don't know. Now, that's not a bad sleet angel. And again, sleet angels are really harder than snow angels. You got to press down really hard. And the kids have been out today, having a good time. So let's see what. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh, there we go. That's the safe way of doing it. Yeah, there we go. Good running head start. Good action. Not bad. Good ending. That was good. More road video from earlier today. All right, let's see what happens here. That's some pretty good speed. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Whoa, ho! We need a steering wheel on that thing. I mean, you know, after a while, what do? I mean, it just kind of goes off in the grass there. And these guys did well. They got the direction right, speed good, control good. And it's, you know, like I talked about, it's good to see kids out having some fun. Not staring at a phone or a video game. You could do some fun things outside for sure. More road video there. Again, this was earlier today. I want to say this is Limestone County. That was early when all this mess started this morning. And these were some drone shots, more ground shots of ice-covered roads, sleet, and freezing rain. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, we had this. Yeah, there you go. This guy's rocking that hair. That's some good hair right there. Yeah, let's see. Dogs don't know what to do in the snow. I'll tell you that. And once again, the cats love us. You know, the cats love to keep up with weather, and we're thankful to them for watching the Alabama Weather Network. But again, these are all your images from earlier today. In fact, we'll take a look at a few more coming down the hill videos. Now, what could go wrong here? You know, probably a lot of things. Let's see how we do. All right. Let's check the brakes, see how we stop that thing. Excellent job. That was good. Good braking action there. So A+. I've seen a lot of kids on the Alabama State Bird today doing the trampoline thing with sleet and ice under their feet. That's probably not the best day to go out on the trampoline, but you got to do what you got to do. You're sliding around a little bit. At least you're not going to roll off that thing with that net. And sleet balls are not quite the same as snowballs. Whoop! Got to be careful. All right, let's check this out. That's some good speed right there. That's some really good speed coming down the hill. How far will this guy go? Probably a pretty long way. Wow. Not bad. This guy might wind up in East Teboga, Andalusia, Waterloo. Who knows where this guy's going to wind up? He's still going. Wow. That's good. And again, we've got all the kids out there getting their snowboards going. There we go. Check out that dog's bigger than those kids. Wow. How'd you like to feed that dog? All right, not bad. And again, we did have some serious situations today. This was a crash earlier today, right at the entrance to the UAH campus on Sparkman Drive in Huntsville. And unfortunately, this morning when all of this started, we had some fairly meaningful traffic crashes, but we've heard of nobody injured today, which is good. All right, man, let's get in there. We're going to get into the Alabama State Bird, and let's see what's underneath all of this. I see ice, I see sleet, probably a little liquid under there, just kind of messy. And I would imagine it doesn't feel really good, but you got to do what you got to do. Let's see if that ice will crack when you step on it. Sure enough, yep. You're probably going to go right in, about right here. There we go. Whoops. All right, and what do we have here? Yeah, sleet angel. Dogs not quite understanding what's happening. And again, that's weird to me. That's from 1993. Somebody kept that thing for over 30 years. And this guy, I mean, come on. If this was me, I would be in the water. This guy's apparently got some decent skill at ice skating. And I would think that you would not want to go in that water. Now, I know we got these clowns that do the polar bear plunge, the polar plunge, but not me and not this guy. Good job. He did not go in. We can confirm that. All right, another downhill slalom here. I don't know about the going backwards thing. I got to be able to see what's going on there. But they made it all the way down the hill. No injuries there. That's good. And you know what? You got to do what you got to do. Just if you need to sit down outside, just go take a seat. More shots from roads across the valley. Now, this is Tennessee. And again, like we've talked about, if you're looking for snow, you want to be in Tennessee, especially north of Interstate 40. Memphis, Nashville, north. That's where they've had the good snow today. Down here, it's been all freezing rain and sleet. How many turkeys have we seen today? I don't understand this turkey situation. Or maybe it's the same turkey. I don't know. And I will say there is one turkey that hangs out somewhere around Tuscumbia and Sheffield. I've got a million pictures of this guy. He's like a pet. And maybe it's that guy. I don't know. But that's what it looked like in Florence earlier today. And you got to be really careful, Drew. You got to be really careful because, whoa, ouch. Oh.
I mean, it almost looked like he really wasn't expecting there to be anything out there.
Yeah, but the guy gets up and he just carries on. That's good. But again, these are more images all from Northwest Alabama earlier today. Another sleet angel. Looking good. All right, let's see how this guy's going to do. And again, we'll get back to the weather in just a second. I love these viewer videos, though. They're the greatest. Now, you got a stop sign down there. You got a stop sign. You got to stop that thing. And he did. Didn't quite come to a full stop, but we'll get him credit for that, all things considered. Well, I still don't know what these Cardinals are doing out here. That makes zero sense. They do stand out very well, those male Cardinals, on a sleet-type day. But they're just out there having a good time, having a party. I think somebody did throw some food out there. That looks like they're having lunch. That was earlier today. Asperitas clouds, wave clouds in the lower levels. She's not quite sure what to think about this. I think she's ready to go back inside. And what's weird, at this Walmart, you got the bread in stock and there's no kitty litter. I don't quite get that. There you go. We love the shout outs. And if you missed it, we got a live shout out earlier today from a live drone in the Brooks High School parking lot in Killen. That was way too cool. All right, let's check this guy out real quick. Let's see what the stopping technique is like. It's the backward turn. That's what makes that one work. And this thing, I'm still trying to figure out this. There's so many things wrong here. You got kids on bikes on an ice-covered street. And then down there, you got a guy on a tractor pulling a kid standing up on a mattress. I mean, how does this happen? But this was a little earlier today. And I think that dog is just acting as a security officer. But and I'll tell you what, when the guy makes the turn, that kid stays on that mattress somehow. But I guess if you fall, you're on a mattress, so it's not bad. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. Why would you would choose that as a sled? But watch the turn. Watch the turn. Watch him stay on that thing. You ready? Let's see how he does here. Whoop! He held on. Not bad. Let's see. Let's see what this guy's up to. That's some Alabama sleet action right there. January, cold day, sleet, freezing rain. Let's take a ride. Cows don't seem to care. Not really. No big deal. They've been there. They've done this. Now, what is going on here? These dogs are having a party. That's good. They like it. Having a good time. Some good family action there on a sleet-covered road. All right, let's see, what do we have here? Whoa, come on now. Come on now. Got to gain some control, gain some control. I like the Spider-Man helmet. That's a good look right there. Not bad. And again, this was, that's a good perspective there. There you go, looking good. More views of road. That's in Tennessee, by the way, where they had snow today, not sleet. Dog in a green sweater, digging the sleet. More Alabama State bird action. Oh yeah, got some flips going there. Do it again, let's go. Flip it, here we go. Yep, there you go. Good deal. And still, these people that are baking treats, it makes us a little jealous here. Dogs love to watch us. We had the cat picture earlier. Dogs love to watch the Alabama Weather Network. We're thankful for that. That's Drew's lamp that he's displaying out in front of the office here. Let's see, a couple more. We're almost done. I wanted to show some of these we have not seen yet so far. Yeah, that's the kid that hits the rock down there. Watch out. Watch out. Bad ending. Oops. Now, this is not where we are. That's, I want to say that might be in Oklahoma, where they've seen some pretty impressive snow totals today. Again, that's up in Tennessee. That's where you might want to be. That's the Florida Gulf Coast today, looking awfully good. Let's check these guys out real quick. We've had no injuries on these impromptu sleet boards today. Looking good. All right. More skating down the sidewalk. Again, let's see here. Let's try and find some we have yet to see. Then we'll get back to the current weather situation. I don't know if I've seen this one yet. These dogs are all concerned about this situation. All right, here we go. That's a pretty steep hill. Pretty steep hill. Picking up some sleet. Picking up a lot of sleet. Picking up a lot of sleet. Whoa.
Whoa.
All right. Are they going to stop in time? And I don't know. I don't know if we can see the end of this one. Yeah, it's just,
what happened?
They might wind up in some ravine. They're halfway to Mississippi by now. What is up with this? We've had turkeys. Now, what is this? Is that a chicken?
I don't know. I think so. It's like wild chicken there.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. We'll do a couple more. Yeah, we've seen that one that they're trucking across the way. And that's a car that came off the road earlier today. More state bird action. Now we got the slow-mo thing going here, all right? Oh, yeah. That's good. Hello. And let's see. There's a kid on a bike. And again, this one we haven't figured out. Here's one of our turkeys on the side of the road. Yeah. Hello. These guys are looking good. Yeah, we saw their video earlier today. And I said that might be the. And again, if you missed it, we had a proposal today. How many times do you see a proposal on a day with freezing rain and sleet? And she said yes. And they lived happily ever after. And they've been watching our live coverage today. And we wish that couple the best in their future endeavors. I'm not seeing this one. That's it. That was a pretty good slingshot down the street. Go left, go left. Whoops. All right, good ending there. And I got a funny feeling this is not going to end well for this guy. This will not end well for this guy. Whoop, whoop, whoa. Got to be careful. And look at these guys, Drew. They're fishing.
Are those our fishermen?
Maybe that's the guy with the boat, you know.
Although he got out of the boat.
Yeah. This is below Nakalula Falls, all right? That is Nakalula Falls in Gadsden this morning. And these guys are going for it. So
I think somebody's maybe catching one at the end of the video.
wow. So there you go. I mean, if you got to go fishing, you got to go fishing. But they're above freezing. They're sitting in the 40s there. And let's see, another state bird, another slow-mo video here. These are good. That is freezing rain, ice, sleet on the Alabama state bird, and hopefully that thing will not go flying anytime soon. And let's check this one out. Let's see what's going on here. I think this might be a sleet angel. Good luck with that. Yeah, you're getting it. You got it. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening. It is happening. Dogs don't know what to do with this stuff. Dogs just don't know. I mean, this dog is eating the sleet. And Drew, what's our advice for that dog? Don't eat the yellow sleet.
Yeah.
Just don't go down that path. That's a bad decision.
Dog probably made some yellow sleet earlier, you know.
Yeah, and that dog's
That one
saying,
too.
I'm not going to eat the yellow sleet. That's not me. All right, back to the boxes here at 2:45. We thought we'd show some of your content. We thank you for that. I've got the, hang on here, got the milk and bread socks going on here. And yes, we do take our shoes off quite often here. Listen, we are transparent here on the Alabama Weather Network. So we're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour, and we should be wrapping this up soon. Again, what we're going to do is we'll be wrapping up this coverage in the next, after a while. I can't say when. We're kind of waiting on temperatures to creep above the freezing mark. And obviously what we have is what we have. And conditions will gradually improve up here tonight when temperatures rise above freezing. And overnight tonight, we don't expect any new icing. And as freezing rain turns to rain and temperatures climb into the mid to upper 30s up here late tonight, that should ease the icing conditions. A lot of the sleet will just wash away with some really good rains coming up in here with that warm sector moving north. So overnight tonight, just rain. Tomorrow, we have the chance of strong to severe storms and the chance of a few isolated tornadoes over the southern half of Alabama. We have a level 2 out of 5 risk. In fact, let's pop that up real quick, Drew. This is our next concern. Tomorrow we have a level 2 out of 5 risk as far south or as far north as Butler, Linden, Plantersville, Billingsley, Tallahassee, and Phoenix City. The yellow, that's level 2 out of 5. We have a level 1 out of 5 up to Pickensville, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Talladega, and Ranburne. So there could be a few strong storms as far north as Interstate 20 tomorrow. But the main concern for tornadoes, it is down here in the southern part of the state where the instability will be better. And with a fairly dynamic system here, we could very well be working a tornado warning or two tomorrow right here. So we'll pick back up the live coverage tomorrow morning, and we'll stay with it through this event. And remember, this is the promise here. If any county in the state goes under a tornado warning. We will be live, and we stay live until the danger is over. And it doesn't matter which county you're in. All 67 Alabama counties, we've got your back. Doesn't matter what TV market you're in, doesn't matter what Weather Service office covers you, we've got you covered here. And so we'll be live for that. And then we could be live again Monday morning for the possibility of black ice and travel problems related to the 2 inches of rain we're expecting, freezing tomorrow night and Monday morning. And again, if it's a widespread problem, we'll come back and we'll be live for that. But again, watching the numbers down here, I'm seeing 24 still at UNA, and that's not good. We were hoping to be at 31 by now. Renaissance Shoals, 26. Again, these numbers have just not budged much over the course of the last couple of hours. Gadsden's okay. They've got 41 degrees there. And again, we'll get the new 3 o'clock data set in here. But again, these observations here are live, real time. Hatton, 25. Lawrence County. I mean, these numbers have just not wanted to budge. The official observation up at Florence is 29. Huntsville up to 31. Hamilton up to 32. Coleman up to 41. Heat wave. Gadsden, 47. And most spots in Jackson County and DeKalb County are above freezing now. So again, you can see the concern. It's the western half of the Tennessee Valley, and they're just not wanting to warm up that much. And with rain falling, in fact, we'll put the radar back on here. This is freezing rain. If it were 33, it would be rain. But below freezing, it's freezing rain. This is liquid. You walk outside, you get wet. And we've clearly seen an increase in the precipitation rates over here over the last 30 minutes. We've got rain, Fayette and Walker counties, temperatures above freezing. Again, Haleyville is close. Haleyville is sitting right at 31, 32. So you're close to still having some bridge icing. But again, the main concern, it's up here, Franklin, Lawrence, Lauderdale, Colbert, Limestone, Madison. And again, the rates are clearly increasing in Franklin, in western Franklin County out toward Red Bay, around the Shoals again, and this is just liquid. And so whose camera is this, Drew? We're watching on the stream up there. Get my ear.
That is
back.
Kevin.
All right, this is Kevin. Kevin, if by chance you can hear us, tell us where you are and what you got.
We're just cruising around Florence.
Okay. And you've got freezing rain. Have you noticed any deterioration in road conditions?
Yeah, they're getting real slick and ice. Any place that it's not treated, it is a sheet of ice.
Okay. So I think that's the basic advice. Where the roads have been treated, they're wet. Where the roads have not been treated, they're a sheet of ice. And that's about as clear as it gets. So if you've got to travel, you want to be on one of these main roads in the Shoals, not on a side road or your neighborhood road. The ones that have not been treated, because you're still in the 20s. You've got a steady, light, freezing rain falling. You can see the liquid on Kevin's windshield there, just nasty. Freezing rain, it's the worst. You can't make a snowman. Drew, what you got?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you're talking about the road conditions in Florence, and it sounds like it's starting to get a little bit dicier there. I've seen a couple of email reports coming in about road conditions north of Florence. So had a report that up in the Underwood community near Highway 157 north of Cloverdale, the freezing rain has gotten heavier here recently, and we saw that looking at the radar. And also some reports basically saying that the power lines are beginning to sag a little bit, and the roads are basically glass, very icy out there. And so that's one of the reports. And then also, again, got another one from basically saying that north of Florence, near the Tennessee state line, and this also mentions Highway 157, that looks like the place where we could be seeing some worse conditions. So like you mentioned, kind of not right there in the middle of Florence, but further away and further towards the north, and maybe more towards the northwest, where you really start to see some of the heavier freezing rain starting to come in. And I mentioned this earlier, back off towards the northwest, you've got, I'll turn them back on here. We've had more reports of some freezing rain starting to increase back off into Mississippi. And so I think we're kind of starting to see that move into the northwestern part of the state now, into, again, Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties, and maybe the northern part. And I'm not totally sure about, Marion County yet as far as the actual the temperature there. Looks like we're at 32. So we might be starting to see that there as well. But something to kind of be paying attention to. And also, we were talking about what's happening over in Mississippi earlier. Definitely was looking at the Jackson, Mississippi National Weather Service chat earlier, and definitely talking about a combination of ice accumulation developing on trees and power lines, talking about sleet and freezing rain covered roads accumulating fairly quickly. And so, it does appear that things are starting to kind of ramp up a little bit further towards the southwest, and we're starting to see a little bit of that moving into northwestern Alabama as well.
Okay, so again, this is really what we expected maybe a little earlier today, but it's happening now. The precipitation rates are increasing over northwest Alabama, and we're still below freezing. We had hoped maybe we'd be closer to 32 by 3 o'clock, but we still got 20s up in here. And for the roads that are not treated, and again, you're watching Kevin Henderson here on treated roads, the side roads and the roads away from the city, they're pretty messy. In fact, earlier I showed you a photograph of Highway 17, Alabama 17, north of Florence up at Wilson School. It didn't look good. And with this freezing rain coming down and temperatures still in the 20s, it's not good. And again, we've had some reports of power lines beginning to sag a little bit. And again, if we really need that warm up to kick in quickly, because if this continues with temperatures in the 20s, we could see some outages. And again, we're watching the outages really carefully. And again, the numbers are very low. We see no outages in the affected areas up here. All of the scattered outages in the state are just routine things that happen. Again, we've got 1137, that's the total statewide. You see that on a sunny day. Most of this is not remotely related to weather. So again, we still see no meaningful outages up here in that part of the state. You got these little elevated numbers for Etowah and Autauga, and obviously it's not related to ice, it's related to something else, a substation failure or something like that. But again, if we keep seeing that really good, meaningful freezing rain coming down, that could create some icing problems up here with power outages later this evening. And we hope that doesn't happen, because next week will be very cold. Next week, it's going to be cold all week. Temperatures way below average. For the northern part of the state up here, lows in the teens most mornings. There might even be some spot with a single-digit low on Tuesday morning. Highs, Monday below freezing, only in the 30s each day for the rest of this week. So having power is important, obviously, for heating purposes. But again, we're pulling for the warm sector. It's a battle between the cold air in place now and the warm sector coming in from the south as to who's going to win. Ultimately, the warm sector will win. It's a matter of when. And we hope it happens a lot sooner than later. And again, as we watch Kevin's stream over here, we're watching. Yes, sir, Drew.
Yeah, I was going to mention, just since you're talking about Kevin, he's going to head towards northern Lauderdale County, north of Florence, as we're getting some of those reports. He's going to head in that direction to see what he finds up there in areas where we're getting some reports of the roads being a little bit worse and maybe a little bit more ice accumulation on trees and things like that.
All right, so if Kevin can head up Alabama 17 or US 43, either one. Just head north. Those are the two main routes north out of Florence. And I would imagine that would give us a pretty good view of what's going on up there north of town. So we'll see. But yeah, I think 17's is a better choice going up toward Wilson School and Zip City. So we'll kind of watch that stream carefully as we go along here. And let's see here. Watching John Olshu says he believes the roads are getting worse. Who's up here? We've been watching John's stream and Kevin's stream. He believes that conditions are indeed deteriorating, and you can see it's widespread now. We just have a big mass of freezing rain sitting on top of Lauderdale and Colbert counties. I've seen a lot of these AI images that are very. You ever seen any disturbing AI images, Drew?
Some of them out there.
And that's the thing, you know, we have to become on the fly people that can recognize the difference between real video and AI video. And I think I'm decent at it, but at WEX05, this is disturbing on many different levels right here. You know, there's so many things wrong with that. And this was not taken in Killen or Red Bay or Phil Campbell or St. Florian. No. That's not Center Star. All right, enough of that. In fact, let's go to WEX05 one more time. I want to show one more quick video that came in. This is all from today. And just something about kids having fun in this stuff, it just makes me happy. He wanted to go farther than that. A lot of it's based on the inclination of the hills, and I'm still fascinated by this. Check this out, Drew.
Oh.
You got an RC truck pulling a child. Number one, what kind of tires do you have on that thing to gain traction? And number two, what kind of an engine have you got to pull a child like that? I mean, that's
Those RC cars these days, yeah, they're pretty souped up. I mean,
and the guy working the RC car, he's working that thing really well. But I'm just thinking, wow. Okay, you got to do what you got to do. All right, 3 o'clock, top of the hour. We have been here for a long time. And again, we're going to stay with it for a little longer as the rates have been increasing over the northwestern part of the state. And the freezing rain levels rates are increasing, which is increasing the chance of power outages and road impacts. And again, we're gonna stay with us. We're gonna stay with you for a little bit longer here until we can get you close to or a little above freezing here. We were hoping that maybe by 3 o'clock we would get you there, but you're not there yet. And again, if we can pop up our temperatures, Drew, I think the new 3 o'clock set should be in. These are the official reporting stations. And by the way, a lot of people have been asking questions about their app. And if you live in a smaller town, there are no observation stations near you. Apps will interpolate data from nearby stations, basically giving you an estimate. Remember, your phone is not a thermometer. It doesn't know what the temperature is. It's pulling in data from the apps, and the data going into weather apps, it's got to use interpolation. It has to do that. And so, for example, if you live in Moulton, it's probably going to split the difference between Cullman and Hamilton or Florence here. It will take these three numbers and put a point that's an estimate. In some, there are some observation points in decent-sized towns, but for so many places they're not. So just a point, your phone is not a thermometer. It's not if you live in a smaller town. If you live in a bigger town, it's based on the nearest observation point, which would be an airport or an FAA site or a National Weather Service site. But again, we've got Huntsville 31. In fact, everybody's above freezing except Hamilton's still sitting at 32, and we've got Florence holding at 29. And our Skycam sites are colder. And again, if you watch over here, those are our region's Skycam views that are live. The weather observations are live. And again, we just can't get that thing off 24, Drew. How long has it been sitting at 24?
I feel like it's been, at least a couple of hours or something. But, I even, I went and restarted a little data ingester that brings in the data just to make sure. And I think we're good. It's just wants to stick there on that. And so, and then you see there's the 26 there still. That's been pretty common at the Renaissance as well.
Yeah, Renaissance Shoals sitting at 26, UNA sitting at 24, and that's not good with freezing rain rates increasing. Hatton, 25. Lawrence County. It's just not moving. And we do believe the data set is good, live and in real time, which is the way that it should work. Huntsville, 28. Now, that's up on the mountain. I think let's see, I don't know if the new data set's in. The last observation from the airport was 31. And that's the way it works sometimes. Love that new camera. Nakalula Falls, goodness gracious, that's a great, great view. 42, so Gadsden, Etowah County, you're fine. No problem there. Goodness, Russellville, 23. Woo. We need those numbers to come up. And again, until the wind veers into the south, they're just going to sit there, and that could mean a deterioration in conditions in terms of driving and the power grid. So far, the power's fine. Everybody's got power up here, but again, the concern is that if we see power lines beginning to sag, trees beginning to sag, we could begin to see some outages here. And again, we've got Kevin Henderson, who is driving, and Kevin is going to head up into northern Lauderdale County, north of Florence, into some roads that maybe have not been treated, maybe up Highway 17 or some of these other roads going north of town, just to see what conditions are like there. And again, Kevin has a drone, obviously. We've seen some unbelievable drone views from Kevin today. But again, at this point, we've just not had any big power. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Okay, good deal. So again, we're going to stick with Kevin full screen here for just a little bit. And we thank Kevin and John for their service today. We've had John Olshu with his drone up, Kevin's drone up today. We've seen some pretty amazing stuff. And thankfully, we've heard of no injuries. We have heard of no severe crashes. We've had some pretty bad ones, but nobody being hurt. No injuries. No power outages so far. As ice events go, this one has been relatively well behaved. But we are not done with it. We've still got to get through the next little bit of time here while temperatures are still above the freezing mark. And Drew's going to do a little configuration to be sure we got the latest data. Russellville's 26 now. All right, so Russellville is showing 26, which is good. Again, we want to be sure that we're getting you the accurate data because temperatures are critical in this situation. The new official OBS will be out here in a matter of minutes. At last report, Muscle Shoals at the airport was at 29. We got Decatur at 31, Huntsville 31. These are observations from 1 hour ago. They should be a little warmer this hour, probably not by much. Cullman 41. Gunnersville 37, Albertville 45, Scottsboro 34, Fort Payne 41. Northeast Alabama's doing fine. The issue, it's the northwestern corner of the state, and again, that's why we've had an ice storm warning in effect for those three northwestern counties of the state. That's Colbert, Lauderdale, and Franklin. And again, we'll watch carefully as we're continuing to see Kevin drive north. So again, we're about to get, okay, so here we go. So we know these numbers are good. Russellville's 26 degrees at Russellville, all right? Let's go to Florence and look at that one. We're just going to we'll leave this up. Yeah, 26, it's up 2.
There we go.
Right, so we Drew and I both suspected maybe we need to restart a process here, and we did. So it's still below freezing, well below freezing. Let's look at Renaissance Shoals. They are currently at 28. Getting closer. That's a good sign for all of us. And let's go down to Cherokee and see what that looks like in Colbert County. 25, still cold. The camera's all iced up here. Let's go to Hatton in Lawrence County. Again, we'll check these are good real-time numbers. 28. Again, we are very comfortable. These are indeed real-time, current, correct observations. Still below freezing. but not at least stuck down there in the low 20s like we saw earlier. Let's go to Ardmore real quickly in Limestone County, if we can pull that one up, Drew. 26, still cold. This is near the Alabama-Mississippi or Alabama-Tennessee state line. I was up at Cedar Hill Elementary in Ardmore not that long ago. Had a great visit there. In Huntsville, Montesano Mountain. Let's take a peek. 31. That close. Once we hit 33, we'll ring the bell, our imaginary bell. Let's go to a section, Jackson County. Keep working our way over to the east. Ooh, 38.
Toasty.
All is well. The ice on that deck is melted. All right, there you go. That's good. So that looks good for Jack. Listen, Albertville, while we're watching here, Albertville is at 44. Tropical heat wave. That's obviously no issues here. Marshall County looks good. So again, the problem, it's basically Huntsville, Athens, Decatur, over to Florence and the Shoals, and Russellville. Let's go to Russellville one more time. I think we're at 26 there. 26 was the latest number I saw from Russellville. Just want to be sure. Yeah, 26. So Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale, Limestone, Madison, Lawrence. Those are the counties of greatest concern for icing. And we'll go back to the radar here at 309. And again, John, was that you or Kevin? Were y'all talking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a railroad crossing malfunctioning. It's at 17 and 133. It makes it impossible to turn into the traffic lights because it's the traffic light is integrated with it. Anytime the railroad crossing is on, the left turn signal never comes on.
Wow. Okay. Hopefully somebody's watching and can see if they can correct that issue. That's not good. How are the roads where you are now, Kevin?
A little wet, a little slushy.
But it looks like they've been treated. And again, this is Highway 17 going north out of Florence up toward Zip City and Fairview, Tennessee. And we don't know if the entire road's been treated. Earlier, we saw some images from Wilson School up that road where it looked pretty ice covered, but we'll see what it looks like when Kevin gets up through there. So again, this is live from Lauderdale County with Kevin Henderson, who's on the road, James Spann, Drew McCombs. We've been here all day, and we'll stay with it for a while longer. And that the precipitation rates have been increasing across the northwestern corner of the state. But again, Kevin is going to be coming right up through here, and we'll just kind of see what it looks like in the northern part of the county. That's some really nasty-looking ice images earlier today from Green Hill up here, 43 up here above Killen, and some pretty good ice images from Lexington, and some images from Waterloo as well. Some of the heaviest precipitation rates are over there on the far western end of the county near Waterloo, and then Cherokee down here in Colbert County. But it's just the big, big, massive freezing rain. And I hate it for the kids, because don't you know they want a snow day where they can build a snowman and have so much fun, but it's just not that kind of a day. It's freezing rain, which is the absolute worst. Let me read off some of the new numbers coming in at 3 o'clock. These are the 3 o'clock official observations. We got Muscle Shoals 29, Decatur 31, Huntsville 31, Meridianville 29, that's in northern Madison County. Everybody else is looking good. So again, the Shoals 29, that's the airport there. Decatur 31, Huntsville 31, Meridianville 29. Haleyville 30 right here. So we've still got 30 degrees in the northwestern corner of Winston County, but below that, everybody way above freezing. I'm seeing mid-50s at Sylacauga, Talladega. And again, we've got 60s in South Alabama. Mobile, 65. Bay Minette, 66. Florala, 66. So South Alabama has nothing to do with this mess. They are in the 60s. And again, that warm air will ultimately be surging north tonight. Of course, the question is when. We'll just have to kind of wait and see how this whole thing plays out. There's a look at the current observations. Geneva, 66. Bay Minette, 66. But Florence, 29. Huntsville, 31. Ardmore, 26. Again, you can see right over here the real-time observations from the region's Skycam network. Albertville looking good at 44. Come on. Gadsden looking good at 46. Anniston looking really good at 52. We've got 40s, mid-40s in Tuscaloosa, upper 40s at Demopolis. But again, warm sector moving north. And in just a minute, we're going to go back to Drew and get some thoughts on what's to come. We know that many of you come and go. Some of you watch the whole thing, and if you do, thank you. If you come and go, we understand that. Everybody's busy. A lot of folks in these zones like to go out and play in the sleet with their kids, and they come back in. Again, looking at more of the reports coming in here, and I do believe that John Olshu made that observation that road conditions are beginning to deteriorate around the shoals, and I think that's probably a pretty good call. In fact, let's see here. What we're going to do is take WEX 05. Look at here, Drew.
There we go.
This is what we have been concerned about. This is coming from Green Hill. This is north of Florence, up 43, and we've got ice accumulating on trees and tree limbs and tree branches, and those little needles act like ice collectors. And if this keeps up, those trees become really heavy, laden with ice, and branches can fall. Big limbs can fall. Entire trees can fall. And in many cases, they fall on power lines that could also have ice on them. And you wind up with some real problems here. And so again, this is coming from northern Lauderdale County. In fact, this is some video, and that's this was taken within the hour up around Green Hill. And again, this is trucking down the hill there. Looks like they're maybe sliding down the hill, but you can see that it's just nasty with that freezing rain. But at least some people are having a little fun today. That's outstanding. This other guy's trying to catch up with him. He's not going to catch up with this guy. Let's see how he stops. Half the battle with this stuff is stopping, and he's got it. Good technique. Great ride. All right, back to the triple box here. We're now at 316, and we have been here with you for a while. We'll stay with you for a while. We're concerned about the northwestern corner of the state. That's all freezing rain. Freezing rain rates have increased over the past couple of hours. We had a pretty nice break during the late morning, early afternoon hours, and now the rates have increased again. And it's coming down very firmly, just rain. It's below freezing in the 20s, so it's freezing rain. Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties, parts of Lawrence, Limestone counties. The greatest amount of ice accretion should be over the northwestern counties of the state. That's the reason there's the ice storm warning in effect there for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin. And again, there's a winter weather advisory down to Marion and Winston here. It's still 30 at Haleyville. There could be some icing there in Haleyville as well. But again, Moulton, Athens, Rogersville, Town Creek, obviously Florence, Russellville, Red Bay, Phil Campbell, Cherokee, all of you will have icing here. And the icing is increasing as we go along. And I notice over on Kevin's live stream, it looks like the ice on the roads have increased. He's kind of gone from all liquid to more of a mix. And Kevin, if you can hear us, kind of briefly tell us where you are and if conditions have gotten worse there.
Yeah, I'm on 157, just north of Florence, and it's definitely a lot more ice and just water mushed up. It's real mushy over here. Here, we'll stop for a second and take a look at it here.
Okay. Good deal. Again, we'll Kevin might pop up the drone there and take a look at things from above. And this is up north of Florence, and you can clearly see that the icing is much more intense on the roads compared to in the city where the roads were treated. Where the roads have not been treated, it's been extremely icy up there today. But again, the good news, I think most people have listened to the ice storm warning. I think that they have responded. Most people have just stayed home. And the good thing, it's a Saturday. There's no school to worry about. Obviously, we wouldn't have school in session anyway, but there's no school to worry about. Again, there's Kevin showing how slick that ice is. We don't want Kevin to go down like some of these other guys we've seen. But being on a weekend, it takes a little bit of the pressure off, which is good. But the concern is that we might have some black ice issues even after this whole thing is over Monday morning as we go into a very cold air mass. And if we wind up with 2 inches of rain or more, that water is just not going to go away like that. It's going to a lot of standing water, and a lot of that could turn into ice Sunday night and Monday morning. And that's the concern that a lot of people have. It's the possibility of black ice, and we've got many schools that have delayed. And this is the WPC heavy rain outlook. Yeah, this is the expected rain today through Friday. All of this is the next 24, 36 hours. 3 inches in Tuscaloosa. You think 3 inches of rain is going to go away in a few hours? No. Birmingham, 2 inches. Coleman, 2.5. Huntsville, 2.5. Gadsden, 2. And by the grace of God, this is not all coming down as freezing rain. If that all came down as freezing rain, this would be a totally catastrophic ice storm. But that's not what's happening. The bulk of this will come down as good old-fashioned rain tonight and tomorrow. Temperature should be above freezing by then. But again, with all of this standing water, we could have very real black ice conditions on Monday on bridges and some roads, with temperatures dropping in the teens over parts of the Tennessee Valley and the entire northern half of the state, not just the Tennessee Valley. So just be aware we could see some black ice issues late tomorrow night and Sunday morning. All right, let's pop Kevin's video up live, full screen. We've got Kevin with the drone, and we'll get a bird's eye view of what the conditions look like. And again, you can see close to the ground, it's just a messy mix of sleet and ice. Just not good. And again, this is a little north of Florence. This is kind of getting away from the place where oh boy, look at that. Wow. Look at the ice and the trees. That is not good. Those trees are ice laden. And again, this is where we've had reports of the tree limbs kind of starting to sag and power lines starting to sag. And the ice accretion will only continue to increase as the precipitation rates continue to increase. Again, that's a look down. Let's see. Kevin, if you can hear me, is that Highway 157 or 17?
This is 157.
Okay. That's 157 that is north of Florence. And that's just a big mess. Again, you do not want to be involved in that for obvious reasons. That is so much ice there. And I know that so many of our friends say, well, I'm from Chicago. I can drive on snow. It's no big deal. Well, you're right. You're good at driving on snow, but what about driving on a slab of ice? It's a whole different set of circumstances. So again, this is not up 17, but up 157 up toward Petersville. And I'm looking at a lot of the real-time traffic. And the good news is hardly anybody out there, just hardly anybody out there. There's 3 cars, and they're kind of following that little sweet spot in the middle where it's a little drier. The ice is not quite as bad. And as long as you're not braking or making sudden moves, it's okay. But if you got to tap on those brakes for any reason, like a deer darts out in front of you or something, that's not going to be a good ending there. But clearly we've got a lot of trees with ice on them in that same area. Again, this is north of Florence. This is Lauderdale County. northwestern corner of the state. We're live at 3:23 this afternoon, working an ice storm situation in the northwestern corner of the state. We have an ice storm warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin. That's where the greatest ice accretion buildup will likely occur. Temperatures should rise above freezing in these counties this evening. We're optimistic that will be the case, but it is a slow process. It is so slow, it is aggravating. But temperatures are creeping up about 1 degree per hour. And with a big push of warmer air from the south later this evening, we should get mid to upper 30s late tonight into tomorrow morning. And again, we're watching traffic along Alabama Highway 157. This is a little northwest of Florence. Again, up around Petersville. And you can see that we've got a few cars out there, but really not that many. Check the trees. That's ice. The bandwidth's a little constrained here. It's not quite the resolution we typically see, but again, just trust me, that's ice, and that is no good. Trees like that, those limbs collect ice, and it gets heavy. And thankfully, it's not that wind. Drew, what's the wind velocity up there? In fact, I probably can see it quick here. Northeast at 9. I'm showing northeast at 9 at the airport. Now, that's an airport observation. But if that wind kicks up to 10, 15, 20 miles an hour, that could result in more tree limbs coming down. You want the wind to stay relatively calm to keep the trees intact and to keep the power on. And we think the winds will stay in that general vicinity for the next several hours. Don't see a big increase in wind through midnight. And hopefully by the time the winds increase out of the south, temperature should be above freezing. But even then, we're still going to see some ice on trees. And, you know, you hit 33, ice doesn't magically go away. It's a process, takes a while. But again, those are some of the vehicles coming through Highway 157, northwest of Florence this afternoon. And again, that's just great views coming from Kevin Henderson and John Olshew, his work earlier today. We thank these guys. And again, we got the easiest job in the world. We're sitting in a warm, dry studio where they're out there in this stuff. But Drew, let's go through another review of what's going to happen over the next 36 hours, because I've got 1.2 million questions and Drew has 1.2 million answers.
Oh, wow. That's going to take a little while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we obviously are going to continue to track where things are going here for the next few hours and for the next 24 to 36 hours as well. So right now, again, things aren't changing super rapidly as far as the temperature is concerned. We're still trying to edge things up a little bit. Again, I'll kind of switch back, get back over to just like current temperatures here. And I'm going to move this where I can get to it a little bit better. So again, looking at our current temperatures right now, you've got, again, 30 degrees in Florence, which I don't remember seeing it tick over to 30 until here just recently. So that's an improvement. 31 in Huntsville, 36 in Coleman. Now switching over again to the future temperatures here, like I mentioned a few times, we've still got a few issues with it, trying to forecast a little bit higher than it is currently further towards the east, but it's doing pretty well elsewhere. And so as we move through the next few hours, and we get 7, I don't know, 5 or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, we could start to get above freezing in that northwestern part of the state. Again, it's been slow going. We're trying, being optimistic that we'll get it up there sooner than that. But, we certainly think by the time we get into the later evening, we'll get that warm nose just far enough towards the north that we will start to change the precipitation all back over towards rain, which as we've seen with where Kevin is and some of the reports we've received, especially in northern Lauderdale County and going up Highway 157, that we need it to stop with the freezing rain here sometime fairly soon. That would help everything to kind of let some melting start to occur a little bit. So we've at least got the opportunity of doing that as we get later on this evening, and continuing on into later tonight and into early tomorrow morning. And you can really see right here, there's that nose of warm air with the warm sector of this system kind of shooting up in a pretty narrow area there. And that's one of the things, we've been seeing this, signature like this for days. This is all the communication we've been putting out there about what we expect with this event. And this was a lot of it right here, is that we've got this warm nose kind of in the central part of the state, at that northwestern corner that's a little bit colder, or the coldest area. And then on the northeast side or the eastern side, it's going to be a little bit colder too, at that wedge of cold air coming from the east. Now, so far, this side has not been as cold as it was looking like it could have been a couple of days ago, with some of the model runs showing a little bit more cold air damping. So that's good. If we can keep our impacts minimal towards the east, that would be great. And so, but still, you got that warm air shooting up, kind of I-65 almost. So by the time we get to tomorrow morning, we're upper 30s in Florence, we're in the 40s, mid 40s in Huntsville, 48 in Coleman, and it's 40 in Hamilton. And then of course, looking to the south, it's 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, and you're sitting at 65 in Atmore, and the same thing in Gulf Shores. And so it's going to be a lot different between the very far southern part of the state and the very far northern part of the state, obviously, at that point. So then as we move through the late morning, you start to see that the cold air starts to push further towards the southeast. And that's as the cold front actually begins to come in behind the low pressure as it's moving through the state, the cold front kind of trailing behind it. And then again, look at those temperatures in the southeastern part of the state. Looking at potentially up into the mid 70s, low mid 70s in places like Geneva and Dothan, upper 60s elsewhere, 50s as you move further to the north. And then again, obviously getting back to close to freezing by Sunday afternoon in the northwestern corner of the state. And again, this time frame right here where we got this really warm air during Sunday afternoon is going to be when we would expect the possibility of some severe weather. And then again, moving everything out. And you see how cold it gets after that. We'll get very cold as we move into Monday morning. Again, these are just forecast temperatures, but the wind chills will be likely down into the single digits in the northern part of the state. But you can see forecast temperatures down to 14 degrees in Florence, 18 degrees in Coleman, 20s as you move further to the south, and really most of the state getting down into the 20s. So even though the southern part of the state is going to be very warm compared for this time of year, mild today, warm tomorrow, it's going to be a big difference as we get into tomorrow for sure. And then again, the possibility of the black ice is there as well. So let's take a quick look here. I'll just kind of run through the latest model data for the forecast precipitation here. And let's see, let me switch over to another model real quick. I want to see if we've got the latest version of the HRRR in the link system now. Yeah, it looks like earlier when I checked it, we didn't have it. So this is the 18Z, which is actually probably not the absolute latest, but it's the one that we've got in the link system right now that allows us to get a little bit further out in time, not just the next 18 or so hours. And so we'll use that one and kind of see where we're at. So as we start right now, again, we've got some freezing rain to the northwest, temperatures still around freezing. And as we move through the rest of the next few hours here, you can see it's still showing some freezing rain potential up in the northwestern corner of the state. And that could also be interpreted as a sleet as well. But the temperature is starting to go above freezing up there. And you can see, just look at the rain. So the rain really starts to fill in. Like right now, we're not seeing a lot of heavy rain in the state. Just got some light showers starting to move in along kind of the 5920 corridor. But as we get later on in the evening, we really expect the heavier rain to really start to fill in at that point, so that a lot of North Alabama will be seeing at least rain falling, and potentially some heavier rain at times. And then as we continue to move through the evening and nighttime hours, heavier rain starts to move in. So again, we're trying to get our temperatures to stay above freezing up there in Florence, Muscle Shoals, and Russellville and Cherokee and places like that at that point. But shouldn't be a problem further towards the east, places like Huntsville and Athens and Scottsboro and Guntersville and places like that should be in pretty good shape. Then look back towards the southwest, look at the heavy rain and thunderstorms starting to move in from there. So you've got temperatures in the 40s and 50s, heavy rain starting to move in. And as we continue to move further towards late tomorrow or late tonight into tomorrow morning, you can see by 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, again, look how relatively warm it is in Florence at 36 degrees, but above freezing. And then we've got, again, heavy rain moving into the Birmingham metro area around Anniston, Clanton, Alexander City starting to get it, Selma, Demopolis as well. Still the southern part of the state, still just basically having scattered showers at that point. So, you don't get a lot in far south Alabama quite yet. Then, though, as we continue to move through Sunday morning, and this is the time, again, if you just kind of watch what's going on here, that we continue to have really heavy rain move across that 5920 corridor and points to the north for quite some time there. And that will be where we're concerned a little bit about flooding potential for Sunday morning and through Sunday afternoon. Then as we get to around noon Sunday, then we're looking at the storm potential here. So here you can even see, just even looking at the it's kind of hard to see probably on your screen, but wind vectors kind of showing some gusty winds out ahead of that front. We'll have a line of heavy thunderstorms moving through most of the state, especially in the southern part of it at that point, kind of moving from Clanton, Selma, Monroeville, Atmore, and points towards the east. And you've got some isolated cells out ahead of that line, and that's going to be where our concern is for possible, a tornado or two being possible during that time frame. Elsewhere along the line, it'll be mainly, could see a few straight line wind gusts that could knock down some trees and things like that. And we'll be watching for embedded circulations along that area as well. But that's going to be the main thing we'll be watching for tomorrow. So we're kind of shifting tomorrow into severe weather mode after being in winter weather mode for basically all of today. So again, we're looking at 3 or 4 o'clock, kind of finishing out the model run here. And we've cleared the storms mainly from southeastern Alabama with just some scattered showers behind it. We're looking at Sunday, tomorrow at 4 p.m. And, temperatures still in the 60s and into the 50s in the southern part of the state, but we're starting to drop below freezing again to the northwest. Now, again, all the models lately have been showing just a little bit of scattered light frozen precipitation, maybe a little bit of extra snowflakes or some light sleet trying to move through as we get that colder air in here, but nothing that would be significant will be coming at that point. The main thing will just be it'll get windy, it'll get very cold quickly, and then like we've talked about, we expect there to be some possibility of some black ice starting to form, especially in that northern part of the state. And of course, elevated roadways in the Birmingham area, Tuscaloosa area, Gadsden, the Huntsville area where you've got a lot of those elevated roadways. Those will be places that we'll have to watch especially closely. And again, any other places that you normally have standing water that are, the typical places in your neighborhood or just around your area that you kind of know always get some water on them and keep it there for a while. Those would be the kind of places that might have a better chance of getting some black ice. Now, again, this is showing, again, just a few snow showers maybe on the back end as that really cold air comes in, but nothing that's going to do anything. And then Monday morning, there we go. We're extremely cold moving into early Monday morning with those temperatures down into the teens to the north and 20s towards the south. And it'll be a very kind of cold and raw day on Monday.
All right, so I'm going to try and run this thing, Drew. Let's see what happens here.
All right, nice.
That's not the one I want. Not that one. Not that one. That's actually. I was going to. You might. I sent our director on a mission.
Yeah,
so
I can probably get us on there. Where you?
Yeah, we just want to do that 3-box thing again.
Okay,
That's all we need.
Let's get that up.
I am a. This man is good. This man knows what he's talking about. So, we've been here for a while. In fact, you're going to see me move a prop. This is called informal streaming. What's cool, it's like back in the old television days, you had to worry that everything was pristine and everything was just done right. And man, we're just, what you see is what you get. We're the real thing here. So our director is on a mission I sent him on. He'll be back here in just a minute. But anyway, Drew did a great job of explaining what's going to happen over the course of the next 36 hours. It's going to be quite a diverse weather situation here. And again, most likely we're going to be right back here tomorrow live doing tornado coverage or potential tornado coverage. We hope it doesn't happen, but as Drew's highlighted, down here in the southern part of the state, there's the chance of a few isolated tornadoes, maybe as early as tomorrow morning. All right? So again, and that's our commitment. If there's a tornado warning anywhere in the state, we will be live on the air for you with live coverage here in the Alabama Weather Network. And we thank you for trusting us. There's a lot of places where you can get weather information, so we thank you for your trust, and we understand that's a serious responsibility. We take that very seriously here. So again, we're watching what you're watching. If you're just joining us, we've been here for a long, long time, covering icing up here in the Tennessee Valley, mainly the western half of the Tennessee Valley. It's been an icy mess today in the Shoals, Russellville, Lexington, Moulton, Athens, Huntsville. This morning they had some pretty significant problems, and again they've got some light freezing rain falling now. They're near freezing. Huntsville's that close to getting above the freezing mark and everything moving in the right direction, but we've still got 20s over here. And notice the freezing rain rates have been increasing across the northwestern corner of the state. Lawrence, Limestone, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties. And again, just be aware that this increased rate of freezing rain could lead to some icing. We've seen icing on trees. Earlier, Kevin Henderson had the drone up. We saw the ice accumulating on trees. And again, it is of this moment. In fact, let me do a double check. Currently, we have no power problems at all. 17 in Franklin County. 17, that's it. 17. And that's and again, on a sunny day, you're going to have 17 power outages in Franklin County. Statewide, the count is 875, not related to ice, which is a really, really good thing. We are thankful for that. In fact, here's our power outage map. And again, this is in Etowah. That's not related to weather. Again, you can have various failures that cause power outages, but that's not related to ice. And again, up here in the ice storm warning zone, no issues at all, which is good. So again, we'll watch those numbers like a hawk, and if we start to see the numbers coming up, then that's when you could very well see some problems with ice, but so far so good. But you're seeing in real time what the roads look like. That's the reason that we've got Kevin out here and John Oldshoe out there, and we thank them for their service today. What they have done is tremendous. In real time, you can see road conditions, and we've had some amazing drone shots throughout the morning, all the way as far east as I-65. But again, Kevin is driving up Alabama 157 up in this direction, right in through here, headed up toward the Tennessee state line, just to see what conditions look like in the northern part of Lauderdale counties, where the roads have not been treated. Where the roads have been treated, they're just wet. It has been quite remarkable to see how that treatment has worked. And again, a big shout out to all of the county maintenance crews, the city maintenance crews, ALDOT, everybody that has worked in advance of this to prep those roads, because it is really, really, really made a big difference today. And again, I also want to thank everybody for the images that you've sent us. We can't show them all, but we see them all, and they are all giving us a wonderful window to the world. And on a day like today, that is critical, because even though we've got cameras in so many places and streamers in the field, we can't have cameras everywhere. But everybody's got a phone, and those images have been very, very helpful today. If you are in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, you have no ice problems tonight or tomorrow. Just a whole bunch of rain, soaking rain, maybe 2 inches or more. This will be a big event. There could even be some flash flooding. But then, remember, as the cold air rolls in here tomorrow night, we might have some black ice issues because of that standing water from 2 inches of rain. So just be aware of that. And again, we'll cross that bridge once we get to it. I know that some school systems have delayed opening on Monday. Some school systems have gone to an e-learning day. And again, I would assume they would all make a decision tomorrow on what to do about Monday. And of course, again, the nice thing, back in the old days, for the radio and TV stations, we were it. That's how you'd find out about your school. Now you get a text message or an email, and they can communicate with you directly. But again, for the ones that have not made a decision, I think they'll make that tomorrow for sure. And let's see here, watching More of the images coming in. And boy, Missouri, Drew, they've been slammed in Missouri. I mean, I'm seeing some images coming out of Missouri, and Oklahoma, Missouri. You want snow? This is your snow belt right in through here. Big snows. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Interstate 44, Springfield, Kansas City, St. Louis, Jefferson City, Columbia, Wichita, Kansas. Big snows. Illinois, Indiana, northern Tennessee, north of Interstate 40, and much of Kentucky. So for those that are looking for snow, that's the place where you want to be today. And again, see, I think you can control these. You, Drew, in a minute, not now, but if you can pull up WEX 05, can you do that from over there? And if you can't,
yes.
It's okay. You just let me know. And again, our director will be back here shortly because he's been sent on a mission.
Let's see here. 1 second.
And again, I'm not quite ready as we speak, but in a few minutes I was going to pull down some of the images from our viewers, and we thank everybody for watching today. We really do. We have had quite a day with our friends up in the northwestern corner of the state. So if you can, let me know, and if you cannot, let me know.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Well, hang on 1 second here, and I'll throw some videos and images. All right, let's punch it up. WEX 05.
Right, let's see. Can I punch it cleanly? That's the other question.
And if you can, it's okay. Again, our director will be back here in a matter of minutes. But again, yeah, there we go. We can leave it just like this. This is fine. This is good. All right.
I can go full if you need to.
Yeah. So check this guy out. All right. That's good technique. I mean, and he makes a stop right there at the stop sign. That's good. So let's see here. Let's try another one here. Yeah, you got to get the arms going. You got to get some good motion here. It's got to look like a swimming motion to get going. All right, no injuries here. Up. Oh boy, a little flop. That was a good flop. That was outstanding. And understand, this is what roads look like that have not been treated. Okay, this is why nobody needs to be driving today. But yeah, this guy. Little flop coming out of this. All right, now I just wanted to show you this. How about a different look? This is Panama City Beach about 5 minutes ago. I mean, it is a gorgeous day down here. They're in the 60s. It is sunny. Surf is flat down here. I mean, it gets no better than that. And the best thing about this time of the year, there's hardly anybody down here. I mean, I count like about 5 people down here. So just for a different scene there. All right, let's see what happens here. Oh, hello. It is very slippery on the ice. You must be careful. All right. Yeah, I don't think this citizen is happy. Ouch! I don't think that citizen is very happy here. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What in the world do we have here? What kind of a contraption is that? I mean, but everybody landed okay. We did not flip over. We had nobody landing on their head. Let's review this thing one more time. How does this happen? And then you got the 2 guys running on the side of them. Okay. This is like Disney World. I mean, come on, this is good stuff. And again, that is a shot that was captured in, I want to say this is northern Marion County up around Hackleburg. And again, notice the ice accumulation here. So, Drew, if we can go back to that other configuration we have here, we'll... I
actually got John, and he's got his drone up.
Okay.
He's near the Renaissance, I think.
Okay. Let me put in my ear thing
Actually,
here.
I don't think we got his audio. He's having some issues with that side, so I think we'd just be seeing but not hearing.
Okay. And this is north of the Tennessee River in Florence. This is near the Renaissance Shoals. In fact, it might be right at the Renaissance Shoals, and I think this is looking probably north. And again, that's a drone shot coming from Florence. Not a lot of folks playing tennis today. Yeah, there we go. That's the Tennessee River here. the initial shot was looking north, and again, you can see that I think looks like that road might be closed right here. That's the Wilson Dam Road. Yeah, that's the Renaissance Shoals. That's the restaurant there. And again, this is looking north. That's south. And again, that's what it looks like from the Renaissance Shoals this afternoon.
Parking lot's looking pretty shiny there, you know, icier maybe than what we had seen before.
Yeah, it's this is looking down into the parking lot of the Renaissance Shoals and the 360 Grill. And again, this is live video coming from John Olshew and his drone in Florence. This is the Wilson Dam. And again, I think they've got this blocked off. I don't think they want anybody obviously driving here. John's going to fly out over the river a little bit. And again, we've got temperatures still in the upper 20s here. We are, again, just, and again, you can kind of see down here these blacktop roads are getting really shiny and slick with the freezing rain that is falling. And temperatures, again, are still hovering around 29, 28, 29 degrees from all of our live observation sites we have up and through here. That's the Tennessee River, of course. Wilson Dam is right back over here. And again, we have no video at the moment. So we'll pop the one of the links boxes back behind me. And again, over here, those are real-time observations. Coleman 42, you got no ice problems. You're good. The problem starts once you get up deep into Morgan County. So this is the live observation point coming from UNA in Florence. 27. We really need to be above 32 here. I mean, I hate to see all that rain coming down in 27 degrees at UNA. This is coming from the Renaissance Shoals. They're at 30 now. Again, we're just seeing this slow rise. And again, later this afternoon, this evening, with a strong push from the south, we're going to see the warm sector moving north, and we'll get above freezing. It's going to happen. It's just a very slow process. Gadsden, you see there, 44, no problems there. Etowah County looking good. Now this is Hatton. This is in Lawrence County. They're at 28. Hatton is about right there between Moulton and Florence. 28 degrees on the region's Skycam network, and we are so thankful for that network. It is a lifesaver for us. Hey, Huntsville, how about we ring the bell? Ring! 33. Right. You've hit 33. Congratulations. You're above freezing. Now, that's at one spot. Remember, one observation spot does not represent the whole county, but at least on Montesano Mountain, we've got 33. And you should stay above freezing all night tonight, most of the day tomorrow, but then you'll drop like a rock tomorrow evening. Look at Russellville, 26. I mean, that is just, they're really having a hard time warming up in Franklin County. And again, they've got freezing rain falling. Section, we rang the bell earlier. You're above freezing. Jackson County, 35. In fact, I saw 38 at one point. Looks like it might have dropped a degree or two there, but still, you're above freezing in Jackson County, which is good. And one of the things I'm going to do here, I'm going to check that camera that we've got near, and maybe Drew, you can do this a little easier. That Russellville camera, if you can find any roads underneath that to maybe just kind of get us on a blacktop or give us an idea if we're getting some ice accretion. That's what we're looking at for the Russellville camera. And again, we have full control of these cameras here in our facilities here, which is so nice. But remember, you can see any of these cameras anytime you want, live, full screen with our app, Alabama Weather Network. Just search the app and click on Skycams. You can see them all listed there. And again, it's just amazing. I will sit there and watch those beach cams for a long time. There's just something really peaceful about that. We have multiple cameras on the beach. We have 2 cameras on Dauphin Island. We have cameras on the eastern shore at Fairhope, Spanish Fort, Point Clear, the Grand Hotel. We've got the new section camera that you're seeing rotating through here. That's incredible. The Wethington Park view over the Tennessee River at sunset. That's unbelievably good. All of this you can see anytime you want on the Alabama Weather Network app, and be sure that you follow us on social media as well, and have that app installed on your TV, your phone, and your tablet. On the TV, it's great. You click it, and it just comes up. There's no rigmarole, no click-throughs, nothing. You just press the Alabama Weather Network on your TV, and here we are. It's easy. It's easier than watching Netflix or Hulu or Amazon Prime. It really is. And of course, we're live on YouTube. And if by chance on your TV platform you can't find the app, just get the YouTube app and subscribe on YouTube and watch us that way. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, X, the Gram, the Talk, everything. Russellville, there you go. Great, Drew. Thank you. We've got, again, we're kind of looking down here, and that road just looks shiny. It looks icy. And we don't see any evidence of the tree limbs sagging at this point, which is good. But again, we've got a steady freezing rain, Franklin County, 26 degrees. This camera's not that far from downtown Russellville. And this is just nasty. This is the worst kind of winter weather that you can have. John just said, I see in the chat, he almost lost it due to icing. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Is that his? What am I looking at here? Is that,
I think that's his drone.
I think it's, yeah. I think John, not his vehicle, but his drone. He almost lost it due to ice accretion on his drone. So the nice thing about it, we got that beautiful Renaissance Shoals region Skycam that we can show you, and so we don't have to have the drone up. But again, John has sent us a couple of images of the drone. It is totally iced. And again, the last thing you want to do is lose the drone over the Tennessee River, which is where he was flying that thing. So we'll kind of keep the drones grounded, or at least keep them over land and keep them pretty close to the ground. The video that you're seeing up here, that is Kevin Henderson. And Kevin is north of the Shoals, north of Florence. Last time we checked, he was on Highway 157 up around Petersville. And again, down below, of course, that's our Skycam network. And Drew, if you can pop the radar back on here, Russellville's in the rotation. Again, you'll see that rotate through the Skycam sequence from time to time. And I can't tell a lie. I sent the director to go get some food.
Yay.
So we, a lot of us have been here for a long time. And listen, we don't need sleep. You didn't go without sleep, but you got to eat something. So when we get a shift change here, we're going to have some food from the place right across the street here at our nice location we have. So we're thankful for Director Ryan for running a nasty errand for us on a cloudy, rainy day. So again, if you're just joining us here, we're coming up on 4 o'clock. This is James Spann, Drew McCombs in the studio. We have Kevin Henderson and John Oldshoe in the field in the ice storm warning area. We're working an icing situation. All of this pink on radar, that would represent freezing rain. Rain falling with temperatures below 32. You walk outside, it's raining. I wish we had a snow day. The kids love it. I love a snow day. But this is not a snow day. This has been a sleet, freezing rain day, and now the sleet is gone and it's all freezing rain. The one thing that really, really helped us this morning was the fact that we had a lot of sleet. Sleet is good. It just bounces off the road surfaces. It does not collect on trees, does not collect on power lines, and that actually can give you some traction on the roads. So the lack of freezing rain and all of that sleet helped us this morning. And again, I'm looking at the power outage count, and we just have nobody in Northwest Alabama with everybody's got power, no outages, none. And I think a lot of that, it's the sleet that we had that came down. But now the sleet is gone, and everything you see here, this is all freezing rain. And again, this is not what you want to see, with temperatures still in the upper 20s, okay? And it's going to take a little while to get it. But yeah, there's John's That's John's drone right here, and that thing is just coated with ice. I mean, and look at it. Look at all the. That's at least what, quarter inch of ice on this thing, and with that much ice load on a drone, it could come down in a heartbeat. So again, that's the ice accretion on the drone that John was flying from the Renaissance Shoals, and he's lucky that thing didn't go in the river. And again, we stress, listen, if you're below this, we're fine. If you are south of Interstate 59, south of US 278, you're good, just rain. And again, the rain's going to be heavy at times tonight and tomorrow. Overnight tonight, even up here, this will likely all change over to just a simple rain, with temperatures rising into the mid-30s, upper 30s, and there's a chance some folks up here might even hit 40 by daybreak tomorrow morning. And again, normally at night, temperatures fall. It will not do that tonight. Temperatures will rise because of warm air advection, this big surge of warm air, the warm sector being pulled northward by a big surface low west of the state, and that will result in just rain. And that should ease the icing conditions to some degree. Not all of it, but to a pretty good degree. Hopefully by tomorrow morning, the icing will not be nearly as bad over the western half of the Tennessee Valley. Just a soaking cold rain with temperatures between 35 and 40. And again, with that cold air, or with the warm air advection, we could see some 70s in South Alabama tomorrow. And again, down there could be a few isolated tornadoes tomorrow. So we're going to be right back at it tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon here live. And again, of course, the commitment, if we have a tornado warning, we're live, we'll be here. You know how to find us now. You found us today, and if you could find us today, you can find us any day here on the Alabama Weather Network. Huntsville, 33. We can celebrate 33 degrees for Huntsville. That is the current observation coming from our Skycam on top of Montesano Mountain. Of course, Nakalula Falls. Good to see water, by the way, over the falls. You know, during the peak of the drought, I mean, it was a trickle. I mean, just nothing. Russellville, 26. That's not good. I wish you were at 33. I could ring the bell for you, but not yet. Franklin County, still on ice. Section,
going in the wrong direction.
I'm about to say, we've seen some very odd anomalies here with the numbers. And again, up on that ridge, you can have some odd things happen, but they've actually fallen back to 33. And again, I don't believe that would be a cold air damming kind of thing. It's probably a function of just how the layers are mixed. This is very shallow cold air. If you go up 5,000 feet, it's warmer up there. It's much warmer, way above freezing. That's why it's raining, and we have freezing rain and not snow. You need a good depth of cold air for snow. But again, Drew, talk us through here. Talk us through the next few hours here. What's going to happen?
Yeah, so I wanted to, I'll do that. One thing I just wanted to pull up real quick as well is just, looking at the temperatures off towards the east. I'll just do a couple of quick pixel queries over there like we did earlier to see, what do we have over to the east of the state here. So let's see if I can get that to pull up real quick. Yeah, let's see here. So these are interpolated temperatures like we talked about, like James talked about earlier. So these aren't officially coming from the observation sites, but this is really generally very close. You can see temperatures, they're east of the state, back in Georgia, still in this area, trying to kind of assess what things might be looking like with that section camera. You got upper 30s, low 40s. Now, as we move further towards Chattanooga, it's going to be around 30 degrees as you move further towards the north. So, again, but it still doesn't look like we're not seeing super cold below freezing air immediately back towards the east, which if we were seeing that, then we would have more concern over maybe that cold air damming situation being more of a problem on these. And it's definitely still happening. I mean, you can see you've got this blue area here kind of pushing in from the east, but it's not to the level that it could be, which would cause us some issues here. So let's go ahead and take a look then at the futurecast here. Switch it back over to that and see what the latest futurecast is showing here. So again, what we're looking at right now is, and again, all the models continue to be optimistic about the temperature in Huntsville. So still keep talking about that because it's still sitting, trying to get to freezing in Huntsville, but the models keep thinking it's a little bit warmer up there. So that's one thing that we'll be watching, I guess, and that may mean that we're being a little too optimistic with our temperature getting up above freezing a little bit sooner than maybe it won't be as soon as we had hoped. But let's go ahead and kind of play through this here. And the idea is still, though, as we get through the next several hours, that we start to push that warmer air further towards the north, further towards the northwest, so that we get everybody above freezing eventually. Now, there still could be some sleet pellets and things like that might still reach the ground, even if you're a little bit above freezing. But then eventually later on tonight, and again, it's kind of backwards from what you normally expect, but we will continue to have that warm air pushing in ahead of the low pressure. And really, again, it's kind of probably hard to see on your screen here, but we've got forecast winds basically on this as well. And so we have winds coming out of the southeast right here, and then you have winds coming out of the northwest right here. So basically the low pressure is right here moving through North Mississippi and then into North Alabama. And so then that's helping again to pull out ahead of that, pull that warm air up towards the north. And that's why we're going to be warming up over the course of that nighttime period. So it continues to move through as we get into 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then you're still seeing southeasterly winds here in the northern part of the state. And then but then just right there, kind of at the state line in the northwestern corner of the state, winds are back out of the north. They're back in Mississippi, up into Tennessee, north of the state line. So you're really just seeing that low move right there through the northern part of the state. But those southerly winds are going to help to warm things up over the course of that overnight period. And even as we continue into 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we basically have your front setting up right here where you're continuing to get the southeasterly winds ahead of it as we get into 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So again, look at the temperatures there. We're at 40s, 50s, and even early in the morning, we're in the mid 60s further down towards the south. So again, this is really kind of setting us up for the possibility for the thunderstorms and possible severe weather in the southern part of the state for tomorrow. So again, heavy rain is going to be moving in at this point, and I hadn't mentioned it again because we've been talking about the temperatures and the winds, but going back a little bit, and late tonight into early tomorrow morning, we really start to see the heavy rain move into the central part of the state, because really, a lot of places across the state outside of the Tennessee Valley and kind of the northwestern part of the state have been not seeing a whole lot so far today. It's just been cloudy, kind of cool in spots, warm in other spots. And so finally, some people who've been kind of sitting around like, where's the winter storm, or where's the rain at least, it will be moving through as we get later on into the evening. And so it will be, as you're probably heading to bed, you'll be able to sleep pretty well in a lot of parts of the state because you've got heavy rain moving through, hopefully not too much in the way of thunder. Shouldn't be that. Looking at the temperatures, we'll be in the 40s and the 50s. So really it should be a nice kind of good sort of a sleeping rain there as we move through the overnight period. And then again, several waves move through. And like we mentioned before, the possibility of heavy rain and possibly some flash flooding is there, especially in this kind of 5920 corridor and up towards the north, because this is going to be the area where you kind of see this this front sort of is kind of stalled, or where the track of the low pressure kind of ends up going. So you get a lot of rain continuing to move through this same area over the course of many hours. But you look to the south, and again, it's just scattered showers, and you don't see much happening south of the Birmingham area. So Selma, Clanton, Alexander City, Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika, all these places further towards the south really aren't going to be getting a whole lot. And by Sunday morning around 7 o'clock, you still haven't really seen much outside of a few showers moving through. But eventually, as we get later into tomorrow morning and into around noon, then things start to shift. You start to see the winds coming out of the west or the northwest on the western side of the state and the northern part of the state. As the front starts to push through, the low pressure starts lifting out and pushing off towards the east and to the northeast. You still got southerly winds out ahead of the storms here. So then here's your warm sector. That's going to be in the southern part of the state where you get temperatures into the 70s, and that's going to be kind of the sweet spot for potential severe weather during that sort of midday, early afternoon time period. as you really get some instability going here in the southern part of the state. And then cold air again starts to spill behind it and starts to turn potentially the precipitation back into some freezing rain on the back end briefly. Again, you can see that that's not going to last very long. So anything that happens as far as that is concerned would be minimal. I mean, it's going to get cold, but we wouldn't expect to see any really additional accumulations. But again, as we get into 2 or 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we push those storms off towards the southeast, which again, with these, possibility of damaging winds with these, could see an isolated tornado or two. We will be watching those like a hawk, just like we've been doing with the winter weather today. We'll be all over it tomorrow watching that part of things. So we'll kind of be shifting our focus towards the south. But even so, the whole state eventually will all be in this together as far as getting really cold air moving in as we get into late Sunday night and into Monday morning. So at this point, you go from, especially in the southern part of the state, it'll be whiplash. You'll be sitting at 70 degrees and getting thunderstorms moving through Sunday afternoon, and then by Monday morning, you're down into the 20s. And so brisk winds, low wind chills, temperatures in the teens and the 20s there for Monday morning. And that's why we've got the cold weather advisories and extreme cold watches out for a good portion of the state. And let's see here, see if there's anything else we wanted to show real quick. I had something else in my head, but now we'll just do that. Let's just show this real quick. Yeah, go ahead, James.
Coleman County schools will be closed on Monday. This is Coleman County schools closed on Monday due to the cold temperatures and okay, we're good now. Okay, sorry, my bad. If we can see, give me 1 second, and we are going to take WEX 05, full screen. So this is coming from Lexington in the far western part of Lauderdale County, and the person who sent this in said that the roads are just all a solid sheet of ice, and the ice buildup on the trees is increasing. So again, that's the view from Lexington in the western part of Lauderdale County. Again, I don't think the cows really care about this sleet and all this stuff. That they just don't seem to have any interest in that. Again, this is some of the sleet-covered roads we have there. There's the Tennessee state line right there, crossing over into Giles County, Tennessee. But again, just some quick views from our viewers. And again, thanks to everybody for the videos, the photographs. They are extremely helpful. We cannot show them all, but we see them all. And we are so thankful for that. All right, back to our triple box. And again, a big shout out to producer director Ryan, because I have something to drink now. The only thing when you leading up to an event like this, your voice is used constantly. And with the school programs and the other things I do, at some point your voice wants to give out, so you got to keep liquid nearby. And so this comes in very handy. So thanks to Ryan for that. And here's the radar. And again, the greatest concern right up in here, northwestern corner of the state. It's really panning out as we thought it would. In that we've had some issues over into Athens and Huntsville and Decatur. But the bigger issues, the bigger icing, it's been over here, where the ice storm warning is in effect, Colbert, Lauderdale, Franklin. And again, with the warm surge, the warm sector coming north tonight, all of this should change to rain. Have a soaking rain overnight tonight. Temperature should be above freezing, even over the northwestern corner of the state by tonight. Tomorrow morning, it could be 40 up here, 40 degrees around Florence and the Shoals. 40 degrees, that's not bad. But at the same time, it could be 70 down here, and there could be a few isolated tornadoes tomorrow over the southern half of the state. So again, tomorrow we're shifting from covering ice in North Alabama to covering the chance of severe storms and tornadoes down here in the southern counties of the state. So again, it's one of these wild weekends that we have from time to time. We can have this time of the year, and it will be very interesting to see how it plays out. And let me just say this too, with the rain tonight's going to be heavy at times. It is going to be a soaking rain. And we might even have some flash flooding problems, as crazy as that sounds. So again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Clanton, Roanoke, Alexander City, Rockford, Greensboro, Utah, Reform, this part of the state right here, your biggest concern could be heavy rain, maybe some flooding tonight and tomorrow morning. Down here below Montgomery, your biggest concern, the chance of severe storms and isolated tornadoes tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. But it should be over by 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow. This is not going to be one of these all-night things, a middle-of-the-night thing. This will be a daytime event, which is good. But again, the freezing rain rates are still looking pretty impressive right in through here. Tupelo, Pontotoc, Mississippi, West Point, Mississippi. Starkville is right on the line here. Again, we've not had much of a time to check conditions in some of the surrounding states. I know a lot of moms and dads are interested in Starkville that have kids on the campus there. I'll check it real quick to see what they're looking like. Starkville is, let's see, 32. They're right at 32. Columbus Air Force Base, 34 with rain. Starkville, 32. Tupelo, 29. Jackson, by the way, is at 38. So again, they're just getting rain down here. And again, you can see that dividing line between freezing rain here and just good old-fashioned rain down here. It's real close to Starkville. But that big rain mass getting to move into the western part of Alabama, rain will be increasing for places like Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Brent, Centerville, Marion, Camden, Monroeville, ultimately Mobile. But right up here, this is the reason that we are still here. The Shoals, the Renaissance Shoals at 29. We're watching the observations over here. That's in real time with our Skycam network. We're showing 29 degrees. Gadsden, 45. You're looking good there. And again, this is the Regions Skycam network. We're so thankful for that amazing network to give us conditions in real time. Hatton, this is in Lawrence County near Moulton, 29 degrees, but just slowly coming up, traffic moving along. Again, the roads just seem to be wet at this point. The bridges are the main concern at this time. Huntsville, 33. Now remember, at the airport, it's 31 down in the valley, but up on the mountain, they're in a little inversion. They've got 33, so at least some folks are above freezing in Madison County. That's Nakalula Falls, Gadsden, 45 degrees there. That is a great camera site. We have so many new cameras that have come online. We have not been able to showcase all of them. Now look at Russellville, 27. Again, that's in that ice storm warning area, and we just really need to get those numbers up into the mid-30s. And they will with time. Again, it's just a stinking slow process here. Sometimes it is so hard to get this cold air scoured out by the warm sector. But again, the warm sector should win the battle, and we are very, very confident that by tonight we'll be in the mid-30s in here, and by tomorrow morning we'll be in the upper 30s in here. And that's not going to, yes, sir.
I was just going to mention kind of a technical thing, and I don't know if there may be some people who may have switched over just so they're aware. Our Facebook stream, I don't know if it did an automatic cutoff, but somehow it went down, and we've restarted it. So, I don't know if you want to reshare it or anything.
That's good to know. Yeah, I will reshare that. And again, remember, in a lot of we want to make it available everywhere to make it easy on you. And that would include Facebook. But if one stream goes down that you happen to be watching, understand that we have YouTube Live, X, all the platforms, but we have a 24/7 stream all the time with this. And of course, we're on that one as well. So understand you can use other platforms to watch, but I just shared it back on my Facebook page. We'll get the folks that are wanting to watch back online with us on the Facebook side. And be nice in the comments. Nobody likes a troll. You ever had any trolls on your page, Drew?
I don't have much of a page, but
And remember,
like
you
yours. Cannot
hurt my feelings. Why? I have
You
no
have no
feelings
feelings
left to
left.
hurt. Yes. So troll away if you need to. So 4:20. It is a Saturday afternoon, and we are live. We have been live for a long time today. We're going to stay with us a little longer until we can kind of get you above the freezing mark or close to the freezing mark. And again, we will be regrouping, same group coming in here tomorrow morning to work the potential for severe storms over the southern part of Alabama. And overnight tonight, there's going to be some heavy rain, and we'll be staffed tonight as well. And if we need to go live, we can go live tonight. But again, the next major concern is the chance of severe storms in South Alabama tomorrow. Huntsville here, Athens, Moulton, Rogersville, Florence, Cherokee, Waterloo, Russellville, Phil Campbell, Red Bay. And again, this is where all the shades of pink are there, which means we have freezing rain. It's raining, but it's colder than 32 at the surface. 32 or colder, and that means the chance of ice accumulation on exposed objects, including bridges, trees, power lines, and roads. A long duration of freezing rain is called an ice storm. And ice storms are just nasty. That's out of all the different kinds of weather, my least favorite, it's ice storms and heat waves and droughts. I got no use for any of it. But with ice storms, the catastrophic ice storms, and it's been a long time since we've had one. Really, the last super big one here was in 1996. Parts of the state had one in 1994. Had one in the mid-80s, 85, and then we had the massive one in 1982. We're kind of statistically overdue for one. And again, we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out. I would not call this going to be one for the record books because we have no power loss. And again, I'm looking at the power counts statewide. About 1,000 people have no power. None of the outages are related to this. None of them, to our current reporting data we're seeing here. Well, I got 17 out in Franklin, and maybe 17 related to that, but still, that's an insignificant number. During a major ice storm, you can have 70, 80% of these counties without power. And we do not have that. And again, a lot of that is because it started this morning for a long duration of sleet Instead of freezing rain, we had little ice pellets. Freezing rain, it's liquid. Ice pellets, that's sleet. And we had such a large amount of sleet in the mix that kept us out of trouble. That's not going to accumulate on trees. That's not going to accumulate on power lines. It just bounces off the pavement, bounces off the sidewalk, and that can actually give you some traction on roads. So that's a very good thing. So let's see here. I was going to see if we've got Kevin or John listening to us by chance. We might not have their audio available. We might
Kevin,
not. We might not be able to talk with him, which is okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So, if you can, Kevin, just tell us where you are and what's going on.
We're pretty close to the Marriott Hotel. Temperature is showing about 30 degrees Fahrenheit on the bar, and pretty much lots of the ice has melted away.
Okay, good deal. I just wanted to kind of confirm where you are for those that are watching us. And again, we're leaving Kevin's live stream here from Lauderdale County. The Skycam network is looping through in the bottom box. In between both of them, it gives you an idea of what's happening. And again, one of the goals of what we're trying to do here is to make it visually interesting so you can see what's happening. All right. And again, looking at some more of the reports. Again, what we're going to do here is check maybe some of the official reports. And again, we've got law enforcement that's doing a good job of feeding us information. EMA offices are doing a good job of feeding us information. We're thankful for that. And again, we're getting so many questions about travel. And like we've discussed several times today, we don't have any way of having knowledge of future road conditions. We just don't possess that knowledge, or we can't. We can give you an idea what the weather's going to be, sure. But AlDOT has a really good app. Just search for AlDOT or Algo on the web or on the App Store, and you should be able to see that and download that on your phone or up on a website. And that's good. So let's go to the latest. We're down to just 3 road closures in Madison County. 3, that's good. Yeah, and Drew is showing us the Algo Traffic site. It's algotraffic.com, I believe is the URL.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
algotraffic.com. And this is traffic in real time. It could tell you things we cannot tell you. This is from AlDOT. This is what they do. We do weather, they do roads. And this is very helpful. But let me read off the current road closures in Madison County. And we've only got 3 right now, which is good. Bankhead Parkway, Memorial Parkway overpass at Martin Road and I-565, and the I-565 exits leading to Memorial Parkway. I-565 is open now. In fact, almost everything is open with the exception of those 3 spots. Bankhead Parkway, Memorial Parkway overpass at Martin Road and I-565, and the I-565 exits onto Memorial Parkway in Huntsville. So that is much, much better from earlier today when I-565 was closed. We had US 72 closed. It was a huge mess. But again, it is much, much better in Madison County. So that is a good thing. So the radar tells the story. What you see here is what you get. The bulk of the meaningful freezing rain right in through here. And again, Marion County, Hamilton is, let's see, let me check their current observation. Last time I checked, Hamilton was right at 32. I've heard of no problems in Hamilton from icing at this point. Hamilton 32. So I know that the pink extends down to Sulligent and Brilliant here. Haleyville is at 30. Now there certainly could be some icing going on here at Haleyville. and probably at Bear Creek and Hackleburg. Interstate 22, I would imagine, is just wet down in through here, especially in Walker County. Walker County is fine, but that freeze line is about right here. It runs around Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Haleyville, Addison, and then you're back into the warm air. I say warm air, relatively speaking, mid to upper 30s and low 40s. Cullman County is just fine. But again, the big concern is Franklin, Colbert, Lauderdale, Lawrence, Limestone, Madison, northern Morgan, where temperatures are below freezing. And again, the rates have been steadily increasing, and the ice accretion has been steadily increasing as well. And we're watching in real time up here. That's Kevin Henderson, who was on the road up in the Shoals. And we're watching our Skycam networks, which are down here. And you see those rotating through. And again, we've got the Tennessee Valley Skycams in here now. We're not showing the rest of the state. We could do that if we wanted to, but the issue for now, it's the icing concerns over the Tennessee Valley. And so we've got the cameras in there. And again, thanks to Bob Barron, some of his cameras on the Barron Institute network we're using as well today. And Bob has been kind enough to let us use those cameras so people can see just different perspectives. It just gives us more views. The more views we have, the better off we'll be. And again, watching all the images coming in. Show that QPF chart again, Drew. Talk about how much rain we're going to get tonight. We might have some flooding issues, don't you think? I mean, as crazy as it sounds.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that could be something that we're needing to worry about. And looking at the QPF here, well, actually, before I do that, just kind of talking about where the official outlook is. And I believe they might have, I'm not sure if it's changed much in Alabama. I think they may have expanded that marginal risk for heavy rainfall for tomorrow. And again, it's going to be running heavily later tonight, but into the overnight period for tomorrow. May have expanded that a little bit outside of the state more than it was before. But yeah, you can definitely see that where we expect, and we've talked about this before, that it's looking like we're going to see some training of fairly heavy rain later on tonight and into tomorrow morning. A lot of it coming along that 2059 corridor from Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Gadsden, places like that, and then also extending up even towards Coleman and Huntsville as well, up close to Hamilton. Of course, that line doesn't necessarily mean there's not going to be heavy rain north of there, but this is just the most likely area. It includes Anniston, Demopolis, down towards Clanton, and near Alexander City as well. So, a lot of I-22 included in that as well, and a good portion of 65. So, obviously, if you get heavy rain, even though it's not causing issues with, frozen precipitation on the ground, it's going to be hard to drive in. Still, you don't want to be out too much kind of in heavy rain either out on the roads. So probably be good to kind of take it easy later on tonight and early tomorrow morning. But here's a look at the rainfall outlook that we're talking about here. So again, you can see that there's a sort of a little bit of a gradient there where we start going into over 2 inches of rain possible as you move up in the 2059 corridor and points to the north. So 2.5 inches possible towards the north there. And then further towards the south, we're getting still a lot. I mean, whereas some of the other rain events we've had in recent times, some of the southern parts of the state haven't gotten much at all. At least now, I mean, it's still a little bit less, but at least we're generally expecting to get over an inch across a good portion of the area, including the southeastern corner, which has had struggled with some of these rain events at times in the past couple of months. And down towards the southwest, we're expecting to get some heavier storms moving into parts of Mobile and Baldwin counties, maybe Escambia County as well. And so that is areas that could get maybe an inch and a half, maybe 2 inches possible in those areas as well with the rain moving through. So again, let's take a look at the model data for that. And before we do that, let's just kind of take a quick look at the latest satellite and radar. So just kind of looking downstream of there. and what is coming in our direction, or upstream of here, and what's coming in our direction. So again, you can see as you look towards the southwest, heavy rain moving through eastern parts, the southeastern parts of Louisiana at this point, around Baton Rouge, New Orleans, starting to move into South Mississippi. So, it's getting to be a little bit past 4:30 now. It's looking like these heavier showers will be moving into southwestern Alabama here just probably in the next couple of hours. So again, it's been pretty quiet down there most of the day today, but here fairly soon you're going to be seeing some heavy rain starting to move in there. And we're starting to get, rain showers, not super heavy yet, but it's starting to cross the state line a little bit heavier in West Alabama and Pickens County and Sumter counties as well. Zooming in here a little bit, places like Aliceville, Reform, Livingston, and York starting to get a little bit heavier shower activity. And of course, the temperatures are in the 40s. It's a cold rain out there. But yeah, looking back off towards the southwest, that's really where the heavy rain is starting to get itself together in Louisiana. You see a little bit of a drier slot there in parts of South Mississippi, south of Jackson. So you may not get as much rain filling in there quite yet. Another little thing I wanted to note, and I was looking at the temperatures, and I don't know if I'm seeing huge evidence that this is some positive trend, but you do see right here where it's trying to turn back to rain a little bit, kind of pushing towards the north. I'm not sure that's really evidence yet of what we're planning to see and hoping to see soon is that push of warmer air further towards the north. I think that may just be the radar algorithm kind of having a few issues there. It's probably still freezing rain in those areas at this point. But that's kind of, again, looking at what's currently coming. And again, you look back further off to the west, and this system isn't done yet. Again, not that we're expecting all this snow down this direction, but we're still a long ways to go with this. It's not just this batch coming through here. It's going to continue to kind of push through here and train over the area over the next next day, basically. So again, let's go ahead and then take a look at that model data here and see what it shows. Let's switch back over to go to the latest Barron 3-kilometer model, see what it's showing at this time around. So, it is doing a decent job of showing maybe a little bit more rain to the northeast than is currently happening right now, but showing some rain in central and western Alabama, still showing some of the freezing rain back off towards west and in the northwestern part of the state. Showing some of the rain, some of the heavy rain moving in maybe a little bit earlier there in the southwestern part of the state. We'll kind of move it through time here. And it still, as we get into 6 or 7 o'clock, you've still got maybe temperatures still trying to hover around freezing in Florence. But again, elsewhere in North Alabama, upper 30s, low 40s as you move further towards the south, 50s and 60s. And then kind of showing a little bit more drying up in North Mississippi around that time. But you still see the heavy rain is certainly expected to be coming through North Alabama, and there still could be a few scattered showers and thunderstorms in the southern part of the state around that time, in Greenville, Andalusia, Troy, places like that, heading towards Montgomery. But again, we see that training effect, this model kind of showing that as well, and maybe even showing a little bit further towards the north, some of the heavier rain. And this is, again, where we start to see that good push of warmer air further towards the north that really kind of eats away at that cold air mass and allows us to change to all rain there in the northern part of the state. But you still have freezing rain back off towards the west. And again, some of that in the northern part of Georgia, trying to kind of creep into the higher elevations in northeastern Alabama as well, which again, we haven't seen evidence of that quite yet actually becoming a reality. And again, as we move into early tomorrow morning, the heavy rain continues in the northern part of the state, north of 5029, but starts to sag towards the south as we get into sort of the middle of the day for tomorrow. So you can see again the southeasterly winds ahead of the line of thunderstorms, with temperatures in the 40s and 50s in the central part of the state. But again, looking down towards the south, will be into the 60s, maybe 70s in spots as we ramp up the chance for thunderstorms at that point. And again, we'll be watching this closely for the possibility of any sort of circulation, any sort of rotation with any of these thunderstorms. And again, the ones that, as we always talk about, the ones that are out ahead of the line have a little bit better chance of getting enough rotation and actually producing a tornado. So we don't expect widespread issues with that. It will probably be a brief, isolated, if anything, but it's something we'll certainly be watching as we kind of transition over into a thunderstorm threat and severe weather potential for tomorrow afternoon. And then again, things starting to wind down. Really, 4, 5, 6 o'clock. Most of it's out of the state. Still a few lingering showers in southeastern Alabama showing up here, but you can see the winds have shifted out of the west, out of the northwest. The cold air starting to move in with temperatures in the 20s, back in the 20s for Florence and Hamilton after getting a little bit warmer there for a period of time. And then the cold air continues to filter in behind that. And you see the clouds do begin to clear out. So, as we get into Monday, it looks like, the sunshine should return by then, but it doesn't mean it's not going to be extremely cold. We start off super cold. We still have a good bit of northwesterly flow helping to kind of reinforce the cooler air. So during the afternoon, we're going to struggle to get out of the 20s in the northern part of the state for Monday afternoon, and probably won't in many cases. And then starting to dive back down into the teens Monday night, or even Monday evening. And so it's going to be really cold for both Monday morning, but also Tuesday morning as well, as we get those temperatures down into the teens and the wind chills likely in the single digits there in that time frame. But really this whole coming week, there's no evidence that we're going to do anything but just be pretty cold. Maybe not as cold as we're going to be Monday and Tuesday. It'll moderate a little bit, but it's certainly expecting to be pretty chilly for the course of the week, James.
All right, so let's go to WEX 05. So this was earlier this morning in Huntsville, Jordan Lane. Check it out. That's not a good situation right there. You got one truck that's off the road, and you've got one truck that's obviously having a hard time. But this guy's good. This guy is good. Got that thing back under control, and everything is okay. But again, that's what people were dealing with in Huntsville early this morning. Great job by that guy driving that truck. So again, that was earlier today, Huntsville. All kind of state bird videos. I mean, this guy, what is this, a drone shot here? Whoa! I don't know about the trampoline with sleet and freezing rain. That's an interesting combination there, but a lot of kids seem to want to go for it today. What are those, twins? Look, they're wearing the same things down there. Mm-hmm. But anyway, very common sight today, kids out on trampolines. And we had the snow angels in the sleet. Not as easy as making snow angels in the snow, but you got to do what you got to do. And Drew, dogs love you.
Oh.
I mean, look at that dog. I mean, that dog is focused on you. I mean, when I'm up there, they just, it's that guy. But when you're up there, when you speak, they listen.
Cats love you, I think.
Yeah, cats do. I'm a cat guy. You're a dog guy. So there you go. But that is an intent canine viewer there. All right. And again, I've not previewed any of these as we watch this stuff together. You don't know how it's going to end. But four-wheeler, that's all right. That guy's doing all right. Hanging out there in the ice. Oh, yeah, doing a little donut action. Come on now. Let's go. I like it. Yeah, buddy. He knew he would be on the Alabama Weather Network if he got those donuts working good. That was good. Not too bad. This is some of the ice accretion on vehicles. And if you look carefully, that's all thick ice. This is up near the Alabama-Tennessee state line. And I don't know if this dog is happy or not. It's kind of hard to see if that dog, I can barely see the dog's face. I don't know if that dog is happy or not happy about the situation. All right, another one here. Remember, none of these have been previewed. Let's see how this one ends. It's a pretty steep hill. Good velocity, good control. Oh yeah. This guy's got it going. Question is, where does he wind up? Is he going to be in a ravine? Is he going to be in a ditch? Is he going to come to a safe stopping spot? And yes, he did. Good job. Whoa!
Wow.
All right. There you go. He's a tough guy. Again, this is, I want to say this was taken up near Haleyville, up toward the Talladega National, or the Bankhead National Forest. Again, the ice accretion there. And again, this is what it looks like for a lot of our friends up in the northwestern corner of the state. Just nasty icing. Not a good situation. And that continues. So we'll go back to our triple box here. This is James Spann, Drew McCombs, Bill Murray, and we've got John Oldshoe and Kevin Henderson in the field. Let's take Kevin's drone shot full screen, and that's got to be the O'Neill Bridge. Kevin, if you can hear us, any observations from your point of view? I don't know if we got Kevin right now. We've got one vehicle coming across the bridge. That's obviously a law enforcement officer. And again, this is the bridge that people are very familiar with. It's of all the Tennessee River bridges, this is the most photogenic. Again, that's a Florence police officer, cruiser, coming across the O'Neill Bridge. And again, we thank law enforcement for working today. And we should mention that yesterday, the governor of the state of Alabama, Governor Kay Ivey, activated, I want to say, about 300 National Guard troops. So in addition to local law enforcement, they have been supplemented today by the National Guard. And that's what the O'Neill Bridge looks like. And understand, it has been treated. All of the major roads in the shoals have been treated before the event, and really and truly, that treatment has done some good stuff. The roads have been just basically wet, and you can see that car is zipped along. The roads are open. You can travel around Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. But again, we're very thankful for the treatment that we have seen on those roads. And they have done a very good job of that. And again, Kevin is going to show us some of the ice accretion on trees. Notice how the limbs are sagging now. They're starting to be pulled down by the weight of the ice. And that's what happens with ice storms. And again, we cannot wait for temperatures to climb above that magical freezing mark, and they're getting there. Most locations in Lauderdale County are kind of sitting in the 28 to 31 degree range now. And again, as long as we're below freezing, as long as it's raining, that's freezing rain. And again, that's not good. But the roads there, again, because of the treatment, that's just wet. And that treatment is just performed very well. That's coming up the hill going into downtown Florence. Of course, cutting across the bridge from the city on the bluff, Sheffield. And again, I have, goodness gracious, been down that road so many times. But up on the hill, that's Florence. McFarland Park is off to the left. And again, that's what it looks like. And goodness, we are so thankful for, again, the city engineers, county engineers, AlDOT, everybody involved in the pre-treating of these road surfaces, and that has just been a really, really good thing today. I wonder if Kevin's drone is icing up like John. If you missed it, John Oldshoe's drone, that thing really, really, really got some pretty heavy-duty ice. And John was concerned it was about to go down in the Tennessee River a little earlier today. Thankfully, John got the drone back, and we have de-iced that thing, and Kevin's drone is up. And with it raining like that, that's just not good.
I think with Kevin, I was, I don't know where I'm losing track of where I saw it, but it looked like maybe some of the, well, maybe this is more Brett Adair over in Mississippi was talking about trying to get a little bit more just rain. So I don't know if we're doing that now where he is, or if we're still freezing rain. I guess it would make sense because we're still in the 20s. We're still, 30s.
I do believe we're still in the upper 20s in most of our reporting stations in Florence.
Yeah.
It has been, a situation where we're just having a hard time getting above the freezing mark. We're coming up on 5 o'clock, and again, on all of the sky cams that you see over here, those are real-time observations. Now, the Barron Institute cameras don't have, boy, look at those, what are those? Geese? Ducks? They don't seem to be bothered, whatever they are. Kind of hard to tell, but they seem to be enjoying the cold weather. But again, the Barron Institute cameras do not have the weather observations, but the region Skycam cameras we own do, like Ardmore. 26 degrees. Again, that's in Limestone County, northern Limestone County, near the Alabama-Tennessee state line. Albertville looking good. You've got 42. Your Marshall County, no problems. I was up at Asbury School this week near Albertville. We had a great time. Home of the Rams. Cherokee, 26. I mean, that camera's been totally iced up all day today. That's in Colbert County. And again, we need that thing to be up at about 34. Cullman looking good at 42. That's downtown Cullman, 42 degrees. And again, with time, the wind's going to veer into the southeast. And again, you're watching Kevin with his drone shot here coming over McFarland Park. 28, that's our sky cam over here at the campus of the University of North Alabama. So we've still got 28 degrees there. 29 at the Renaissance Shoals. So again, our reporting stations are in the upper 20s. Again, there's Kevin with a really good, let's take Kevin's drone shot full real quick, Ryan. This is McFarland Park in Florence. And again, just kind of a look at the way the ice is accumulating there on all of the exposed surfaces on that playground and the rocks and everything. It's, again, with temperatures in the upper 20s, that steady freezing rain. We had a nice break late morning, early afternoon, but it really started to ramp up about 1:30, 2 o'clock this afternoon. And again, so far so good on the power. I'm watching the power numbers very carefully, but at this point, we're still good. Those little outages in Franklin County, they've gone away. We have no outages in the ice storm warning area, not one. But again, this is McFarland Park, right on the banks of the Tennessee River, kind of underneath the O'Neill Bridge. And that's a beautiful place to be. That's just a gorgeous spot. Alabama is so blessed to have so many amazing places where you can just stop and relax and enjoy the scenery that we have to offer here, from the mountains in northeast Alabama to this great Tennessee Valley, down to the Gulf Coast and all points in between. But McFarland Park is a great spot just to kind of gather your thoughts and enjoy the scenery. But obviously not much traffic. We're seeing hardly anybody over the bridge, which is good. And notice, Drew, I don't think Kevin's going to fly his drone right over the water. Because,
let's not.
John almost lost his because of the ice load on that. Yeah, no. He's shaking his head no. And I don't blame him. But the zoom on this thing is so good. You know, we were looking at some object almost 5 miles away, which is incredible. But there's one guy coming across the bridge. There's another guy, and it's open. And, you know, listen, we don't want to be, doomsday guys here. If things are good, we'll tell you things are good. And again, the traffic, you can move along the roads. You just got to be really careful. And the roads have been treated. Now, you get out in the county, in Lauderdale County, north and south of Florence, or of course, if you go south, you're in Colbert County, and the back roads and the neighborhood roads, they are not good. But the main roads are okay. Still be really careful, but they're okay. And so just use good common sense, and we'll get through this thing. We'll get you above freezing tonight. I know it's been frustrating. We were hoping that just maybe by 5 o'clock we'd be above freezing, but we are not. In fact, what I'll do is take a look while I'm just kind of peeking at things here. Take a look at the latest HRRR, and let's see when the HRRR model has Florence going above freezing. They're showing 33 at 9 o'clock on the HRRR. So the HRRR is showing 33 at 9 o'clock. So that's in a few hours. And again, we're probably not going to stay on the air live that long, but we'll stay with this for a while longer. And after a while, I think everybody knows what's happening is that we're going to see an improvement here in the conditions tonight. You've got icing now, especially on the secondary and side roads. Main roads that have been treated are okay. And again, the views here coming from Kevin Henderson, his amazing drone work. He is at McFarland Park on the banks of the mighty Tennessee River in Florence. That's the O'Neill Bridge rising above the Tennessee, and things are calm on this icy, cold winter day in northwest Alabama. An ice storm warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. We hope to get everybody above freezing by 9 o'clock. Now, Huntsville is showing 39 degrees by 9 o'clock. Huntsville is going to be flirting with 40 by 9 o'clock. Moulton, 35. Athens, 35. So again, every reporting station in the state should be above freezing by 9 o'clock. And again, this HRRR model is very good. The grid resolution, it's 3 kilometers. It takes into account mesoscale weather features that the global models cannot handle because of the higher grid resolution, and it's typically pretty good. And what's going to happen, we've talked about this all day, we're going to make a transition from working ice up here in North Alabama to working severe storms down south. And Drew's highlighted, we've got a couple of counties that have been removed. Drew, this is good.
Yes. Yeah, the excuse me, the National Weather Service in Birmingham removed Blount and Etowah counties from the winter weather advisory just here in the last number of minutes here. So that's good to see. Of course, we haven't had anything really getting anywhere close to those areas as far as really not a lot of precipitation yet. There's a few showers trying to move in at this point, but the temperatures have been staying well above freezing in those areas, and then the precipitation hasn't really been down there either. So just it makes sense to kind of peel those back. Doesn't look like there's really any good chance that we would be seeing any issues there. And also, just as you move further towards the east, I think Etowah is a little bit too far to the west from any potential issues from cold air damming that could happen, which again we haven't seen much evidence of that quite yet. Now, however, despite that, of course you still have the rest of those areas under the winter weather advisory, and so it still remains true that some of those areas could end up getting some freezing rain, potentially some sleet, but at this point that would be more probably on the backside of the system in these areas. Of course, where the ice storm warning is right now, it's actively freezing rain in that area. And we had quite a bit more of it in Limestone and Madison counties earlier this morning, but further down towards the south, we haven't seen as much in places like Walker and Coleman, or at least not recently. There was a little bit more, I think, earlier today, but not as much in Marshall either. But they're keeping those going for now. But again, a lot of those areas, I would think, as we look at the temperatures now, and we're sitting at 34 in Coleman, and so it's 50 in Birmingham, it's 45 Gadsden, 45 in Tuscaloosa, and so it looks unlikely that some of these areas even are going to kind of change back over to freezing rain. But again, it's always good to kind of be cautious with it, and just in case we see any changes with that. But as we move through the rest of the afternoon, or really now getting into the evening and into the nighttime hours, we really will see that surge of warmer air starting to move in. And we'll take a quick look at that again, looking at the forecast temperatures here. So we'll pull that up, kind of talk about what that might look like here. So again, as we get into 8 or 9 o'clock, and this lines up decently well with what James mentioned with the latest run of the HRRR model, showing around 9 or so o'clock that Lawrence could be getting up a little bit above freezing. Hamilton around 36, Coleman still hanging around in the 40s, Huntsville in the upper 30s, and then further towards the south, again, you still got that kind of fairly narrow region moving up kind of directly through the Birmingham metro area, where it's a little bit warmer, around 47 degrees there, but then 50s as you move further towards the north. And as we continue to move through here, again, this is where you can really see that surge of warmer air, and it's not for a really long period of time, just right ahead of the low pressure, kind of right out ahead of it, and that warm sector, you just kind of almost see this triangular shape here of the warm air coming up right there along the kind of centered along the I-65 corridor. And so again, we're sitting at 37 degrees in Florence at for tomorrow morning around 7 o'clock, 40 in Hamilton. So definitely a big change from what we were seeing in those areas this morning, where we were down in the 20s. So it'll be a good bit warmer with this warm sector coming up in here. And then again, looking down in the south, you got temperatures in the 60s, 61 in Andalusia, 65 in Atmore, or 66 degrees in Mobile in the morning. And then again, you can start to see it pretty quickly after that. Shifts in the cold air starts to come in with the front, and then we go back down to freezing, and then below that as we get into Sunday afternoon. But again, the precip will be starting to end at that point. Not to say that there won't be a little bit of a changeover back to some light freezing rain or some sleet up in the northwestern corner for a little bit, but it won't be enough to really cause a lot of extra issues. And again, you can see that just the blue starting to push further towards the south as we get into the overnight period into Monday morning. And then we've got our forecast, our temperatures showing into the teens in the northern part of the state, and 20s basically, all the way down to the south, 27 in Atmore, 29 in Andalusia, 27 in Monroeville, and even below freezing there in Gulf Shores, possibly around 31 degrees. So super cold morning on Monday morning behind all this. But yeah, it's the temperatures. That's really, with winter weather here, of course, you've got the moisture. That's part of the story of too, because sometimes you have really cold air, but there's situations where the moisture outruns the cold air. A lot of times we'll get those clipper systems where that will occur, and you get really cold, but the moisture moves out beforehand. But in this case, we've got plenty. The moisture's still here. We got plenty of that hanging around. It's more a forecast of, okay, then where's that line of temperatures going to be, and where does it move? And it's kind of amazing to watch how this all changes in real time. And a lot of it, has to do with just small differences in the atmosphere, but also even there's terrain influences going on there. There's influences from some of the bodies of water even that we saw earlier when we've looked at some of the cameras. So it's kind of interesting to see there what those temperatures do in these kind of situations, James.
All right, Drew, 5 o'clock on the nose. Let's take one quick picture from WEXO 5, Ryan. That tells the story. That is what it looks like in northwest Alabama. This was up, I want to say this is in northern Lauderdale County or maybe northern Limestone. But the ice accretion continues, freezing rain continues. Temperatures are below freezing still at this hour. We'll get you above freezing sooner than later, but it's a slow process. It's a very slow, aggravating process, but that's what it looks like this afternoon. So back to the regular box, and again, Drew's done a great job of kind of discussing where we are, what's to come. But the reason we're here, same thing we've had all day. Ice accumulation primarily from Huntsville west, back to the Shoals, Russellville, Moulton, Athens, Decatur. Conditions have improved in Huntsville, but the freezing rain is beginning again. But the good news, temperatures are rising nicely in Madison County. Now, not all of the reporting stations are above freezing, but many of them are. For example, our Skycam on Montesano Mountain is at 33. The last time I saw the number, you'll see it rotate through. We're like right down here. There we go. In that box, you can see the actual current conditions. Now, Ardmore, that's up in northern Limestone, they're still at 26. So they're below freezing there. Albertville, you're good. Marshall County, you're good. No problems there. 42, everybody above freezing. In Marshall County, including Gunnersville, Boaz. Cherokee just struggling. That camera's been iced up all day. Cherokee's in Colbert County, and they're still in the mid-20s if that data is correct. We'll try and do a data verification check here shortly. This is Cullman, you're good. 42. We rang the bell earlier for Cullman County. We ring the bell when you go above the freezing mark. For Cullman looks good. 42, just wet roads, just good old-fashioned rain tonight. Florence, UNA, 28 degrees. And again, that's where we really need to get that number up, get it up a little higher. We'll check the official 5 o'clock reports here in just a second. All right, Cherokee is at 28. 28 on the HASCAM, on the direct site, which is good. So we might have a little data lag, Drew, on the data come into the Skycams again. Ryan checked it on the HASCAM site and it's showing 28. So hopefully the numbers are a little above what you're seeing on the screen here. Gadsden, again, no problem there. Beautiful shot. Downtown Gadsden, 45. University of North Alabama is 28. Thanks to Ryan for pulling up the, he can see the raw data. Hatton in Lawrence County is showing 29. Hatton is between Moulton and Florence. But again, we're clearly getting a slow rise up. Look at Huntsville, 33, above freezing. But again, that's just one spot, okay? That doesn't mean everybody in Madison County is above freezing. I know you're not if you're in Hazel Green, Meridianville, I understand. Again, that's a Gadsden Skycam at Nakalula Falls. And again, we want to stress that Etowah County has been taken out of the winter weather advisory. Blount County is out. You have no problems. You'll just have rain tonight. And again, Russellville, Ryan was showing, let's see, Russellville 27. All right, and I think that's what we got on the screen. Ardmore 28. And Renaissance Shoals 30. Section 35, that's in Jackson County. Again, Jackson County, you're generally above the freezing mark, which is good. And again, here in just a matter of minutes, we'll get the new 5 o'clock data set from the official reporting sites. We can take a look at that. But we're just waiting and watching here. We're just simply waiting and watching for these surface temperatures to climb out of the upper 20s and low 30s. And again, they will get there. They will get there tonight. And again, tonight, you think, well, goodness, the sun's going to go down and temperatures will fall. No, in this case, we have an approaching deep low. Ahead of that low, strong south winds will pull this warm sector north. And instead of falling tonight, temperatures will actually rise tonight for most all of you. And again, the only possible exception, it's the eastern part of Cleburne, Cherokee, DeKalb, Jackson counties. If by chance cold air moves in from Georgia, cold air damming, the wedge. That can happen sometimes. The models are not really strong on that possibility, but there's a chance that just maybe some of that could creep in here. And I think that's the reason that you're seeing these counties still lingering under a winter weather advisory. But again, Huntsville, the airport is at 31. The Muscle Shoals Airport is at 31. I mean, we're getting there. We are getting there. Hamilton, 32. Now, Coleman, that is, I don't believe you. In the words of Ron Burgundy, I don't believe you. The Coleman Skycam was showing 40s here a minute ago. And that looks like some type of anomaly. And this observation, I will say, this is from the airport, which is in Vinemont, which is north of Coleman. Our Skycam is in downtown Coleman. So I just, I guess it's possible, but again, our Skycam shows low 40s, which we firmly believe, which is in downtown Coleman. But again, Vinemont, 32. We'll see our Skycam observations rolling through here in just a second.
It looks like, James, that at least currently, and I'm looking at it directly on the site. I still got to check on the links, but Coleman's looking like it's actually maybe down to 36 on the Skycam now. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the little variations in wind can result in big variations in temperature, wind direction. So, but again, downtown Coleman is clearly above freezing. The last time I saw the number on our Skycam down here, it was in Coleman, it was in the low 40s, so we'll watch it come through again. Cherokee, 28. Cherokee is in Colbert County, southwest of Tuscumbia. And again, 28 degrees there. The camera's been iced up all day. Coleman's down to 36. Last time we looked at it, it was in the low 40s, and I think that's this northeast wind you see there. When the wind veers to the southeast, it'll just keep coming up tonight. UNA, 28. We need that thing to come up. Again, the airport up in the Shoals is showing 31. 31 degrees, but UNA at 28. We'll check the Renaissance Shoals, 31. That's the warmest they've been all day, moving up in the right direction. So 31 at the Renaissance, 31 at the airport up in the Shoals, but still upper 20s on the UNA campus. Of course, Gadsden looks good. They are way above freezing. We have no issues for Blount or Etowah counties or counties to the south, other than heavy rain tonight. And again, the rain will become heavy tonight, and there might even be some flash flooding issues. And tomorrow we'll be in this very same spot with the same crew working potential for the chance of a few severe storms and isolated tornadoes. Huntsville, well, they've dropped back down to 32. I have to take my bell ring back. We've got 31 at the airport in Huntsville, 32 at Montesano up on the mountain. And again, these little variations in wind are creating the little variations in temperature. But again, you can clearly see, 4 hours ago we had mid-20s at all these sites. Now we've got low 30s. Russellville showing 27, Franklin County. So we've got these colder pockets around, and again, with our region Skycam network, we can see these things. But again, just give us time and we'll get it above freezing. And again, the plan is here, we're going to stay live for about 1 more hour, because we're to the point now we're just being repetitive, saying the same thing over and over, and we're not here ourselves yak away. We'll wrap this up around 5:30, 6 o'clock, and we'll be staffed here tonight in case something happens with flooding. And then tomorrow we'll have the full staff in for the possibility of severe storms and isolated tornadoes over the southern half of the state. And again, we've got Kevin Henderson's stream back up. And again, a big shout out to AlDOT, the county road crews, the city road crews for the treatment of these major roads. In the middle of this ice situation, the major roads have been good, relatively speaking, today. Sure, there have been some icy, but sure, you can't just fix everything with some treatment, but they've done a really good job of preventing major problems on these major roads. Now, the secondary roads are ice. Neighborhood roads are ice, but again, we are in much better shape here at this point, thanks to the pre-treatment that we have seen here with our friends at AlDOT and the city road crews and the county road crews. So again, to everybody that's been working on this in advance, thank you. And again, thanks to law enforcement today. We also have to thank all of these essential workers that are some are staying late, some are coming in early. That would include those that work in hospitals, dispatchers, law enforcement, of course. We thank those that work in the food service industry. Thanks for being open where folks can stop in and get something to eat. Those that are open today. I know it's not easy, it's not convenient, but those folks that are serving others, thank you on a day like today. Drew, we'll stay here for about 20 more minutes. We'll probably wrap up about 5:30. And again, for those of you that are new here, we have a 24/7 stream. We are always here. Normally, the segments are recorded. I do a long weather briefing. I've been doing these for years and years, but now they're on the Alabama Weather Network twice a day that goes deep into the meteorology, the stuff you don't see in the weathercasts. And then we do the regular weathercast, but it doesn't go into all that detail. And we have features like Spanning Alabama, these amazing stories about people, places, and things in the state that are interesting on blue sky, good weather days. And the stream is always there 24/7 on the app. Our YouTube channel, it's there. But whenever we have high impact weather, we break away from that and we go live and do what we've been doing all day today. And let me tell you what, if this was a true catastrophic ice storm, it's conceivable we might be on the air for days. We have the staff to do that. 24/7, we can be live for days if we need to do that, and we might have to do that during a critical ice storm, during a major hurricane approaching the Gulf Coast, or any really high impact event. And I'm so thankful to have the people and the resources to do it right and to make it visually interesting. And again, thanks to those that have helped us today, Ryan, our director producer, and of course Drew and our two in the field, John Oldshoe and Kevin Henderson. Their work has been stunning today. Some of the drone shots have just been incredible. I look back on this day and I think, I could only dream of this when I was young years ago, and this kind of technology, it's just incredible. So again, Drew, just kind of walk us through tonight one more time. Let's reassure our friends in Florence that at some point they will be above freezing tonight. Reassure them. You have a reassuring voice.
Yes, I will do that here. Let me pull myself
Yeah,
up.
we've got our
here.
director had to run on one quick errand here. There you go.
All right,
You're
there I
up.
am.
You're up. You're in.
So yes, we will see the temperature rise eventually. But yeah, I mean, it's we were looking at some of the model data earlier, and I mean, it's such a fine line. The way this low is tracking, and I'll pull it up here in a second. You know, it's like the northwestern corner of the state is going to just be right there on that line for a lot of the time, and it'll jog a little bit northward, but then it just comes right back down as we get into Sunday morning. So I think that's part of it. We're just kind of basically got this boundary that is pretty stubborn, but it's just taking a little while longer to kind of push things further towards the north. I'll kind of zoom this out a little bit here. See if we see any evidence. And I was talking about this earlier. I don't really think this is a real thing. You know, earlier I saw some of the green trying to push north a little bit there in some of the in the precip mask or the rain snow mask within the radar. Again, we've talked about this earlier today. This is driven by a combination of there's model data that goes into it, but also the real-time observations that are being fed into this. So occasionally, if you get a report of rain from a reporting site, it could make it turn to rain on the radar there for a period of time, and a lot of times it'll correct itself if it's erroneous. So, you know, I still don't think there's anything that we're seeing right there that's that we can really point to being real. But I will notice too that, and we're looking at the composite radar, so we're seeing all the radars kind of stitched together here, which helps us to get a better idea of kind of where the edges of the precipitation may be. Sometimes when you just look at one radar by itself, you can get a false impression of where the end of the rain might be or where the end of the freezing rain might be. But one good thing, despite the temperature, is we are kind of seeing some drying out or seeing kind of maybe the back edge of at least this round of precipitation, this freezing rain, starting to edge towards northwestern Alabama. Now, of course, there is some more stuff back off to the southwest there, but this might help us a little bit if we can get a little bit of a break there here within the next hour or so as it's starting to kind of lighten up, it looks like now, because of course we were kind of light there for a little while. Then we have gotten heavy again here, or at least a little heavier more recently, but it looks like this might be starting to kind of dry up a little bit as it's approaching the state line. So we'll see if that helps us out a little bit just to not have as much accumulating ice in those areas for the next little bit of time here. So we'll go ahead and switch back over and let's talk about the forecast for the future here. So we'll go ahead and switch over to the model that we've been looking at here. And we're looking at basically about 5 p.m. So again, we are not too far off from this, at least the official reporting site, Muscle Shoals Airport, showing 31 degrees right now. So this is showing a forecast for that same general area for just a couple degrees above that. But as we move through time here, see, it kind of hovers around there. We're just not seeing a lot of movement. You can see other areas of the state where you don't have the freezing rain sort of entrenched. You're seeing a little bit more movement of the temperatures, but in that area up there, it's just pretty steady over the course of time there. But eventually, again, as we continue to push towards the later part of the nighttime period before we hit midnight, start to kind of make a little bit more progress, pushing the warmer air further towards the north and hopefully changing the precipitation all over to rain at that point. And again, we start to see the heavier rain start to move into parts of western Alabama, west central Alabama at that point. Before then, we get at least some fairly uniform rain moving through, but not super heavy earlier in the evening along places around Birmingham, Gaston, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Coleman, places like that. But it starts to increase in intensity as we get further into the nighttime period. And then again, overnight, we've warmed up at least a few degrees. It's not like it's a dramatic change, but enough to get everything as rain in the Florence area, 37 in Hamilton. And I will note, this far northwestern corner there of the state, Waterloo, places around there, it still may be dicey even into the overnight period because you're right there at the line. But again, it still should ease a little bit because you're going to be closer to, it won't be as cold. And so it'll be a little bit easier for things to not get too much icier necessarily. But again, looking back towards the south, heavy showers or heavy rain moving through Sunday morning as we get into the 2 or 3 o'clock hour. But again, looking to the south, like we've talked about, it's going to be a while before you get a lot in South Alabama with temperatures there in the 50s and 60s during the overnight period. Then another round of heavy rain coming in as we get into Sunday or tomorrow morning around 6 or 7 o'clock. Got temperatures in the 40s up in Huntsville, Coleman, Gadsden, and then we're still above freezing to the northwest, but it might be trying to change back over a little bit. But again, we've just got this sort of persistent edge there that's not moving a whole lot over the course of time. We're 60 degrees in Demopolis at that point. We're in the mid 60s as you move further towards the southwest, even though it's early in the morning. And then again, you start to see that push behind or in front of the front. And so around noon, we can see here that the front has progressed. Maybe it could be already past Birmingham at that point. The heavier thunderstorms have already maybe passed through Selma, kind of moving through Clanton at that point, past Thomasville, past Demopolis, past Tuscaloosa. And then you see that warm sector out ahead where we could have some isolated cells that we'll be watching for that potential rotation out ahead of the main line. And even along the main line, this is that kind of situation this time of year where you get kind of a kinky looking line where you got some possible circulations within that line there that we'll be watching as we get into tomorrow afternoon. And then it does appear that the precipitation could start to change back over on the backside of this, but the temperature is still showing above freezing right there. And you can see that it dries up pretty quickly in the northwestern corner. So again, that time period, we're not concerned about some big change back over into freezing precipitation that's going to be impactful with that. It's just going to be mainly just getting cold. And then as we get into Sunday afternoon, further into the afternoon, the heavier showers and thunderstorms starting to move through Geneva, Dothan. So again, Geneva counties, Coffee-Dale counties, Houston counties, Henry County, Barber County, Eufaula, getting the heavy rain and thunderstorms moving through there. And again, possibility of some damaging wind gusts, some straight line winds possible with that, in addition to the fact that we'll be watching to see if we see any brief tornadoes anywhere. And then the cold air coming in towards the northwest. Could see a few flurries kind of flying around that time period as you get later on into the evening, but yeah, nothing that's going to impact anything. And then the showers end as we get into late Sunday night. And then again, a few flurries could be moving through as we get into the overnight period on Monday, and we get very cold after that. So, that really things have not changed a whole lot. It's just the kind of the nitty gritty details of how long is it going to take us to get that warm air further towards the north for tonight. So it may just be that we're having to wait a little bit longer than we wanted to, but other than that, I think that the overall idea is still intact there, James.
Yes. So again, we're in a position, we're saying the same thing over and over and over, and we're getting temperatures very close to the freezing mark. So again, about 10 minutes, we'll wind down this live segment. And again, we will be staffed here at the Alabama Weather Network tonight. In the event we have any flooding issues, but tomorrow the big group will be back in place to handle the possibility of severe storms, and that'll be our next focus. So we're shifting from the northern counties today to the southern counties tomorrow. All right, so if you're in Greenville, Alabama, Chapman, Andalusia, Enterprise, Atmore, Bruton, Dothan, Enterprise, Geneva, Abbeville, Bay Minette, Mobile. We will be focusing on you tomorrow. And then after that, we'll be focusing on the northern half of the state again to see about any potential for black ice tomorrow night into Monday morning. So we've got two more significant periods here that we'll be working. Again, tomorrow, the concern of severe storms and possibly a few isolated tornadoes. And then late tomorrow night, Monday morning, the chance of black ice. Many school systems have closed Monday, or they have delayed opens Monday. We know that Coleman County has closed. And again, your school system will reach out to you, and you'll know when you hear from them. Some have not made their decision at this point. But again, it will be very cold next week. And again, we've talked about that. Temperatures will be well below average through the week. And I know that you're hearing all the buzz about a potential winter storm this weekend. It's been all over social media, and there's going to be a system in the Gulf, but the best global model in the house is suggesting it will be shunted far to the south, and no issue here. The American model is shifting toward that European solution, showing really a system in the Gulf shunted far to the south. The big story, it's the cold, okay? The big story, it's the cold next week. So just focus on that. And once we get this mess out of here, we can focus on what happens, if anything, next weekend. We take these things like a football coach, one at a time. So again, we want to thank you for taking the time to watch. Thanks especially to Kevin Henderson and John Oldshoe. They've got the hard job. We are sitting in a warm, dry studio. They've been out in this mess all day with incredible drone shots and videos from the road, and we thank them for that. They let you see what's happening in the field. They're the best. Thanks to Drew, Ryan, and again, we'll be back tomorrow. I can't tell you what time. I'll post it on the social channels. And be sure and listen. Be sure and follow the Alabama Weather Network on the social channels. We're on the Talk, the Gram, the X, Facebook, all that stuff. We will make an announcement on the social channels about the time that we'll expect to go on the air tomorrow. But if there's, you know the deal, if there's a tornado warning, we'll be there. Any county in the state, all 67, we've got you covered. We know this state. I've been there. I know this state better than anybody. I'm good at hardly anything. But Alabama geography, don't get into a contest with me. I'll beat you every time in people and culture and places and things here. So at this point, we're going to wrap up this extended coverage. We thank you for watching. We'll see you again later tonight if need be, but especially tomorrow morning as we shift into severe weather coverage for South Alabama. Thank you for watching the Alabama Weather Network.
Live, statewide.